Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We are glad that you are watching wherever you are. This is Bbi TV. We are coming to you from a different locality. We are in Navajo constituency, and I'm glad that you found time to join me on this great day when we'll be looking at the latest development on the political front. We'll be looking at the DP in Kibra. Amekuja kukutana na warusha mawe na wang'oa reli. Sasa sijui itakuwaje. And then we also want to look at the Supreme Court and the BBI case. So wherever you're joining us from, we are glad, and we apologize. Yesterday we had a show very late, but I believe today we will have a good connection to stick by and be able to chat the way forward. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining. The link to join me in the studio is right there in the comments. You click on it, allow StreamYard to control your camera as well as your audio, and then you will be able to join me and the discussion will be on. I'm glad that you are joining. Kim Tairo Teach, thank you for joining. Makwira Teret, karibu kwa show. Merengo, karibu sana kwa show ya leo. Naamini kwamba unatupata kwa njia iliyo nzuri. I urge you to confirm as we are coming to you from unfamiliar environment. So tuambie kama unatupata ama utupati. Kisha wale ambao wanataka kuingia kwa studio, tumia hiyo link, una click and then let StreamYard control your camera and your audio. You will be able to talk to me and I will talk to you. Hiram Karanja, karibu sana. Tunashukuru kwamba una watch na una support Mtembei TV. Tuambie unatutazama ukiwa wapi, unafuata matangazo yetu ukiwa wapi. Naamini kwamba Mungu anakubariki mahala ulipo. Kuna Dan Metro, thank you so much for joining. Phil Magere, asante sana. Dennis Murimi, karibu. Kuna Mavuno Levi, asante, unasema tuko pamoja. I'm glad that you're watching. Stephen Koidungu, asante sana. Mamdota, you are welcome. Stella Anyokot, thank you so much. Lewis Kiplangat, karibu kwa show. Tunashukuru kwamba unatutazama na uko tayari kujiunga nasi. Wale ambao mnataka kuingia kwa studio, tafadhali unatumia hiyo link. You click, let StreamYard control your camera and your audio, and then you will be here to tell Kenyans what you think. Kwa mkutano wa DP leo akiwa Kibra, amekuwa kila sehemu ya nchi akisema wale watu wa kurusha mawe na kung'oa reli. Sasa leo akakutana nao. Sasa tunataka kuchambua, yeye anataka wang'oa reli, watupa mawe, ama ameenda Kibra kutafuta nini? Na wewe unaona vipi? Una maoni gani kwa haya mambo yote yanapoendelea? Katika Kenya kuna warusha mawe watu fulani, ama mawe inaweza kurushwa na mtu yeyote mahala popote? Hiyo ndio masuala ambayo tutaangazia na kujua mbivu na mbichi kati ya Supreme Court ikiangalia masuala ya BBI. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining fast and furious. We are glad, so glad that you are coming in, and let us get talking. Thank you, all of you that are joining. We are glad that you are joining. Please let us all adhere to our standing orders. You keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. And when you're given a chance to speak, you don't speak more than 2 minutes so that everybody gets enough time to ventilate on the question at hand. Virginia Wanjiku, karibu kwa show. Roba Babu, karibu kwa show. Evans Ekada, asante sana kwamba unatazama, na furahi sana. Martin Ouma, thank you. David Wangila, I'm glad you are watching. God bless you. Junior Kefa, karibu. Amos Kobia, Sekil Koiba Sot, Asante sana. Wapi link? Link na kutumia tena. Kama hujaona ile ya kwanza, basi ingine ndio hiyo na kuwekea papa hapa ili ukajoin, kisha tuanze mazungumzo yetu. Lipi jipya, lipi la kale, lakini naomba mkatuvumilie, tunakuja kwenu katika mazingira yasiyokuwa kawaida, lakini naamini connection itakuwa strong ili tuendelee na majadiliano yetu bila shida. Isaac Sirinda, how are you? Your net is giving you problem already before we start. Isaac Sirinda. Okay, Geoffrey Makori, how are you today?
Fine, sir.
If you're able to get me.
Are you able to get me? Yes. Hope you are getting me.
How are you doing?
Fine, sir. The host is off.
Sorry, Bwana Makori. Hali vipi?
Poa sana baba. Unanisikia? Unapotea pia.
Nakusikia. Endelea. Unaonaje masuala haya?
Wacha wengine wachangie kwanza, niko nasikiza, tutaongea.
Okay, unataka kusikiliza wengine kwanza kabla uchangie?
Ndio niongeze yangu.
Murunga, namna gani? Hebu unmute and speak.
Yes. Hello, good evening. Good evening. Yes, Ben. Hello. Yes, Bernard, you're off.
Yes, Murunga vipi?
Mzuri sana bwana.
Haya, karibu. Salamu kutoka Navajo constituency. Wewe uko wapi huko?
Mimi saa hii niko nyanda za Kajiado. Tuko nyanda za Kajiado, tunajaribu kuona vile mambo yanavyoendelea. Nchi inaendelea mzuri. Tukingoja earthquake ya madao ya Msalia.
Nini mnaona, kuna earthquake ama kuna vitisho tu?
Earthquake ya Msalia, unajua, you know sometimes what our politicians really talk about. Msalia has told us we expect earthquake on the 23rd. That's another mad one. Alafu upande mwingine tunaposubiri mambo ya earthquake, sasa tuko na DP ambaye amekuwa akizuru Nairobi. Na kwa kusema tu ukweli, mimi the DP is the DP of this country, we respect him, but I think the DP is just getting out of the way. Mpaka anaanza, amekuwa na hasira nyingi sana. The DP is really full of venom, and yani ni mtu ana ubaya. He's going for a bigger office, yet he's not ready to tone down. The words he's spewing are unpresidential. We are talking of somebody who has a higher office but lacks what it takes to be in that office. Because wewe unapotafuta ofisi ya presidency of a country like Kenya, you got to behave. You got to be, you got to be patient. You got to be, to be tolerant. Yeah. Sio unaamuka mtu ukiwa unasikia mtu akiskejeli kidogo, unasikia kwamba ni kama ni wewe unatakiwa. Manake unapoona vile anaongea, ule ni mdomo wa sumu. Watu wa kurusha mawe, sisi ni watu wa kurusha mawe. Anyone opposed to the DP ni mtu wa kurusha mawe. Remember even after the first that is the 2017 election, aliita sisi militias. Baada amerudi kwa hao militia kutafuta. I saw him in Migori the other day. I was like, honestly, these are the same militias you called the other day. Walizuia kura kupigwa. Umeenda kuwatafutia nini? So we are talking about someone who is bitter, someone who does not respect the people he wants to vote for him. To me, I feel that hata ile kufurushwa na hiyo mawe anatupiwa ni kwa sababu ya wale watu wako na, people are not happy. I'm not opposed to the DP to the extent that I will hate him. I don't hate him. But we must speak the truth that the DP is not doing what is right. The DP is against himself. He's even fighting himself. Nasikia? So, ile cha muhimu hapa, you cannot be seeking to be the president of Kenya while you do not want to associate or to talk. Yesterday, I saw the president invited him to the settlers luncheon. He did not attend. Reason is because he's unhappy with any other person that is, is aligned to probably the president, ama mtu yote mwenye haongei lugha yake. So that is the problem. So the country, let us try to look at the best person that will lead this country to greater heights. Because if we go for this guy, then the country is headed to the drain. And we are not willing and not ready to go to that direction. This country is bigger than William Samoei Arap Ruto. And this country needs somebody or a better individual that can spearhead development of this country. This country does not need a man or a woman who does not respect the will of the people of a country, like what the DP is doing. Yeye mwenyewe ajiheshimu kwanza, na sisi wengine tutamheshimu. Na aache hiyo kufikiria ya kwamba state house ni boma ambaye ni haki yake kurithi. No, it's not his right. It is the Kenyans who decide that the DP can become a president of this country. If the Kenyans will say no and is preparing his people for war, that's what we are seeing. The DP is not ready to lose an election. So yeye amejipanga kushinda uchaguzi kwa hali na mali. Na swali ni hili, hii kura ya kupita kuwa president, na sisi tunaona Azimio tayari inamiliki nchi nzima, yeye atapata wapi hii kura ya kuwa rais wa nchi ya Kenya? So hayo ni maswali lazima tujiulize. Besides hiyo kupata hiyo kura, ataongoza nchi gani? Ataongoza nchi gani ikiwa ana ubaya kwa kiwango hicho? Maswali muhimu tunafaa tujiulize kama wananchi wa Kenya. So yangu ni hayo kwa mwanzo, but I will be waiting. Yes, there will be rebuttal, but the fact of the matter is, let us look for the right person to lead this country as we move forward. Thank you, Bernard.
Sawa, asante sana Murunga, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na observation yako kwa siasa ya Kenya. Tunasonga mbele. Hebu tumsikilize huyu Hanox Kenya. Hanox Kenya, vipi? Unmute and speak. You unmute the mic and then speak.
Okay, allow me to give someone else this chance, because actually, okay. Allow me to follow it. first.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yes, Andy.
Bernard.
Yes.
Habari yako?
Salama, namna gani?
Sina maneno Bernard, nimefurahi kuingia hapa tena leo.
Karibu.
Asante sana. Wacha nianze na kusema kwanza chama ni UDA, mpango ni bottom up. Na hivyo ndio tunaendelea namna hiyo. Wacha nianze na kusema hii nchi yetu, sisi kama wananchi wa hii nchi, we love this country na tunataka hii nchi kuwe na amani. That's why hatutaki viongozi wetu waangaishwe. Kwanza wacha niseme hivi, any leader seeking for any elective seat ako na haki kama presidential, ako na haki ya kutembea nchi mzima. Juzi tuliona Jakaranda, huyu jamaa anaitwa Hasla akirushiwa mawe na Azimio la mawe, na tunasema ni yao waliwarushia kwa sababu it cannot be a coincidence. Watu wachache wanajiform mali, wanasema hatutaki Asla, tunataka Babu, kumaanisha Babu was sent by Baba kuharibu mkutano ya naibu wa rais. Nimesikia mtu akisema William Ruto atavotiwa na nani? William Ruto atavotiwa na mtu kama mimi na Wakenya wengine wote ambao wako nyuma ya Asla Nation, na wanasema mpango tunaanza chini tukienda juu, na tuko na imani William Ruto atabadilisha economy ya nchi na atabadilisha mwenendo wa nchi. Hatutaendelea kuongozwa na watu ambao wametuonesha na wamedhihirisha their only form of living is dictatorship. Hakuna venye Jimmy Wangige leo anashikwa, court order inatoka inasema Jimmy Wangige asishikwe. Now they are going ahead, they are not respecting court orders. Hatuwezi ishi kwa nchi kama hii. Na tunataka kusema hivi,
inaonekana Andy katupwa nje na net, lakini naamini kwamba point yake he has made it and sitaki kuingilia masuala yake kwa sasa hivi kwa sababu ni mwanzo tu. Naomba tusonge mbele. Solomon Omondi, vipi?
Hello, Mr. Bernard. It is my first time to be around, so I'm trying to learn the rules of engagement here.
Okay.
I just heard some comments about the previous friend who has just left. So yes, let me follow as I learn the rules of the game. I will contribute later.
It's okay, Solomon. You're welcome, and we are glad that you made it. And let's keep talking. Pato.
Thank you.
Pato, how are you?
I'm fine.
Haya, naona leo DP kakutana akaenda Kibra.
Yes, I was there in fact.
Kurusha Mawe na Reli. Kunaendaje?
Waja nichukue hii fursa na wasalimie wote. Bwana asifiwe. Najua that's our trademark.
When did that become your trademark?
Obvious, you know my principle, akiingia kwa stage lazima aseme bwana asifiwe.
Anajua ameona Kasuti ameingia ndiye anakumbusha hiyo.
Freddy. Wacha Pato aongee tafadhali.
So today then it was so successful. And I think Kenyans have become more tolerant. Start from Karen. The meeting was so good. We came to Langata kwa kijiji, Southlands. The meeting was so good. We came to Kenyatta Market. The meeting was so good.
My friend Europe, when you stop organizing this war,
Bernard, ulinitoa kwa show kabla sijamaliza.
Don't accuse me for what I did not do. Okay?
What happened?
You are dropped out by the neck. I didn't do that. Now that you are back, relax. The person you found speaking should finish what he was saying. Then we will consider you to come in. You know that. All right?
All right.
Yeah, thank you. Mute your mic. It is Pato was making submission. And let us not interrupt somebody. If you want to interject, you lift your hand. I will see it and be able to pick on you if there is an opportune place for you to intercept. If you intercept somebody when it's in the middle of a sentence, what you're causing is confusion. The viewers will not be able to follow the conversation. And I also want you to bear with me. I'm on this show from the village. I had come to my village. And so the net here is not as strong. So sometimes I may be thrown out. I will come back until Temba can take over. So please let's cooperate. Let's cooperate.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Bernard. So I am I'm making my submission. So today event was so
Pato, your audio is off. Pato, you sort out your audio issues fast before you come back. Andy, you can conclude what you're saying.
Asante. I was talking of this government showing us kind of dictatorship. Executive imekuwa ni kama ndio ina rule every institution like judiciary, parliament. We have seen this in parliament, we have seen this in judiciary. They are wanaingilia kila institution, na hii inatuonesha hawataki amani hii nchi. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 si mbali. We have been talking of years. Sasa we are counting months. Na si ile kitu tunaomba William Samoei Ruto akichukua kiti ya presidency, tunaomba baba akubali matokeo mapema, kwa sababu nyinyi wenyewe mnajionea hii nchi inaendelea aje. Hatutaki hii nchi ipigane kwa sababu ya mtu mmoja. Huyu Honorable Raila Odinga ako na kura moja, wafuasi wake wako na kura moja. We are over 40 million Kenyans and what we want is peace, na tunataka kila mwananchi akitafuta kiti mahali popote, kiti yoyote yenye anataka apewe nafasi ya kutafuta nchi kura. Kama ni Bondo akwende huko, kama ni Meru akwende huko, azunguke Kenya mzima, apewe nafasi na ukitafuta kiti uza sera. Usijaribu kutuonesha ati mko na nguvu kuliko wengine. And I don't know where this country is heading to, kwa sababu
so Andy, ukisema this government, where are you living William Ruto? I thought William Ruto is still the deputy of the Republic of Kenya and is the deputy of the Kenyan executive as we are speaking right now.
I cannot speak of William Samoei Ruto being in government because the president and his brother isolated him many years ago. Na William Ruto ni mwanaume hawezi.
Andy, what you are saying is not accurate, and I've been with you on that before. and I don't want you to perpetuate it. If
No,
you
what
want,
do you
you
want
want
me
to,
to say?
if you want to condemn the government, you condemn the entire government from the
I
head
will
to
not
the
condemn
last
William
person,
Samoei
not to
Ruto kwa
look for
sababu
excuses.
no. Wacha nianze na electricity. Baba alisema electricity itapungua. Hii kitu ilipungua.
Kindly Bernard.
Huyu jamaa ako ndani ya serikali
Mwamburi,
alichukua nafasi ya William
kindly
Samoei
Bernard.
Ruto. Na sijui mbona mtu akifanya kampeni yake hivi anaambiwa ana demean president na watu wake. Mimi nauliza swali, mtu akitafuta kiti ya presidency anafaa kutafuta aje? Anafaa kuingia kwa watu vile William Samoei Ruto anaingia kwa watu, anatafuta kura na anauza sera zake. Si akitafuta kura ni shida, akienda mahali fulani ni shida, akienda sijui mahali fulani
Kupeana pesa.
if you cannot. Pesa gani? Kuna pesa zako amepeana bana? Pesa gani amepeana?
Andy, you are what are you telling us?
You have not heard what I'm saying.
DP is not the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
He's the deputy president, but his powers were reduced.
DP is a member of the Security Council.
Yes, he is.
So what are you saying that he's not part of the government?
How comes Matiang'i, who is the CS for anabehave ni kama yeye ndiye ako na powers. This guy was elected by the people of Kenya.
There is a lot of echoes.
Mwalimu, mute your mic. Please keep your mic mute. Or we get rid of you from this.
How kutakuwa aje na event mahali president mwenyewe anajua deputy president at attend a certain event, and you sent a cabinet secretary to represent you na atoe speech yako, na unaona deputy president ako hapo. Surely you know this intimidation, and we cannot take that. He is the deputy president of Kenya, you see. Na hii maneno itaita tu
Andy, the topic we are discussing is deputy president in Kibra today, okay? Meeting the people he has been calling Kurusha Mawe na Reli, okay? Hatuko hapa kuzungumza kuhusu Uhuru Kenyatta na serikali yake.
Kurusha Mawe ni kina nani?
Sawa. So wewe ndio nataka unifafanulie, kwa sababu your principle ndio msemi wa hayo.
You have told me that.
So kama hakuna Kurusha Mawe na hakuna Reli, basi
mimi nauliza, umeniambia
principle wako muongo basi.
Listen to me, commentator. Listen to me. Let me finish with my submission. Unaniambia William Samoei Ruto ameenda leo wakakutana na Kurusha Mawe. Nataka unifafanulie Kurusha Mawe ni kina nani? Kiwewe vile unanielezea.
Nimfafanulie Bernard. Mwamburi, wacha nimfafanulie.
Bwana Andy,
you want to tell me Kibra?
Hilo swali pereka mahali ambapo tunapaswa kujibiwa, sio la kwangu.
No, you want to tell me Kibra
kuna Kurusha Mawe na Reli?
Are you trying to tell me that Kibra?
Ask him to define for you who are stone throwers and who are really whatever, destroyers or pullers.
You want to tell me that Kibra ndio kuna Kurusha Mawe?
Your net is poor. I think I'll organize it and come back. Thank you.
Bernard.
Nani huyo? Bwana Roba, uko ready?
Sasa unaita Bwana Roba.
I'm in Bernard. I think Bernard is having a network problem. We'll wait patiently. At least we see. We'll get back.
Wacha nimalize Bwana Roba.
No, Robert, just go ahead. You are given your opportunity time. So Robert, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, I believe Andy had at least given us something, and we are on ahead.
I have not even finished my.
Andy, you are taking too much time. Let the others contribute. Robert.
Order.
Yeah, I see Ben. I see
Be
Ben is
patient,
back.
friend. Ukifika wakati wako nitakusikiza hata kama ni how many minutes nitakusikiza.
Order, Andy. Andy, I said your audio had been spoiled. You go and sort it first. You come back.
It was
Okay?
not mine.
And I don't want Eskliza. Usilete hasira kwa hii platform.
Sileti hasira, ni wewe ndio uko fair.
Ndio nakwambia, you stay in order or you go and do that from elsewhere. It is that simple.
Where is that? Where should I go?
And you get a better platform where you can go and vent your anger on.
I feel comfortable here.
You don't come on this platform and control what happens here.
Media.
Okay?
This is media.
You and speak when you are given a permission to speak. Andy, tusikosane mapema tafadhali. Stay in order or we kick you out. It is that simple. Thank you very much. Roba ni muda wako. Toa maoni yako tafadhali.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. It's not my first time on this platform, and I really appreciate such a chance. But I want to highlight some few things. I think this is a platform where we've always learned a lot in terms of politics and the development of the nation. But one thing I want to enlighten to our people is that we need to reason up. We need to behave maturely. There are some sentiments that when you want to bring out where people are, they tend to diminish who you are. They tend to explain much who you are. And maybe it can give us a picture of the person you support, how he looks like. So I would like that we at least uphold respect to the person running the show, because actually without his support and him being here, we will not get any chance. So let us just be orderly. If you're told to at least to halt for a minute, it is not a cause for an alarm, but just adhering to the set codes of conduct. Second, we need to have a turn taking. If someone is talking, at least we give him an ear, get to listen. There's a simple rule that says that respect, even if it is dirty, respect. And Bwana Bernard, I will advise that this being a public platform, be very careful. There are people who get in here with various intentions. Like I've seen Andy. I believe Andy never had a good intention. Maybe he had just to bring a picture. So thank you for that. Now I want to talk about the current situation. We have DP in Kibra and the other aspect. One, I want to say that we have, everyone has a right to buy. DP has a right to buy, equal right, the same as Raila has to buy. And we have to respect the aspect because we did not take chance to buy, maybe because of some reasons. Number two, Andy did say that DP is not in government. It's really laughable. It's scanning, and I don't know how I can describe this for those who are in. Sorry, Bernard is not in. If we say DP is not in government, who is enjoying the government most in terms of security? Actually, today I was in Kibra. I work somewhere called Adams, and the DP passed there, and he made a stop over there. If you could check the kind of security that DP had, it tells you. So if Andy comes, someone says that DP is not in government. Sorry, Bernard, your way. But I was trying to clarify the fact that Peter was contradicting that DP is not in government. And a good example today, I work in a place called Adams, and today he was passing by, and he made a stopover at a place called Toy Market. If you check in terms of security, who is enjoying the most? DP. And why? Because he's the second in command, he's in government. So we have to bring a sentiment that you can substantiate, you can defend. So what we have to say, DP is in government. Second thing, this is politics. This is not preaching in church. So whoever thinks that whatever is happening in Kenya is a gospel being preached in church, it is nothing like that. It is a politics. It is a political error. So each and every person has to play the cards well. But third to that, before I get down, maybe Bernard, you'll pardon me before I get to down, but I'm going there. There has been a gap between DP and president. just because he's trying to display that he's capable. For all of us who are close to politics, and I believe all of us, we know the rules of power. So if you want to start outshining your master and you want to show him that you know more than him, what DP Ruto is doing is trying to outshine Uhuru. And who is the first in command is Uhuru. So when you try to outshine your master, then you get whatever you deserve. And that is why in Kenyan history, I've never seen, since I started loving politics, I've never seen a DP picking it one-on-one with the first in command. And that is why Ruto is where he is. He's failing to understand that you do not have to outshine your master publicly. So if there's a gap, we should not be blamed. Any other person should not be blamed, but DP should be. Is the causal factor, he needs to bear all the consequences. Now coming to the current, I call it the current, let me use it as a current norm in DP Ruto's campaign. Ruto must state that the moment he began campaigning within Nairobi, I don't know whether this one was an advice from who, that this will be the best way to campaign, that wale warusha mawe. Actually, what Bernard is saying is true. Every time you happen to watch news, he has to use that term, not minding that the people he's addressing are who? These are voters. So we have to say that Ruto has gone high shoulder. He believes so much in himself. And they normally say that if you believe in yourself so much, you get to ruin it. He has gone out of his way. When you check a leader on how he articulates his words, his sentiments in a public display, it tells you what this guy is. Why do you go to a crowd where we have all tribes? Then you say Warusha Mawe. And today it was a toy market. And you see him saying, no, awati wa Kurusha Mawe. And he was there. So I think getting back to the electorates, we have been, this time people are very calm. People are very good. They have realized what needs to be done. You don't need to at least cause war. Let the leader come, listen to him, get the agenda. If no agenda, it is only Warusha Mawe, take that, go home. But I want to say in this platform that DP Ruto is losing it. Why? Because he has lost his temper. That is one thing. In politics, you don't keep anything personal. But it seems that DP Ruto has kept everything personal. Even if Uhuru is up to go home, you don't need to show him all that Ruto is trying to show to Uhuru. Even if you are campaigning, campaign currently is like two guys lobbying for one beautiful lady. And let me use this example. If you go to tarnish another person's name, that you see, you see Nash here. Nash is pretending that he loves you. Nash is a thief. It is when you are building these things. So Ruto is picking a very odd trait. He's picking a very wrong line by going to at least diminish even the people who are intending to vote for him. He needs to change this tactic and employ a better tactic. But on the side of citizens, I want to say that we have changed. It is not like in the previous times, people get to listen to you and they go home. Whatever happened in Jacaranda, the person who caused this was Ruto and the team. How do you go to address a team and then you start saying that Akuna Kurusha Mawe? So it is, you are driving their mind into whatever they were not supposed to do. Huh?
Okay,
I'm not even
Robert,
up to
conclude, your time is running out.
Yeah. So I just want to say that politics has just begun. We haven't got into the real part of politics. We have to expect a lot. But I want to say that the tension is coming. We need to bear it with it as a citizen, and let it not cause some personal issues within us or amongst us. Let the politicians drive their wheel. Let them bring the agenda. You as a person, you know where your vote is. But when something is wrong, we have a right as citizens. No one is a visitor in this country. We have a right to claim it. It is wrong. So thank you, Bernard. for your time. I'll get back later.
Okay, thank you, Robert. We appreciate your observation and contribution. I want us to remain civil, even on the comment section. Everybody keep your mic mute, please. Don't unmute your mic until it's your turn to speak. And you only get that turn when you have been appointed or pinpointed to speak. Your mic being on causes an echo and a distortion to the audio when another person speaks. That is why the standing order are keep your mic, it's your turn to speak. Now, I'm saying everybody should remain civil, especially on the comment section. If you agree with what we are doing here, please support it. If you don't, you are free not to support it. You are free even not to listen to it. We are in a free country where everybody is free to express themselves. It is bad manners to come on somebody's platform, and when you get to the platform, you want to take over. You can't come to my house or a new place and then you want to run the show. It doesn't work that way. So everybody must stay in order and everything must be done orderly. That's what I know. That's what I do. My moderation is not between UDA and ODM. My moderation is between what politicians have said and what is true. That is what I moderate here. So if you want me to balance between UDA and ODM, you are judging me using a wrong marking scheme. If you bring anything here, we're going to pin you down. You prove it by evidence. If you can't prove it with evidence, you will be venting your anger for nothing. And you want me to bow to that? I will not. So let us all make it clear. If you have any claim to make it, substantiate it, we move forward. But if you're here to complain who was sidelined from the government or which government is doing what, that is not the purpose of this platform. This platform is here to ensure that every Kenyan gets the right information in weighing what the politicians are saying and what is real and where are we going as a country. So if that's not the reason why you want to be part of this platform, then you're free to exercise your democratic right elsewhere. Thank you very much. Now, we are moving forward. I want us to hear from Kibra. Is it Samuel or Saud? Kiblangat, you are behind the scene. I can't see your face, and it's also against the standing orders, except you have a special reason why you must stay behind the curtain. Kiblangat. Okay, it seems you're not there.
Hello, Bernard.
Yes, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, is it that my audio is delaying or your response?
I think it is the audio. Let me just fix it. Maybe we can move to the next person.
No. I can get you clearly now. I can get you clearly. I want you to make your submission, please. Let's mind time. And the less you speak, the better in terms of the net that is hosting is not very strong. So it can throw you out or throw me out. That's why I want everybody to share as fast as possible. Thank you. Kiblangat, you are mute. Oh God. Okay, let's go to Nash.
Hello, guys. I think you are doing fine, all of you.
Yes, you are good. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you. Now, naona leo ni kuhusu watu wa kung'oa reli na kurusha mawe wametembelewa. I thank God wamebehave well. And I think they are proving something wrong. Hii scenario imekuwa ikiendelezwa kwamba watu fulani ni wa kurusha mawe na watu fulani ni wa kung'oa reli. Now, I think Deputy President anafanya kitu anajua, anafanya intentionally. Imefika pale, it's like agenda zake zimefika mwisho. Now he's trying to drive a narrative, na hii narrative yenye ana drive, he's trying to go, anaenda zile places zenye anajua atafanyiwa kitu. Like leo nilikuwa kwa site fulani, chama cha UDA kimeandikia president barua ya kulalamika venye wanafanywa na chama cha ODM. And I was like, were they supposed to write for the president that letter, ama ilifaa waandike hiyo barua kwa IBC? And again, how does the president come into this? Au ni maswali nafaa tujiulize. Ni kwa nini anachuzi kwenda kwa hizo places? And I think since deputy president aanzishe campaigns zake, apart from the opening rally yenye alikuwa nayo, was it in where?
Nash,
yeah,
just a minute.
Yes. Yeah.
There are no places anybody's banned from going.
Yeah. Exactly what I'm trying to say.
Those places? Yes.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is, deputy president ni kama ameishiwa na ideas. Now ana try kudrive perception fulani kwamba anaonewa kila mahali akienda narushiwa mawe. Na these places it's like amezimark, anajua nikienda hapa lazima watu watani echo, lazima watu watanirushia mawe. You see, ni kama kuna kitu fulani anajaribu kudrive into the minds of Kenyans, waamini kwamba kuna watu fulani ama kuna mahali fulani akienda lazima kuna kitu fulani kitatokea. That's what I mean. Like unajua president, deputy president since aanze campaigns zake, I think hajai kuwa na open rally yenye ameenda kwa field na kafili watu wakajaa, apart from kama anataka kwenda, tuseme example ni kama hapa Mombasa, mimi sijai muona ameita watu kama Tononoka ground ama awaite kama Likoni ground, watu wakuja hapo wamsikilize. Kitu anafanya ni kukuja afike hapo town, akos jam, watu wajae, awa address, atoke aende zake. And hii yenye analalamika amerushiwa mawe juzi, I think it was the first time anaenda kwa open place, na mtu mwenye anaangalia vizuri, hii rally imeanza kuwekewa vitu zenye hazikuwa. Before hata rally ianze, kulikuwa na picha ina go around, ilikuwa imepostiwa na Itumbi, wamepost clip yenye watu wameshona uwanja only to kufuatilia ile picha, ikaonekana walitoa tu mahali fulani wakakuja wakaposta hapo. And the picture, to make things worse, the picture ilipostiwa before even the rally could start. You see? Now, me on my side, naona huyu jamaa amefika point yenye anaona hii kitu imekuwa ngumu. Now nianze kuenda sehemu fulani zenye ninajua nitafanyiwa kitu fulani, ndio nianze kulia watu wa reason na mimi, to the point ya kufika mpaka kuandika barua kwa president, na barua ni kitu yenye angeandikia IBC kuilalamikia. Naona kwa hiyo barua amepoint hizo places mpaka akajisahau, akapoint ile yenye Mwaura alikos watu wakarushia, watu wakapigana huko, naye anasema ni ODM. How does ODM inaweza enda central sehemu kama Kiambu kuorganize mtu kurushiwa mawe surely? So mimi naona huyu jamaa na kuna kitu fulani mimi inanishinda na mtu yoyote mwenye ana support UDA. Why watu ni kwa nini wanakuwa na hasira? Azin unapata mtu tu ako na hasira, hamwezi ongea na yeye akusikilize umpatie points zako. Unapata ni mse ako na hasira, ni kama now I begin to believe kwamba ukisupport deputy president kuna mbegu fulani ama kuna spirit fulani inaingia kwako ya hasira. Juu hao watu unaona anaongea na an issue lakini ako na hasira imepanda, asivu ni kama amelazimishwa kukua mahali inafaa asikue.
It's okay, so Nash, malizia tafadhali tusonge kwa mwingine.
Okay, thank you. I think inafaa to understand. Unajua kulose, the guy has used a lot of money, na unaona hiyo pesa anapiga darubini mbele, anaona hakuna venye hiyo pesa yake inaenda kukua recovered, so hasira lazima ikue. So me I think we need to understand him from there.
Mingi tafadhali.
But the guy has been giving out money. Hiyo si speculation.
Captain anasema hata hajaanza kutoa. Wacha hizi mmeona. Helen
Oh really?
After February.
Oh, good for him. Then mwambie aache hasira. Mwambie aache hasira.
Sawa sawa.
Okay, thank you.
Usijali. Thank you. Mwalimu vipi? Mwalimu, toa maoni yako tafadhali. Songe mbele.
Asante sana, ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuingia kwa platform, na nitangulie kusema siasa ya Kenya sahihi ni kama ni kupakana matope, kwa sababu ukiangalia kama UDA venye wanaenda kila mahali, wakienda wakifanywa tu mambo fulani hivi utasikia wanataja ODM. Na pia ODM ukiangalia zile ajenda zao wakitoa mara nyingi
mwalimu pole, network yako imekataa. Okay, naomba turudi kwa Pato kisha tuende kwa Mkenya. Pato upo?
Niko. Bernard niko.
Endelea, toa maoni yako tafadhali kwa haraka iwezekanavyo. And then just a moment, mute kwanza. There are those who are asking kwa nini watu wako wachache kwa studio na wanapata notification kwamba studio imejaa. Ni kweli kwamba studio imejaa kwa sababu kuna watu wengi kwa line wanasubiri kuongezwa, na sitaki kuongeza full capacity kwa sababu the net I'm using is not strong to sustain everybody in the studio. So we'll use the available means to sustain the program other than frustrate the viewership by always, hanging out. So bear with us. Hata wale wako kwa line mtasubiri kiasi ndio tutaongeza baadaye. Thank you. Pato, endelea. Unmute your mic.
Okay, wacha nishukuru kwa hii nafasi. Agenda ya leo ni DP well receiving Kibra, watu wa kurusha mawe na kung'oa Reli, Bbi Proceedings at the Supreme Court. Wacha niseme kinagaubaga kuwa leo mkutano wa leo kumeenda vizuri, and I want to congratulate the local leaders across the divide line, across the political line. Wacha nishukuru Imran wa Kibra, nishukuru Arati wa Dagoretti North, na nishukuru timu Wanyonyi wa Westland. I think all this fracas yote imekuwa ikiendelea. I think from today nimejua I will not sitakuwa na blame the bigger person like Raila Odinga ama William Ruto, na blame these small fishes like the local leaders, because there is that kind of kushow up kuonyesha ako na muscle ya kisiasa pale chini, lakini at the end of the day anaonyeshana picha mbaya kwa chama yake, ama anaonyeshana picha yake kwa the rest of the Kenyans. I want to say that today meeting was very peaceful. The expectation was pale Kibra, maybe naweza sema haikujaa hiyo kiwanja to the capacity, because watu walikuwa wanahofia kutakuwa na rapture, lakini the meeting went on vizuri. I want to say as a Kenya, if we want to bring peace, let's not tolerate the utterances which have been made or which has happened hapo nyuma. Even what happened in Jacaranda ni vitu yenye hatutakuwa tukisema William Ruto alipanga ama Raila Odinga alipanga. Tunaweza sema tu tukipata maneno kama haya tukemee, and that is the society we want to embrace. Let mtu yote mwenye anaomba kura ya MCA, ya ubunge, ya governor, all the way to president, let's welcome them to sell their manifesto to the people. And if you want to vote out that person, you just exercise your right in the ballot. I'm very happy to see, I'll be the happy man to see William Ruto will not get anything in Babu Owino's stronghold, which is Embakasi East constituency. I will be happy to see that William Ruto gets 0 votes there. That is the time tutaona kweli that was the true revelation. But ifikapo pahali tutaona vote itaenda vile itakuwa, so tutakuwa na nafasi nyingine ya kusema the majority wamepita and the minority have their say. So mimi kulingana na siasa ya saizi, wacha kila mtu auze sera, lakini you are the one to decide, or you are the one to vote out that person kama agenda zake si haijakufurahisha ama ijengi maisha yako. Tusikuwe na hii ya kusema kuna bedroom yangu hapa na bedroom yangu pale. Hiyo ni hisia ya kuwauzia Wakenya wengine wenye watateka advantage ya kuleta rapture na maneno zingine yenye hatutaipenda. We don't want to go to that direction of 2007. We don't want to go to direction of 2013. We don't want to go to direction of 2017. We want to go direction of peaceful election, which everyone will be okay with the results, everyone will be okay with the outcomes. Kwa saizi najua William Ruto amesunguka, na wacha niambie Nash amesahau kuambia sisi. Aliona mkutano kubwa pale Eldoret, akaona mkutano kubwa pale Bomet, akaona mkutano kubwa pale Kericho, na tutakuwa na mkutano kubwa Nairobi, na tutakuwa na mkutano kubwa Kenya mzima. In fact, campaign haijaanza officially. Now you know the dates of a campaign, pale IBC wata announce siku za campaign. So tulia, hii tu ni tuna curtain raise the field. Hata wale wenye unaona watu bado tuna test mic. William Ruto akona mpango. You see today ameenda mkutano kama 7, 8, you know. You want to formalize to the people of Kenya. Kilele bado hata pesa bado atafungulia. Tutafungua sana na utakuwa lucky pale Mombasa. Kama uko Mombasa utakuja mpaka kwako. If you will be lucky utapata yako. Yes, so ujipange ukule pesa ya DP na ujue kura ni siri. So don't worry about money. You just be worried. We are worried about the agendas which we will be selling to Kenya. So if you want to vote out William Ruto, you just exercise on ballot, and we are peaceful people. We have an agenda. We have a party, and our party is that as good as ODM. It is a national party, which is it is the biggest party in Africa, followed by ODM, which is biggest party in Kenya only. So sisi watu ya UDA agenda yetu it is impressed beyond the boundaries. It is beyond the boundaries. Even the bottom up approach, it has been embraced outside Africa, which is United States of America, which has been proven by the current president of United States of America, the bottom up approach. So I want to tell you, we have the best approach to Kenya.
Wacha Alex yaongee kuhusu United States of America. When you are in Kenya.
Fred, you're out of order.
Alex
Fred,
atakwambia
you've
hiyo
just
story.
arrived and you're out of order. No, hold on, please. Pato.
Wacha nimalizie. My good friend.
Sikiliza Pato.
My
Ngoja
good friend.
Pato.
My good friend.
Pato, you're saying some things you want to get away with. You will not get away with them. Right?
You know, I know all the time I am in the studio. There is so many hecklers behind the scene.
It is
but,
not hecklers. It is a matter of you substantiating what you are saying.
Well, you people, you are not new in Jerusalem. You know, I will take you around. And you will not get an answer. So I'm a politician. So I want to tell you people, you just be patient. We will be holding a big rally in Nairobi. We have just formularized
I will not give you a chance on this platform to do your politics if you don't want to substantiate what you're saying.
What now?
There are platforms for politicking, that is your rallies. But here we want to give substance to the people that are watching so that they understand where Kenya is coming from and where Kenya is going. But kama uko hapa kutuzungusha, basi sisi hatutaki kukuzungusha, tunataka tu kukuweka quarantine, ukae hapo ukichoka.
Ben.
Yes.
Ben.
Yes.
Kama utaniuliza maswali, sasa nitakusubstantiate what? Nimesema
nimekuuliza model gani inatumika America sasa hivi?
Ni trickle down
economic
but
model.
wameanza ku embrace the bottom up approach after this after nani aingie sasa Joe Biden.
Alex, hebu ongea na Pato.
No, I mean, it will be, I think sometimes, no, Pato, I mean, there's nothing I'll tell you. I mean, it will be lowering my dignity to start debating with you. That's the truth. Mada ya leo ni kuwa deputy president ameita watu fulani, wale watu wa kung'oa reli, wale watu wa kurusha mawe, wale watu wa treason, wale watu hawakubali matokeo. Hiyo ndio mada ya leo. Na iko watu kweli kabisa wanaenda round. They don't want to say hao watu ndio leo ameenda kuona. You know, it's an abuse that needs an apology from the deputy president, not from William Ruto, from the office of the deputy president. You cannot lead a country whereby you have labeled a section of people that they are these characters. It's a given understanding that he has segregated them. So what the DP is doing, he has realized how badly he's doing, the mistakes he has made. Now anakimbia huko for PR so that to resuscitate his own mistakes. But he's not going to get what he thinks he's going to get. Watu wa Kibra are not going to throw the DP Mawe. That is one thing we know. Secondly, Watu wa Kibra, they are going to behave in the best way. He is not going to provoke people so that they can behave the way he provoked people in Jacaranda. His own words actually should be impeachable. You cannot take a section of people because Watu wa kungoa Reli, we knew he was talking Watu wa Kibra, and today he runs there. So I think kwa wale watu wako UDA, they don't need to tell us more about the DP. They need to tell us kwa nini anaita watu wa Kenya ati ni watu wa kungoa Reli, ni watu wa kurusha mawe, watu hawakubali matokeo. Ye mwenyewe is on the record kukataa matokeo ya 2007. Kwani everybody knows the guy was in the front line. He was no Pato, weka hiyo mkono wako chini bana. Because we are not debating with you. Kwa sababu umesema utatupeleka round and round. And we are not here to go round and round. We are here to debate. Wewe mwenyewe umesema unatupeleka round and round. So we can't debate with you. So, but if you want to debate, it's okay. But if you want to take us round and round, that's wrong. You can't debate here. So DP should answer, hawa watu ni wagani? Hawa watu kwa nini anawaweka kando hivyo? Na akona sera gani na hawa watu? Atuambie sera yake alipoenda huko ni kuwapea mawe, ni kuambia wangoe Reli. Sera yake ilikuwa gani ya kuenda huko? Tunataka kujua alienda kufanya huko nini.
Kwa sababu kazi ni kazi. Hata kungoa Reli.
So hiyo ndio tunataka kujua kwa watu wa UDA. Waache kuiba neno jingi. Yeye anajua watu waliambia hivyo. Ameenda kuwa visit leo. Ni mawe aliwapelekea. Ni Reli alienda kuonyesha vile inagolewa. Sasa tunataka kujua ameenda kufanya huko nini. That's all we want. Thank you.
Pato, kama una la kusema na kupatia nusu dakika.
Okay.
30 seconds.
Alex, nimeshukuru sana sababu sisi kama watu wa UDA the only person who is we have been asking to term what has been happening in Kenya, it is just one person. So na tujawahi sema ni kabila fulani. We have not we have not narrowed down. In Kibra, it is a cosmopolitan place. Pale Jacaranda is a cosmopolitan place. You can get even the all utapata kabila zote wanaishi pale. Na being cosmopolitan place, unaweza pata hata wenye walirusha mawe ni kutoka ile supporters, watu wenye unakinisia kuwa ni wandani wa Deputy President. So pale ni kutumiwa vibaya, kupewa shilingi 2, kupewa shilingi 5, kulete furugu. So there is nobody in this country, ama hakuna mtu kwa hii Kenya yenye tunajua wanarusha mawe. Ni wale tu wanakuja pale, maybe na anaweza kuwa ni brother wangu. So tunasema tusitumie vijana wetu kulete wasama kwa siasa yenye inaendelea kwa saizi. So ni mtu mmoja tu huwa tunafuatilia kusema is the best people watupatie majibu ni William Ruto na Raila Odinga, sababu ni farasi ni wawili. So wale wengine wote wenye tuko nao tunashindana na hawa, tuweke sera mbele na tuache maneno ya kutumia vijana. So that is what I would love to say. So otherwise you people tuishi na amani, sababu hiyo maneno ya kurusha mawe tumeona it is not working. Hata nyinyi pia mumeona it is not working, because pale Jacaranda before even Ruto kuongea kulikuwa na mkutano mara 3.
Your half a minute is finished. Thank you. Your half a minute is done. Thank you very much. Naomba tuende kwa Nash, what is it?
Nasikia Pato amenitaja mpaka ameniambia when deputy president anakuja Mombasa nitakuwa tayari kukula pesa. Nasema kwanza kabisa Pato, ninakukaribisha, utalala kwangu, utakula kwangu, hakuna problem. Mimi sitaki pesa za laana. Na kitu kingine yenye nilikuwa nataka kuclarify ni wakati unasema DP amekuwa na mega rallies. What I meant, DP hajakuwa na mega rallies out of Rift Valley akajaza uwanja. Hizi sehemu zingine huwa anaenda ana cause jam, watu wanajaa, anawa address na anaenda zake. That's what I meant. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Stony PK, I've seen you, but utasubiri hapo kiasi because full capacity haiwezekani leo. I'm coming to you live from Navajo constituency in Kakamega County, and the network here needs to be boosted. I think Oparanya has worked well on the road, but not on the airwaves. So subiri hapo hapo tutakuja kwako baadaye after a while. Mkenya upo? Mkenya? Okay, kama Mkenya hayupo basi angatuliwe ndio Sonia aingie. Nani huyu mwingine? Chei. How are you, Chei?
I'm very good, Bernard. I've been away for a week,
yes,
but I'm back.
I think you've been researching. Now you are you're free to offload.
No, I was not researching. I was just picking some money from UDA rallies. Now I'm sorted. But this is it.
Okay.
This is it that we are here back to talk about the issue for the deputy president. Of course, Alex has said a very important thing that we need to distinguish between William Samoei Ruto and the person of the deputy president, because William Samoei Ruto, as the deputy president, is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. And then we have William Samoei Ruto, who is UDA's presidential candidate. Now, when the deputy president, using government resources, calls some quarters of this nation as Watu, Kurusha Mawe, that, in my opinion, is direct incitement. Because what happened is that in Kenya, we have politics of retaliation. That in case there is violence today in Kisumu, the people or Kenyans around Kisumu are going to associate that violence to a specific community. And when they're doing the retaliation, then retaliation shall be direct towards a particular group of people. And that is incitement. That is to put the lives of people in danger. And one thing that is so clear, or a pattern that is so clear, when the deputy president was in Bomet and there was violence in his meeting, he didn't term that as Watu, Kurusha Mawe. He kept quiet about it. In fact, the letter the deputy president has written to Uhuru Kenyatta, he has strategically omitted the violence that was in Bomet. And when the deputy president gets to Embakasi, where the area MP is of a particular community, he resorts to Watu, Kurusha Mawe. When he gets to Nairobi, and in particular constituencies that is dominated by people from a particular tribe, he then resorts to the issue of Kurusha Mawe. So basically, when you're talking about the issue of deputy president calling a section of Kenyans as Kurusha Mawe, in my opinion, the deputy president is referring to Luos, because the pattern is so clear that when he's in Rift Valley, he doesn't talk about Watu, Kurusha Mawe, yet we have seen violence. When he's in Central, he doesn't talk about Watu, Kurusha Mawe, yet we have seen violence. We've seen violence in Central. So it appears to me that when the deputy president is in a constituent that is dominated by a section of a particular tribe, then he resorts to the issue of Watu, Kurusha Mawe, and specifically those are Luos. The same way the deputy president has referred to Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula as Watu Kumbe Kumbe. You will not want to associate Watu Kumbe Kumbe to Hassan Ejo. It is common knowledge that Watu Kumbe Kumbe is referring to Luyas. When he talks about the issue of Watu Kukaa Kolami, if you've been in Kenyan politics, you know that Kalonzo is referring to Kalonzo Musyoka. If someone told you about watermelon today in Kenyan politics, you actually to resort to associate that to Kalonzo Musyoka. So in my opinion, what Kurusha Mawe, but the deputy president, refers to a section of people, in particular the Luos, and that is incitement. And it lowers the threshold of who should be a deputy president. The person who should actually be helping his president to be a symbol of national unity has resorted to be a symbol of division. And that is very unfortunate. I wanted also to say that I said on this platform some time back that the deputy president is going to reach to a point where he will sense defeat. And once he senses defeat, he's going to change tactic. And the tactic right now is the deputy president is trying to lay a ground onto which to reject the 2022 presidential outcome, basing his argument that government bureaucracies used state violence to actually defeat his democratic right to campaign as a UDA candidate. And he's going to use that theory to get into government, because there's no way the deputy president is going to win election, whether in 2022, 2027, or 2032, without getting into peace accord with what you call the deep state. That is our policies, and that is what it is. But there is something you said that I wanted to refute on this platform on the issue of Joe Biden coming in and saying that now that he's buying into the idea of the deputy president or vice versa. You see, when you look at the political climate, or in terms of the kind of climate that is in US, and Alex is on this platform, you cannot compare it to what is in Kenya. When Joe Biden is talking about bottom-up economic approach in USA, he knows that there are resources and facilities and infrastructure in the USA that can actually accommodate bottom-up economic level. Like in terms of education level of the Americans, you can't compare the education infrastructure in America to what is in Kenya here. We have 7.8 million Kenyans who are going to vote in 2022 who are totally illiterate. So when you talk about the bottom-up economic model in USA, don't actually import that as a whole concept and paste in Kenya. It is not going to apply. Finally, and this is my last submission, I'm submitting on this platform that we must condemn violence, irrespective of who is propagating it. The violence in Embakasi was the most unfortunate thing that would have happened. We condemn it to in the strongest words possible. But it defeats sense that the deputy president, him being a victim of that violence that was in Embakasi, investigated who the causes of that violence were, and he blames it on ODM. Funny enough, when he writes this letter to the president, he omits the people he purports to have caused the violence. I thought it was enough or justice to him. If he believes in what he's saying, he was to write a letter to ODM and let ODM respond to it. Omitting ODM, then he changes the entire thing to a political game, because you have to mention ODM and give ODM a chance to respond. But omitting them, at the same time accusing them of being perpetrators of violence, defeats sense.
Okay, thank you, Chei, for putting the record clear. I believe that's clear enough for anybody to follow. And we must all stand on the right side of history by ensuring that we condemn what must be condemned and support what needs to be supported. Those of you that are joining us on the comment section, please let us remain civil. Let's not call each other names. It is important that we understand that Kenya ni moja, alafu sisi sote tuna haki ya kuwa mahala popote hapa Kenya na kuendeleza wema wa nchi na maendeleo yake. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tujifunze kuishi pamoja kwa amani. So hakuna haja ya kumtusi yeyote, elewa tu ama fuata majadiliano. Kama una mchango, changia, lakini usimtusi mtu yeyote. Ni muhimu kwa hivyo. Alafu nataka sasa inaeleza kwamba ni studio hatuwezi weka full capacity. Niko kijiji, kwa hivyo neti ya huko sio strong kubeba kila mtu, na nikijaza alafu natupwa nje, kurejea itakuwa ngoma, kwa sababu sina mtu wa back office hapa. Themba hajafika, Wekesa hayupo, mtabaki hapa alafu mtajiongelesha na mimi nimefungiwa nje. Sasa itakuwa ngoma ingine hapa kali sana. Kwa hivyo mnielewe tu, Na kama umemaliza kutoa maoni yako, naomba utoke ili uache nafasi ya wengine kuingia. So ukijaribu kuingia upate studio is full na unahesabu watu, unaona sio 10, sio vile. Kuna watu hapa chini wamesubiri kuongezwa, na mpaka waongezwe ndio wa create nafasi ya wewe kuingia. Lakini tuendelee kusupport Mtembei TV na kuhakikisha kwamba tunaendelea kuwaletea habari hii na majadiliano haya kutoka pembe yote ya nchi. Kwa hivyo samahani, jana kulikuwa na show lakini ilianza imechelewa, so leo nimejaribu kuanza mapema, alafu Themba atakuja kuendeleza baadaye. Tunazungumzia kuhusu DP akiwa Kibra, akakutana na wale watu wanaita warusha mawe na wang'oa reli. Na kumbuka, ukisoma mada, naomba uisome vizuri, imewekwa kwa mapano. Hiyo inamaanisha kuna maana fiche ambayo tunafafanua. So usije hapa na hasira na kwanza kujaribu kutetea mambo ambayo unaona ni wazi ni wrong, na hakuna haja hiyo. Thank you very much. I want us to hear Fred and then Honorable Mbundi, then we'll go to Stony PK. Fred, karibu.
Hey. huwa hayawi mwishowe yamekuwa. Hamjambo nyote. Mimi kwa nini umeruhusu Pato atoroke? Na alikuwa ametuambia hapa yeye anatoka kwa chama kubwa sijui East and Central Africa.
Yupo kwa platform, endelea tu kumwongelesha, ako huko kwa comments, atasikiza.
Niko na uhakika hapo, wacha nimsupport kwa sababu hiyo tu ndio chama kubwa ya mtu anaitwa Museveni Uganda. So yellow fever haijatoka Kenya. Yellow fever imemigrate from Uganda imefika Kenya. So congratulations kwa kujua ya kwamba it is big party ambayo ni ya watu wakatili, watu ambao hawakubalingi, watu ambao hawawezi waka-embrace unity. So it is big party, we know that one. Immigrated from Uganda to Kenya. Kitu cha pili, ningetaka kuambia Pato ya kwamba hii historia yao wanatushinda wakituambia hapa bottom up. Even Pato himself ako sure 100% hawezi akadivine the word bottoms up unless I divine in another language, ile ambayo yenye hatutaki kutaja hapa, mtasema tunatumia lugha mbaya. Only that he can divine that one, na anaweza fika tu hapo, because they cannot. Kama TP mwenyewe hawezi akadivine, who are you? Wewe utakuja aje kwanza kutuambia hapa story na bottom up, na ili hali mwenye slogan mwenyewe hajui maana yake. Wataanza kukuambia ni sijui tuanzie hapo chini, sijui tufanye nini. Okay, it's well, hiyo inakubalika, hiyo ni yao. Wacha sasa nirudi hapa kwa hii mada hii. Mimi nataka kuambia Pato hivi, my Bible tells me that I will not die, but I will live to declare the goodness of the Lord in the land of living. Siwezi nikahama Azimio, bali nitaishi na nishuhudie matendo makuu ambayo Baba atafanya katika nchi ya Kenya kwa miaka 5 ijayo. Take that one to the bank, and that is the Bible. If you want to challenge that one, ukuje na yako. Nimemaliza. Hii story ya kuambia watu wewe unakuja hapa yani kwa Kiluya Bena tunajua tunasemanga ukisikia inabweka imefinywa. Ukisikia tu inabweka, kama wewe ni mfukaji mzuri, uko na umbwa, uko na kondoo, uko na mbuzi, uko na ng'ombe, kaanza asaza kulima kama sisi. Kuanga tunasema ukisikia ndume inaanza kuhara, inahara tu bila mpangilio, ujue hiyo imefika kwa kitira. Masai anaita kitira. Yaani ile shamba ngumu kabisa wakati unalima. Pengine mvua ilinyesha kidogo lakini haikufika chini. Sasa ukiona inaanza kuharahara ovyo ovyo, unajua imefikia mahali pasito, inasikia uzito. Sasa hii story ya mouth diarrhea ya watu wa yellow fever, hii mouth diarrhea yao wamesikia uzito, kwa sababu siasa ya Nairobi inaplayanga very differently. Wewe unajua watu wa Eastlando, watu wa Eastlando vile wana behave. Eastlando huwezi ukaingia tu huko vile ambavyo unafikiria. Eastlando huwezi ukaenda huko tu uka from nowhere alafu una pop in alafu una expect utasikizwa. Hakuna, hiyo haiwezekani. Watu wa Eastlando na watu wa West Nairobi wanafanyaga mambo yao tofauti kabisa. Sasa wewe unaenda huko ni wapi? Kuko na Mathare North, kuko na Huruma, kuko na nini, kuko na Embakasi South na kuko na Embakasi East. Hao ni watu ambao ukienda pale na hao vijana wenye mnaenda mkisema hao vijana mnatumia, kumbuka kuna vijana wa hiyo area. Si mnaenda mkiaddress vijana. Sasa iweje, imekuwaje wewe unaferi vijana wengine kutoka mahali fulani, unataka kuwaleta huku na unataka wadominate area ambayo sio yao? Ni nini una expect? Hiyo ni unavuka kitu. Sasa saa ile vijana wanaleta shida, wana collide wenyewe hapo, mnaanza kusema ati kwa sababu vijana wanasema ya kwamba vile unalipa hao wengine kuwabeba kuwatoa kule, umewaleta huku na sisi mwetuona tuko hapa, kwa nini usitulipe pia sisi hiyo pesa na tuko hapa? It was their right, walikuwa wana demand kile kilicho chao, kwa sababu wewe huwezi ukabeba watu wengine watoe mahali fulani kaunti ingine ama place ingine ukuje kwa sababu hakuna mtu alikuwa anakusikize, hakuna mtu angeattend mkutano yao, kwa sababu ukiangalia hiyo that crowd watu walikuwa wako shughuli zao, hakuna mtu alikuwa amebother kana kwamba kuna mtu amekuja hapa. Na isitoshe ukienda mahali kuna uongozi wa hiyo area, wewe una assume unataka tu kuingia kwa boma ya mtu bila hodi, alafu una expect utakaribishwa na nani? Hiyo tunaongea kuhusu mambo na Jacaranda. Mark my words, wamesahau ya kwamba wao tu ndio walienda wakamwaka kinyesi hiyo Jacaranda hiyo, na bado hiyo machungu watu bado wako nayo. Wao ndio walienda wakamwaka kinyesi in order to prevent baba asihold mkutano pale, na kweli kulifanyika vile kulifanyika. Sasa wao wanajua vizuri kabisa vile nani amesema hapa, huyu mtu anajaribu kuenda zile ngome, anajua ya kwamba anataka afanyiwe jambo ndio ikuwe kisingizio, aseme si mumeona, si wakafanya, kwa sababu anasema kazi ni kazi. Vile Alex ameuliza, ameenda Kibra kuambia kazi ni kazi, tuendelee kung'oa reli, tuendelee kurusha mawe, ama amewapelekea wheelbarrow ili wakienda kwa mikutano wabebe nayo mawe, kwa sababu hiyo itakuwa rahisi kumwaka kwa wheelbarrow, tusukume twende.
Tamatisha Fred.
Wacha nisiongee vibaya, kwa sababu najua uko kijijini. Ungekuwa Nairobi ningelete shida sana, kwa sababu wewe imefika saa hii watu wa UDA watu wa yellow fever unawapatia liwe kubwa sana, wanatuleke hapa. Sasa ikifika kwetu sisi unatupea dakika mbili. Nani nimeona Mtembea amekuja, atakupaka up. Sasa wacha tuongee, Mtembea amefika, atakupaka up kikiumana. But anyway,
Fred, chunga muda, wacha story yako hiyo. Kamilisha usemi wako, tusonge mbele.
Shiko, wewe mwega? Ndakuona.
Kwega.
Ndĩrona woka na ihenya.
Maliza nitaongea.
Wewe Fred bana. Fred, wacha hiyo maneno yako. Acha kuwa kama Mwarabu.
Tumalizia hapo.
Nilikuwa nimekumiss sana Fred, karibu.
Thank you. Ambia Bernard hiyo asikie.
Fred si atafurahi sana leo.
Sorry. Nimesikia vizuri sana Fred, na sitaki kuingilia hayo. Naomba nirekebishe kitu fulani alafu tusonge mbele. Mtembei, you're welcome. Now there is this guy called Luka Chege, okay? Luka Chege una paste hii masuala yako ya Ruto tosha, ukirepeat. Sasa sijui unatakaje, kwa sababu ukirepeat itakuwa spam and YouTube it will cause us problems. So please, kama wewe ni mtu wa UDA, andika script mpya after every comment if you want to comment on every issue, but copy pasting and advertising things that are not adding value to this discussion, please avoid it. Respond kwa watu. That is how the conversation is done, not you pasting Ruto tosha, Wuda tosha and all that. Thank you very much. Now nani huyu, tutaenda kwa Shiko Love Princess. Mtembei, I hope you are staying.
Nasikiza tu dakika mbili.
No, hana option. He has no option. Network ya jamaa iko mzuri Mtembei. Leo hauna option. Show lazima iendelee.
Anza na kuchangia, kama wewe ni mtu wa dakika mbili, anza na kuchangia.
Watu wanasema nimekuja kutafuta bibi namba 11. Sasa niko 14. So
Awali kuhesabu.
Nishaongezea. Mimi niko hapa nje bana, nitakuwa naangalia kuant na kutoa wale wanapiga kelele.
Mtembei ameenda hapo.
Okay, thank you. Tulikuwa kwa Shiko.
Patia Princess kwanza nitaongea.
Okay. Princess Ziana, upo au upo? Hali vipi leo? She's on transit. Hakina dada leo. Okay, basi wacha tumsikilize. Ni Mkenya, yes, Mkenya.
Okay, thanks very much. Good afternoon or good evening, depending where you're getting me from. Thanks to be on this platform and to contribute today's topic. I take it with a lot of gratitude, not granted. And it's always good to exchange ideas. As the Bible says in Isaiah, come, let's reason together. That's why we are here. So we have two topics which I can see the DP being well received in Kibra and Bbi proceeding in Supreme Court. For Bbi, you'll allow me to skip that today because the law cuts on both sides. You may find a submission, then you get excited only to be surprised by the other. So I'll wait until both parties have presented their case. That's when I can conclusively comment. Then today has been a great opportunity. First, I would like to thank the people of Kibra, those who are watching, for maintaining the peace. That's how Kenya should be. If you don't agree, we may disagree, but if you're not interested, stay away or just listen. And I know most people from Kibra today were in City Hall, where Baba was launching the voter registration campaign. So today we learned a lot. One, the key thing, and this one I will appeal to Udam now to get where the problem is. The DP Ruto is his own enemy. I will explain. When he calls, today he has gone there and it has been very peaceful. Today he never mentioned Muganga or Vitendawili. It was peaceful. What happens when he mentions? Which means when he mentions this, he is the one now becoming his own enemy. So he knows what to do. And two, when this name calling is very dangerous. When you say mtu wa Kurusha Mawe, there are some people will say watu wa Kurusha Mishale. And there will be a debate between Mawe and Mishale. I will not go so much into that, but that one should stop. Then if you are a leader, like the person in the deputy president, ask yourself, if you indeed these people you claim to be throwing stone are throwing stone, ask yourself, why are they throwing stones? And as a leader, you don't lament. As a leader, provide solution. If you find that they're throwing stones, why? What is the cause of that? Go to the root cause, then try to find the solution to that. So that's all I will say. I don't always want to give Ruto so much of my airtime. Thanks, Bernard. Also, as I end, if you're coming from Malindi, please say hi to Aisha Jumwa. You know why I'm saying that.
Inabidi utafafanua lakini sio sahi. Yes, PK.
Thank you, Bernard, and all the panelists. Jambo. I can see Akina Shiko, Akina Freddy, Apo, Gaddafi, Ayaga. Princess is driving. Kenya, thank you very much. Let me begin by, first of all, kind of stating I'm a bit disappointed by the way, people or some UDA quarters have been magnifying this incident at Jacaranda. And I'm so happy on the other side because it has been demystified today in the zones that they refer as Watu wa kutupa mawe. One wonders why he was not akutupiwa mawe in Kibra. I think Kenyans are beginning to see that we are being led by UDA into what we call siasa za utoto, for lack of a better word. Ile siasa ya those very kiddish politics actually, whereby ni kama mchongo ano ile tulikuwa tunafanya mtaani. Although now mchongo ano tulikuwa tunafanya ile kupass time, lakini sasa ikiwa ulikuwa na roho ndogo unachongolewa mpaka you go home very annoyed. Why I'm saying this is because if you see, let's begin from Jacaranda, and I mentioned this yesterday. You go to do your meeting. Why do you want to force watu ambao umekuta wakiendelea na shughuli zao? You are giving them two options. Muje kwa mkutano ama muondoke hapa. Because that is, I have a very close friend who told me he was around there. So they were being chased. They were being given two options. Either uje pande hii ama mtoke hapa. And you see, Jacaranda is where people go for various activities. Family day out, hapo mtaani, people live in very congested flats. And that's the only place people can, kind of sit and have hewa ya bure kutoka kwa Mola. So it is Ruto who went to disrupt people's normal life. And when you go to disrupt people's normal life, angekaa kwa kona yake peacefully, and whoever is doing his own business kona ile ingine, ule anauza mandazi huko, samaki, ule whatever, wale wanaongea maneno ya bunge la wananchi at far end, they should have been left. So for me, those people were disrupted. And that's why probably a few of those boys got annoyed and started reacting. I leave that because for me, that now has been nullified by the activity today. Today, he knew better. He went there, he was talking to people. People sat there, they listened, and he left. Mbona hakutupiwa mawe? And hapo, huko kama ni kutupiwa mawe basi, hapo ndio ingekuwa tough, because that's where he says people wanangoa Reli. So it would have been, serious there. Another thing is, when you talk of Watu wana you balkanize people, saying that Watu, they are known for violence. I think we are supposed to take a different, what we call a different turn. Sisi tuache hiyo mambo, we stop encouraging him, because as I said, he's running out of fuel. Because he has no strategy, amesure na that kind of campaign strategy yake, because campaign strategy yake ni kuteta, and there's one professor who told us that in public speaking, ukiaddress multitude, you don't get annoyed at multitude. Ni kama sasa pastor wewe bana unakasirika kanisani imejaa watu, then you start scolding people just because, for example, maybe the previous time hawakutoa sadaka vizuri, ama they are not you see like they are not responding well, then you unaanza tu kuwa wild. How do you get wild at Kenyans who have come to, you know, who have decided that their causes, these are different, they want to go Azimio, you know, because he's being briefed about numbers every day, mara 3 kwa siku, and they are not good. The numbers are bad. Yeah, you know, I said here, I think the night before, Ukambani is gone. Either way it's gone, because if Kalonzo might either go his way up to Kwadebe or he joins Azimio. So that's a total loss for our friend UDA. Okay, Mudavadi is anayumba, and even if he crosses to his side, you bring him nothing. You know, that's the hard reality that UDA is facing, and therefore they are not able to come to terms with that. Early morning today, there was some interviews between, you know, there was Sifuna, Elachi, and Malala, and you could see the bitterness, you know, of you know, Malala, because Malala silently is in UDA, but he's pretending. And they have had very many night meetings whereby the reality has come. Okay, they've realized Mudavadi is not bringing in any numbers. So this bitterness is also in very, you know, it's in Amani. They have lost their members of parliament. So hizo hasira mbili plus hiyo ingine na hii itakuwa ni it's terrible hasira, and they would definitely be losing. Coming to this other issue of this one of what do we call it? There's the BBI. For me, I did listen to those submissions for around 2-3 hours before I left, and I'm having some very interesting feeling, and I wondered why these submissions were not made initially, because today's submissions, especially from the Attorney General, they made a lot of sense. And he really kind of disapproved the rulings of the lower courts. And now I'm sensing like, hey, where are we heading? Because now I can imagine by tomorrow, with those very strong points, and then when I look at the bench, I think the bench is full. I'm wondering why is it full? Could we be having an earth-moving ruling as opposed to hii ya Mudavadi ya tarehe 23? And for me, as a proponent of BBI, I would be very, very happy if the court overturns the last ruling and say BBI should carry the day. I will be one of the happiest person, because that will be a double win for Azimio as well as BBI. I don't care if the elections will be delayed, but I care a lot for BBI. I think I'll stop there, Bernard. I'll come in later.
Okay, thank you, Stony PK, for your input. Let's keep the communication, the conversation going. Honorable Bundi, you are back. How are you?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well.
Uko salama. Alex aliniona anaingia kwa tent.
Si mnajua vile mnatee sana.
Ninakuheshimu sana mpaka sitaki kukupea stress.
Sasa mimi nimefanya vitu mbili ya muhimu leo. Kwanza nimechukua unpaid leave. Niko Kisii kwa mama yangu, nimesaa kunywa masiwarara, niko Kisii kabisa. Ile kitu imenileta Kisii ni ku make sure Simba Arati amecarry the day. Hapa kuna upusi mingi sana na sitaki kuficha. Na ila pia anataka kutuchezea pande hii. Wameanza kusunguka Nungwae. Anataka kupatia msee mwingine hapa ameseeka anaitwa Mseongeri. Imeamua tumetoka Nairobi tumekuja hapa. Tunafuruga hii area kama kitu kingine. So, get it from me. Simba Arati will carry the day. Let me ask Alex. Alex, umepigia watu wangapi nyumbani wachukue kura? Ama ni kelero na tupigie hapa Ruto na upate kwenu hata mama yako hana kura? Umempatia transport ya Nduti? Hawezi jibu hiyo. Anyway, saa hii tafadhali hamasisha watu wachukue kura, especially wale mashabiki wa Papa, because we want to set history by the first African president to win with 10 million votes. Sio kushinda tu, kushinda yenye chawai onekana. That's all what we want to do. Let me go straight to my point. Mambo ya vita, Ruto au kuchua leo mambo ya kwanza kufuruga. Nimekuambia ukitaka kujua hii mambo walianza kitambo, wacha Dennis Itumbi akuche na hizo rungu kama ati amefunjika mguu, kitu ifanyike, uone kama utamshinda mbio. Atatoka mbio uchawaiona. That man is not sick. That man is so the drama has started. This drama silianza kitambo, asianza sahi. In fact, Dennis Itumbi is very okay. Ila ni vitu anajitakia si ya maana sana. Kwa hivyo vita yao na hii propaganda walianza kitambo. I was impressed today for the first time kampeni ya Ruto. Gachagua ameongea less than 2 minutes, less than 100 seconds tangu aanze kampeni. Kibra ameongea sekundi 3. Munataka mtu wa kitendawili ama huyu Ruto? Hiyo abaya asanti akamaliza. Sasa sijui kwa nini leo mambo yake yamekuwa fumbi, ama yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anajihisi kwamba mahali alikuwa amesimama pale Kibra si mahali anaweza ongea upusi bila kuambiwa. Hakuna mtu amemwambia ongea, hawakuwa na haraka, because dakika kidogo anakuanga naye ni 4 ama 3. Sasa nimekuwa hata leo amekuwa na 1 minute. Gachagua yule ambao tunatarajia
huko, si unajua salamu zetu.
Unasema nini?
Unajua salamu zetu Kibra, tunasalamianga watu.
Mute your mic, utaongea baadaye wakati nimemaliza. So I was shocked today that man to talk about second, that was a plus somewhere kwa wale watu walikuwa wameangalia. Hiyo ndio kitu nimenote leo. Mambo ya huyu jamaa kushinda kuambia watu, wale watu wa Reli, wale watu wa nini. I was in this country on 2007 and I know what happened. Mambo ya Misale, wale watu vile walikuwa wanasukisa wa Kikuyu kwa magari wakiangalia kitambulisho, unapiwa Musale live na siongei vibaya. That is what happened. I've never seen Raila one day akisema wale chama wa Misale acha waitumia kitu kama hiyo, lakini Misale kweli ilitumika na bila shaka watu waliwawa through Misale. So yeye kutumia mambo ya Reli na nini na the language is using, and the same people you want to govern to be the president. So I don't know whether this man, if comes the president, because in the case ya president, of which I don't know. Sasa hao watu wa Reli atawapeleka Uganda apaki na watu wengine ama atafanya aje? Because I think when you are a leader for everyone. You don't have kukuwa na watu wengine ambao na divide your own people. And then there is also another point I've noticed there. I don't know kama nyinyi mnaona hiyo. In Nairobi, you do a campaign almost every ward ya presidential. And I was calculating the wards we have in the country. Nimeona my friend Ruto ako na kasi nguma. I don't see Raila going to Kibra, going to Chakaranda, going to Njiru, going to where almost every not even every word, every stopover. Yani that is sense of it, because as a president mtu ako na maarufu kulingana vile wanasema ako na watu wengi, ako na wabunge wengi. You don't have to go everywhere. Kila mahali Kibra pale, you have to be somewhere, like for example vile Papa alisundua pale Kasarani, kutoka hapo tumemalizana na Nairobi. So I'm shocked anyway, but ni hivyo. Sitaki kuchukua muda mingi, najua watu ni wengi wako leo, lakini ya mwisho, tafadhali tuchukueni kura. Sisi hapa Kisii mambo ni matatu: Raila Amolo Odinga, Simbarati, Momoima. Kwa women rep hatujui kwa sababu hatujajua sana. Hiyo tutafikiria kwa sababu hajapatia wamama ile milioni 45 kuleta hapa, tuko na vita na yeye. Tunaambia wale wa Kisii wako hapa, akina Alex and others hapa, tusikisi Raila vile anatuambia. Raila tulimwambia we will not vote for you, hapa chini wachia sisi, and that is the mistake Raila did. Hakukuwa na mpunga wa ODM hata mmoja. This time round tumemwambia we are back here. Hata mimi sitaki msara yangu ya mwezi huu, I'm in Kisii, wacha tupambane na hapa because we need ODM MPs in the parliament. Otherwise, have a good night.
Thank you, Pundi, for your contribution. Shiko uko ready ama tuende kwa Kadafi?
Wacha aongee then nitaongea next.
Okay, sawa sawa. Endelea.
Habari ya jioni. Hello, habari zenu?
Jamaliza, kuna kitu nakunywa.
Habari zenu? Hello, habari zenu?
Kadafi, endelea.
Okay, mimi kwanza kabisa kitu naona inaendelea vibaya is that watu wameacha ile manifesto yao. We are beating the drums of war, which is not good. Violence lazima to avoid at all cost, because saa ile vijana wanapigana huku chini, wale viongozi wamenyamaza huko juu na wanasalimiana, wanasaidiana vyakula and all that. Saa zingine ukiangalia hii campaign za hawa watu, Ruto amedevelop kitu inaitwa street campaign where you go find idlers wenye hawana kazi yoyote wanafanya. You only get ready crowd that you can tell anything, and then you find out that Kenya anasema hamtatuhusia uoga, ule mtu wa kitendawili, ule watu wa kurusha mawe, which are not good words in totality. Another thing kwa pande zote tunafaa tuangalie wale wote wanaweza leta maneno za uchochezi, like in Ruto camps, watu kama Gachagua, Ndindi Nyoro, afadhali Oscar Sudi siku hizi anaongea vizuri kidogo. Watu unajua wanaweza leta maneno za uchochezi kwa mdomo yao within a few minutes possible. Hao ni watu wenye wanafaa waavoidiwe at all cost. Hawafai kupewa microphone at all cost. Tukirudi pande ya baba, watu wengine wenye unaona mdomo yao ukikaa like mimi for example, mtu yoyote sikuangi comfortable naye sana akiongea, najua tu atapoteza kura. For example, Babu Owino and all that. Unajua tukifika mahali tunaangalia jinsi ya kuleta kura, sio ya kupoteza kura. Yenye unaangalia ule mtu ataongea ni nini, ataongelelea. Huyu mtu atapoteza kura ama ataleta. If we want to avoid chaos and stone throwing and rally disruption, we must deal with these issues, and Raila and Ruto should be in the forefront kuangalia na kuongea na watu wao. don't say such words in these places and all that. Not even hata ukisema mtu wa Kurusha Mawe ukiwa Eldoret bado kuna wajaka huko. Ukisema watu wa kurusha mshale ukiwa Kibra bado unatusi tu Wakale. Kuna Wakale wako huko. Kuna Wakale wana support Raila na kuna Wajaluo wana support Ruto. So hakuna maneno tunafaa tutumie yenye inagonga kabila ingine. Tukiachana na hiyo, tunaangalia wale wanasimama sahi. Nimeona Bungoma wale wanasimama kwa UDA ni wale tu wako na dosari, watu wa thugs and all that. Wale watu wanarusha watu kila siku, hatujui wanaenda wapi ama ni nini, ni mwelekeo wamekosa ama nini. I think hizo tu naweza sema kwa mayouth, tuangalie sana kenye tunafanya. Ni sisi tunafaa tuamue, na ni sisi tunajua kenye inatufanya tunafinyika, na tukifuata hawa blindly tutakosa mwelekeo, tutakuwa na miaka zingine 10 za kuteseka. So lazima tuangalie sana. Hapo juu tunajua ni Raila na Ruto. Whether uchague Raila ama uchague Ruto, lazima ujue hii mambo, we are in election, hatuko kwa vita. Ukichagua Ruto yako chagua polepole, ukichagua Raila yako chagua polepole. Kenya lazima iendelee mbele. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you Kadafi for your contribution. And just to stress watu wale ambao mjisajili kama wapiga kura, siku 2 zishakatika, zimebaki siku 19. Kila mmoja jitahidi kwenda kujisajili, na kama ushajisajili hakikisha kwamba umeenda kuhakikisha kwamba jina lako lipo pale na umeandikwa katika ile polling station yako. Kuna watu ambao wanahamishwa. Unaweza kuwa umejiandaa kura yako unapiga Nairobi, unakuta jina lako liko Kisauni. Sasa na siku imeisha. Kwa hivyo hakikisha kwamba uko kwa polling station ambayo ni ya kwako na umejisajili vizuri ili kura yako isipotee. Ni muhimu kila kura ipigwe kwa sababu uamuzi wa mwezi August ni uamuzi wa kihistoria. We are making history, we are getting a new president, we are getting a new government, no matter what. So everything must be done carefully and deliberately. Naomba tuende kwa Ayaga. Yes, Ayaga come in. Ndeto karibu.
Yes, nashukuru sana Bernard. How are you?
I'm fine. Greeting you from Navakholo constituency, my home constituency. Just in case you did not believe, I come from Navakholo.
Wow, that's great. Naona uko Osha. I can see even behind you how you need a wheelbarrow. I can see you have a lot of things that need to be carried by a wheelbarrow. Yes, I will send one.
Nimekuja huku kuhakikisha kwamba maneno ya wheelbarrow zote zinakunjwa zinarudishwa Sugoi. Na tutaki nzike za locals za wheelbarrow. Nataka maendeleo.
Najua umeenda kujenga. So just in case you need several, I have a good number.
Thank you Ndeto. Acha tumsikiliza Ayaga.
Habari zenyu. Bernard bwana, the screen is too dark. Hawa watu kama wataki kutuonyesha mapicha zao, weka wale wengine tutaonana nao. Wanalala hapa na wanataka kukua kwa debate. Asante sana. Hi everyone. I hope everybody is okay. You have registered as a voter. I'm seeing my aspirants from I'm seeing my aspirants from Kinangop. The next MP of Kinangop, Honorable Ndeto, is in the house. How are you?
Mzuri sana Ayaga.
Hiyo niko na
Haya,
shaka nayo, hiyo niko na shaka nayo. Yeah. Angekuwa Azimio ingekuwa sure bet.
thank you, Bernard. I want just to highlight a very few things about my friends Ndeto's ufisadi daima milele hii daima yao hii alliance. Number one, William Ruto has never held a successful rally since he began his campaign in 2018. He has never held a successful rally in an open place in Nairobi. So he tried it the other day in Jacaranda. He always block us on a busy road, and I think there is a petition in Parliament so that the politicians should not block the roads. You cannot say you are talking about economy while you are causing jam. I don't know if that is economy. Neto will advise me or convince me on that. You block people's businesses, you block people's movement, and then you talk about economy. You stand there for 30 minutes, campaign if that is open ground. My friend, in Kenya, we have open ground. You can even have one in Kamkatet. Historical ground, I think, is in Kericho. You can call people there or Turkana. There are so many places you can. Kasarani, call people there, talk with them. We are tired with this issue of you block the road. Nairobi is a busy town. This is a 24-hour economy town, number one, Mr. Ndeto. For example, a 24-hour economy. Even now, if you block this road, Outer Ring, I'm staying next to Outer Ring now as we speak. It's heading to 12. If you cause jam there for like 2 minutes, you will see many people there you have never seen. And they are obsessed with the crowds. When they have caused jam, they are obsessed. They have even audacity to hold their rallies along Thika Road, inside the highway. My friend, there is someone who is causing a lot of trouble. Princess, actually keep your mic off, please. Yeah. I heard Gaddafi. Gaddafi was talking about Babu Owino and Gashagwa and Sijui Ndidi Nyoru, Oscar Sudi. You cannot compare Babu Owino with those rural MPs. Rigathi Gachagua is elected with 99% pure Kikuyu people, so he can talk the way he wants. You cannot compare with Sudi, a rural MP from rural area, from Rift Valley, elected by 99% Kalenjin people. Babu Owino cannot lose vote because Babu Owino, in fact, the majority of people who are staying in Embakasi East are Kikuyus, followed by lawyers, followed by the Kisis. Even Luos in Embakasi East, go to the data. Just check any data. Luos in Embakasi East, we are coming like we are number 4 after number 5 after Kambas. So you cannot say Babu Owino will lose votes when he himself here in Nairobi is being elected by 42 tribes, even more than 42. Mpaka wale Wahindi walikuwa wanaita madoadoa kule Rift Valley, wanampigia kura hapa, mpaka na Oria, mpaka na Masai, mpaka na everybody. In fact, hapo Embakasi East, for those who don't know, huko Masai ndio sijui number 6 in terms of population for those who don't know Embakasi East. Masai wako wengi sana na Borana, wanafuga ng'ombe na mbuzi kule nyuma side za gate B. Kuna kiwanja hiyo ya ndege, alafu kuna kiwanja ingine hii ya jeshi, hapo ndio wanafugaga ng'ombe zao, wako wengi sana. So Babu Owino, there is no way you can accuse Babu Owino of causing a trouble of someone when that guy in his election, anytime he has hold office, leave alone this one, he has hanged on Uhuru's coat and become a prime minister. This guy in his life, he has never been elected with other tribes. That is the truth. You cannot compare even William Ruto with Babu Owino. Babu Owino is somebody who is elected in Nairobi. In Nairobi here, we elect you all tribes. There is no constituency for pure Kikuyus, and there is no pure constituencies for Luos, and there is no pure constituencies for lawyers. That is a very big lie that I'm seeing people are making a lot of mistake comparing Nairobi with Kieni or maybe Kinangop. Even Kinangop, where Ndeto is vying, the area there is a cosmopolitan area. You cannot compare with the deep rural MPs like Oscar Sudi or Rigathi Gachagua. It is very wrong. When you are elected in around mass cosmopolitan area, you talk differently. That's why you see MPs I even happy. I was watching Ouru's live when he was being asked cross-examination, Hague questions. He was asked, where is Raila Odinga coming from? He told those people Nairobi. And even he was asked, where is his support base? He told those people, Raila Odinga has support base. His support base is across the country. Because once you are elected in Nairobi, it is not your community who elects you. Everyone elects you here. Even an MCA in Nairobi, you cannot compare with a governor, maybe from Luo Nyanza, like Siaya, where I come from. The way they reason is different. The way they do their campaign and politics is very different. Number two, I wish William Ruto to hold a successful rally in Nairobi. He should not avoid shortcuts when he has seen there is no crowd in Jacaranda, and he goes there in Sunday. My friend Sunday, one day I want to ask Ndeto, come to Nairobi so that any Sunday we visit Jacaranda. There are so many churches there, people holding prayers. There are people who are in tours, couples meeting their wives, taking their wives and children. Hapo ndio watu hii gari ya Kayole yote, hapo ndio wanajifundisha driving, even Ubers. Watu wengi hapo utapata imejaa bila even without calling a rally. So you cannot take a rally there without any permit, even from county government, disrupting other people's businesses, and then you are in a certain podium in a certain corner with a very few people talking about economy. And when these people, you disagree with them, maybe economically, because you know what we are now fighting for now is economic revolution. We are in a economic revolution kind of war, which we are heading to, the third revolution. Yeah. So if you are going to block that small man business, his drivers cannot teach people how to drive vehicles. Mwenye alikuwa anauza njugu na mahindi yake, yule alikuwa akona kanisa hapo, and you pretend to be deputy Jesus, and you don't mind even other Christians. When they are doing their small prayers there, you don't mind them. You come, you disrupt them with rally. When they disagree with you, you call upon Raila Odinga as if Raila Odinga is the one who sent those people there. There always you cannot get less than like 1,000 people or 2,000 people. They are just there doing their business daily, mostly on a weekend. The second last I want to talk about, I've seen a letter of UDA, a letter to president, a deputy president writing a letter to president, which, and you know, in constitution, these are anti-reformist. That's why even governors fear him. He can even do away with devolution, because constitution stated very well, very clear. What we have is the presidency. They are now even separating the office of the president from that one of the deputy president. Because now Ruto was addressing himself, their office, the presidency, is writing a letter to himself, and he wants to somebody else, at the son of Kenyatta, to respond to him when he is part of that. In that National Security Council, who are the members? That is what people don't know. Uhuru Kenyatta, head of NIS, deputy president, head of police, head of KDF, commander-in-chief of the defense forces, not commander. Huyu mwenye alichukua after Mawadhe, the head of army. The head of army is sitting there. Minister of internal security is sitting there. William Ruto is inside that committee. So you are writing a letter to your chairman when you are the deputy chairman. So suppose President Kenyatta died before morning today. Who will respond to that letter? It is him.
or if something president become incapacitated, he cannot act because the law says when president is incapacitated or even got mad or even unable or resigns, or Uhuru Kenyatta can even resign in 2 hours from now. So who will reply? Who will answer that letter? It is the deputy president. So there are alafu, look at the way the selective. He mentioned the problems he had in Kenol. So he is even blaming ODM in the issues he had in Kenol. He's blaming ODM issues he had in Sijui, Jacaranda, so many places. The other day, he had to cut short his meeting in Bomet when they were beating people's the supporters of governor, former governor Isaac Ruto. I don't know if that is a political love or a political intolerance. You know, if you are to condemn the violence, you must accept the selection, condemnation of violence shows you that Ruto is very naive and there is something is hiding again or in all this. I thank God he copied that to the Hague because maybe some witnesses also missed. I think he mentioned them and why they disappeared. What baffled me that letter was not copied to the IEBC, and yet the IEBC is the body that is in charge of election. In fact, that letter could be just directed to IEBC to investigate a party which is ODM. That is not that is not a work of a national security. National security cannot select a party. They will just provide available assistance to organ, which is IBC, in charge of the election. So, my brothers and sisters, I want to repeat, Ndeto is here today. Finally, I'm born in opposition zone. And if you don't know maybe the characteristics and the traits of somebody I know very well, is a guy who is going to opposition. Is a guy who is going to opposition. A guy who is going to opposition, you can just see the behaviors, the traits, the campaign complaints, the crying fool. You want to throw doldrums, blame games to everybody, to everyone. That, my brother, I don't wish you to go to a parliament your first time and you find yourself in an opposition. Toka huko mapema, kuja hata kwa chama ya hii ya kazi. Hii chama ya kazi hii unaona hii ya Moses Kuria.
Sawa Yaga, thank you. Oh, nataka watu wajibebe, sio? Kuna ya kazi, kuna ya kujibeba, kuna sijui gani. Mungu atatusaidia. So, naomba tuende kwa kina dada. Shiko, uko ready? Ama bado unataka muda?
Acha niongee ndio nilale. Kenywa na nani anaitwa Patriot aonekane saseni.
Fine. Muko nyuma ya pasia toeni uso.
Okay, hiyo kitu ya Ruto venye alisema ODM ndio kama ati Raila ndiye anamtumia vijana wapigane wakati alienda Jakaranda. That is not true because venye najiuliza venye alienda leo Kibra, bona hakuongea hiyo mambo ya kupigwa, because ukisikiza video yake akiwa huko Jakaranda alisema wako na record ya watu wenye wanapigananga na mawe na nini, and I felt like he's addressing the ODM followers. So, and yet leo alikuwa kwenye kunaitwa ni bedroom, yeah? Kama angejua wao ndo walitumwa na Raila, bona leo ikakuaje venye alienda tu huko Kibra na akaongea vizuri. So it's like ukifanyiwa ni kama saizi anaitwa nani Kenywa, nikukopee pesa, nikikupatia pesa tuko marafiki, but ile siku yenye sijakupatia then inakuwa mbaya. That is what the games that he's playing. Then kama alisema wako na record ya kupiga mawe, of course ana refer to the ODM people, yeah, au wenye wana support baba, but najiuliza wakati alienda Kenol alipigwa. So hao ni Wajaruo wenye walikuwa huko, hao ndio walikuwa wameenda kupigana huko Kenol, cause watu waliuliwa. He blamed Sabina Chege, akasema wao ndio walimtumia goons wa nini hiyo mkutano yake, na huko ni Wakikuyu wenye walikuwa, hata wenye waliuliwa ni Wakikuyu, na he blamed Sabina Chege. Sasa tena hii ameblame watu wa Raila, so hiyo ndio politics yake. Kikimuumania akipata mahali yeye ndiye anajiongeresha, anajua kubebesha watu wengine misaraba. So I just hope watu wa Mount Kenya wenye, cause saizi baba anaenda tu akirais huko Mount Kenya, watu wa join Azimio, waachane na mambo ya Ruto kabisa, wajoin. Ni juu yeye ni mtu wa kublame watu. Hata saizi I'm telling you Bernard, akaanguka hiyo juu anaenda kuanguka hiyo ya president, he will still blame the deep state, nijui nini. Alienda kwa atablame kina Uhuru na Raila. Alikuwa kwa TV ya inaitwa Inoro TV the other day, akasema if kuna deep state yeye mwenyewe angekuwa akijua. How many times has yeye amemention kuna deep state, sijui kuna system. Alienda Inoro TV akasema kama kungekuwa na deep state yeye mwenyewe ndiye angekuwa akijua. So you don't even understand the guy. Today leo anasema hivi, the other day anasema anasema the opposite. And for me it's just kuambia youth, hata kama uko Azimio ama uko hii wheelbarrow nonsense, usikubali kutumiwa vibaya juu ya handouts. Just use your brain, and ukiangalia from both sides you will know the place that you are right, ile yenye unaona you belong there. Si hii yenye mkienda mahali mkikosa watu ama mkienda mnapewa handouts nini. And I'm so shocked right now because nimeona kuna huyo mbunge wa hapa Thika anaitwa wa Jungle. Alienda wakati Ruto alienda huko, unajua alianza kuambia atawapea mamilioni ya pesa sijui nini. Then the people started the thing that I was saying Bernard the other day, huyu msee anapatiana pesa ama anaambia watu watawapea pesa alafu anaenda. Nyinyi mnaacho mkipiganishwa na watu wenye wako leaders wanaacho wakiulizwa mambo ya pesa imeenda wapi. So venye alienda Thika alianza kusema aliwapea sijui nini wajiunge kwa group. Right now huyo wa Jango nasikia anataka kuquit, hata sijui ama amequit hiyo UDA. Juu sasa yeye ndiye aliambiwa yeye ndiye atapeana hiyo pesa. You can imagine the wheelbarrow nonsense. Hizo sasa ndio hatutaki kubebeleza punda nini wheelbarrow kwa mteremko. Sisi ni watu wa Azimio. So youth wenzangu form ni Azimio, na tusikubali kutumiwa na hawa politicians wa uongo. Hakuna venye mtu anaweza enda kwa live TV aseme ati hakuna system na hakuna deep state, angekuwa akijua. Yet hao watu wanajitanga sijui Hustler Nation Intelligence, wao wenyewe na yeye mwenyewe anashindanga akisema ati kuna system, mara kuna deep state, na bado watu unashangaa ni mtu wa aina gani. He's a guy that you can't trust, he doesn't keep his word, and he should know. Wakati akikuja we are waiting. Sasa akikuja huku Central apigwe na mawe atasema ni Uhuru. So yeye ni mtu wa kubebesha watu misaraba. He should carry his own cross. He should just afanye politics, mature politics. The guy called Rigathi Gachagua, he's my neighbor, very arrogant sana. You can imagine the kind of deputy he can make kama saizi anaongeanga hivyo. So imagine akuwe ati deputy president, sisi tunakariwa na unatusiwa, hata sijui hii country inaelekea wapi. So those are the leaders that we are told that we are being told to vote for. So watu waangalie, the youth should be very careful when you are making decisions. watu wanaenda na hii wave ya wheelbarrow nonsense kila mahali, ukifikiria ati hiyo ndio itakuokoa, but come August watu watashangaa cause saa hizi youth wameerevuka na wenye wanatumiwa wataacha kutumiwa vibaya, at least wajoin mtu ajoe politics itakuja na iishe, na huo mwenye unapiga ndiye mnaweza patana naye mahali ya kusaidie. So mimi politics ya Ruto hiyo hapana, cause hiyo yeye ni kupiganisha na kublame watu juu. Sasa venye hata alienda Bomet watu wakashout juu ni huyo nini, I don't know why they didn't blame Isaac Ruto, but akikuja kwa baba ana blame, akienda Jakaranda wenye watu wameshout ana blame Raila. Akikuja Central haizi sema ni ule, anasema alisema ni kina Sabina Chege, but sijui kwa nini kwao hawaku blame watu. Si angesema at least nani angekemea huyo nani anaitwa huyo Isaac Ruto, lakini huko kwao huko kuko sawa, lakini nyinyi wajinga, nyinyi ndio mtakubali kupiganishwa. So watu wajichunge sana na at least waerevuke na waachane na hiyo mambo ya wheelbarrow nonsense. Okay, nimemaliza, sina na okay, Bernard, na mambo ya BBI tunataka ipite, and I think sijui mahali tutakuwa hiyo siku na kina Kenywa na kina Patriot. Hiyo BBI tunataka irudi, wajue tu you can't stop reggae. Tunataka BBI irudi, na naongea hivyo. Deto, how are you? Nimekuwa nikikusikia kwa hii platform but sijai commit. Sisi tunataka BBI irudi Mount Kenya. Wacheni kudanganya Ruto. You just want the position to be a member of...
Unanisalimia Shiko ama unanipasha?
Na kupasha usikie. Wachana na mambo ya wheelbarrow. Mimi niko Central nakwambia Azimio ndio form. So tunataka BBI irudi. Hata tukaambiwa siku yenye hiyo kesi hiyo Supreme Court, wakati tukaambiwa BBI isharudi, hata sijui. I think we'll be here in this platform celebrating that night. Hatutalala juu inarudi. Wenye watameza waende wameze.
Thank you Shiko. Tunaisubiri hiyo. Tungoje koti ifanye uamuzi. And then Femba, confirm you're here. Themba, confirm you're present.
Yes, present, sir.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
WG, I've seen you. How are you?
We are here. Thank you, Shiko, for calling Nini altar call to Ndeto.
Thank you, Patriot.
He should tell us when we are baptizing him.
Patriot, confirm you're here. Okay, Patriot is absent. Kenywa, hebu test microphone yako.
I think mine is always fine.
Okay, niyo the hell are UDA.
Should I continue or
No. I want to leave you in the hands of Themba to continue with the remaining part of the show. I am in Navajo constituency. I'll be leaving very early in the morning, coming back to Nairobi. Ili katika ile kipindi kingine tutakuwa from Nairobi. Otherwise, tuendelee na conversation. Hakikisha kwamba unajenga Kenya, sio tu unaongea mambo matupu. It's important that we take this matter very serious. I feel some of us on this platform, we don't take this platform as serious as it should be. We think it's a playground where we come to, kumalizia muda wetu ama kumalizia siku. I believe we need to take it very serious, especially matters touching Kenya. Hatuwezi kupeana Kenya kwa watu ambao wako serious. Kama unataka kuwa kiongozi wa Kenya, lazima ujionyeshe kama kiongozi na tukuwe na uhakika kwamba tukikupatia Kenya utaishikilia pamoja, utahakikisha kila Mkenya anapata haki yake na hakuna Mkenya yeyote atafanya nini, dhulumiwa anyhow. So those who are playing games thinking that Kenya is a playground and they can play around with people's minds, those are not serious leaders. We shouldn't even consider them, and therefore let's keep the conversation going. Themba, the following people have not spoken. Let them be given priority, starting with yourself. WG, Ndeto, Kenyua have not said anything since they came here. Evangelist and Baz. Alex aliongea kidogo tu kwa kujibu swali, so patia ye priority kwanza, alafu muendelee mbele. Mimi nitakuwa kwa barabara asubuhi na mapema ili ni lunch sasa ba na kula kwa Ndeto. Ndeto uko Nairobi? Nikungoja hapo kwa neno evangelism, tuenda hapo nyuma kula lunch.
Hata tunaweza pitia pia pale KFC.
Wapi? Neno evangelism hapo ndio kumaombi iko mzuri.
Siku hizi umehamia neno. Nganga is a very serious preacher. I love him.
Nimekuambia kwa mkahawa pale nyuma ya neno.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes.
Unasikia Ndeto ukisikia Ndeto anakuambia story ya KFC na yeye mahali anatoka ni Kinangop, na Kinangop ndio Waru anatoka, na hiyo watu wa KFC walisema juzi hawatumii Waru yetu. So we want to elect a leader who cannot even fight for his own farmers back at home, my friend. Hiyo umetuangusha hapo. Watu wa Kinangop wamekusikia, kumbe unakula KFC. Wakenya walitoka kukula huko.
You know, I never react to various issues. You know, we should negotiate with the KFC so that also our farmers can be given a chance to be selling.
We should not negotiate. We should demand. In business, you demand. If you negotiate, you will negotiate and you will be given the tail end. You cannot be having a local as your customers and you are not promoting those locals. You can as well go and cook those your chips in London or Dubai. So people who have money like Ndeto can take an aeroplane, come meet them there. So as sisi tukule hii chipo yetu mwitu hapa na tu promote watu yetu. Hiyo watu wa bottom hapa wajai zungumza hiyo. Unasikia wakisema wanaenda kukula KFC.
Ayaga, there are full stops in a statement.
I know, jamaa ana full stop.
Ngoja. Mnataka kulazimisha watu wakule viazi vyenu na wajui vile mmevipanda. Kenchik inakuza kuku wake alafu inawachinja. Mbona mna shida na hiyo? Sasa kama KFC wameamua hawataki kutumia viazi ambavyo mmepanda kwa sababu wajui mmevipanda vipi, wapande hao wenyewe, waguze hao wenyewe, wakapige ili mkale. So,
kazi ni kazi na viazi ni viazi.
Viazi ni viazi na kazi ni kazi, Bernard. Having a international company wanafanya hapa kwetu. Hata hii soda tunakunywa hapa, they use some of our products. They employ our people. You cannot tell us here today.
I want to go for a meeting.
I can leave it there. Thank you. Let's do this.
Give me a chance.
Kenya ulikuja hapa kwa zamu fulani. Hebu subiri utafikiwa. Sawa. Asante. Bwana Themba.
Yes, sir.
Take the steering wheel and push this thing. Anza na nani? Na Alex alafu wa mkururo wa chini wote. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Nataka kuanza na kuwasalimia nyinyi wote. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you are. It's always a pleasure to meet you guys up here. Alex, Ayaga, Shiko, Braz, mwenyewe, Evangelist, sijui nani huyo mhubiri sijui Zakari anaitwa
Zablon.
Mhubiri Zablon, WG Ndeto mwenyewe karibu mkubwa and Kinywa. Now I want to give very brief remarks because I know I'll be here all through about Ruto being well received in Kibra na wale watu ambao wanawaita watu wa kurusha mawe. My submission is that it is a confirmation that he organized his own beating in Jacaranda so that he could find a reason to be accepted in Nairobi. Because how come he's going to Kibra immediately after organizing his own chaos in Jacaranda? That was well planned. And how come they're writing a letter immediately after that? And as Ayaga said, whom are you supposed to be addressing? And secondly, he's been campaigning for the last 8 years. How come right now is when there could be chaos? So he's setting himself up so that he can find a reason for him to be, for sympathy to come his way. That is my submission and that is my thinking. And I'm also seeing a consistently very irritable person, very annoyed, very irritable, and he's not good for his own health. I would advise that those people who are supporting the deputy president, they need to take him for anger management. And he needs, as a leader, you cannot be so angry. And you realize that everything that he said about him is now what he's accusing every other person about. We told him that he wants to return Kenya to a single party rule. He's now saying that the other people want to create a dictator president. We told him that he's getting angry. He's now saying that other people want to be president by all means. We told him that he wants to be president. Why must he be president? For 8 years he's been campaigning. Does it only have to be him? Now he's also now coming and saying, oh, we can't be president. You can't force people to make you president. Nobody can force anybody to be president. Presidents are chosen by the vote. But him, who chose him? At least in ODM, there's a sense of a semblance of fairness. There's one Wanjigi who wants to be nominated. Now, who is vying with him in his own party? There's nobody. So we see a person who is really pretending a lot. And personally, I'm liking how he's already been rattled. He's been unsettled. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know the plan of the other side. Him is already having all his cards bare. The disorganization, even in the rallies, you can see. So disorganized. He's the one who is calling everybody. Oh, now tuko na kijana mwingine. Today he was calling like 5 people want to be senators in Nairobi through UDA. He didn't know who to call, who to leave. And everybody is coming. The disorganization in his rallies is so obvious. I wish those guys would sit back and go to a drawing board so that they can come with a more organized approach. But as it is, I think I wish them well. But Ndeto and Baz, for heaven's sake, you guys go take your presidential candidate for some anger management course. He's so angry. Ndeto, relax, Ndeto. Just mute. You'll have your time. Mute, Ndeto. You are unmuted. Yes, you'll have your time to rebut. Don't worry. Your presidential candidate is angry, irritable, disorganized, and he needs some leave to go and put his troop in order. He's even becoming, he's starting to see some illusions and delusions. He's thinking that people are chasing him, you know. Mpaka sasa anaona anauziwa uoga. Nobody has threatened him. For Ayaga, like Ayaga said, he's even now writing a letter to himself. That's the epitome of delusion. How do you write a letter to the Security Council that you are a member? You are saying that everywhere you go, you are the deputy president. So as a deputy president, you can go to the president and tell him what is happening. But now when you tell your party, write a letter to me, now that is delusion. that person is becoming sick and unwell, and there are people who cannot be able to help him. So he's not becoming safe and secure for his own self. I submit that Ndeto and Buzz, with immediate effect, you guys should tell your presidential candidate he needs arrest. He's been cornered, and a cornered cat is very harmful to himself, and he's going to hurt himself at this rate. The BBI ruling, I really don't see much happening. It's just a good procedure that's taking place because there's no likelihood of a referendum anytime soon. So whether it passes or not, it might not really change much because you cannot have, it's just a process. So whatever the win or whatever will happen, it will have been passed by events right now. So the proceedings are good for those of us who love listening to legal arguments. We are listening to it to learn a lot about what is it, the arguments, because those ones will inform future interpretations of the law. So it's a good thing for students of law and for those who want to learn a little bit of constitutionalism. But it is nothing significant as at now. It will only exonerate or maybe stamp certain kind of persuasions. I know that the process of BBI will be revived after elections. So that is when it will come back, with the needed, gist that we're looking forward to. But for now, we are just enjoying the process. So let's enjoy. Let's listen to lawyers arguing their case. I liked the Dr. Eboso for. He's not a lawyer, but he gave nice arguments that you guys can listen to them and also get educated. I mean, you just learn. I think I'll stop there for now because I know I've tickled Ndeto and Buzz, and they can't wait to give a response to what I've said. But also, you people, don't be so irritable like your boss. So just be calm. We are listening to you. We love listening to what you tell us, but just say it calmly. Say it calmly. Thank you. I think that will set the stage for now. I want to stop there. And for the benefit of fairness, I want to bring in Ndeto before I bring in Alex.
Wow, thank you so much, Demba. Hey, you can provoke.
Ndeto, hold on a little bit. Just a little bit. Just mute kidogo. Now, those guys on the comment section, karibuni sana. Bring your views, come talk to us, but kindly do not insult others. Just be respectful. As you realize here, we have a lady and gentlemen who are respectful. Even you on the comment section, just be good. I mean, don't worry about someone's marital status. You can always slide into their DM if you are interested. Shiko is getting a lot of support from the text, and you can always slide into their DM and see if they will accept you. Shoot your shot. But Alumin is asking, are you married? That is good if you think she's a good person. We are here. Don't just think about her in terms of her marital status. Think of her in terms of what she has in her brain. Can you hear what she has to tell you? Because sometimes we need to think of the substance above the shoulder, not just think of people, of the things below the toes and below the neck. Think of people on what they hold between their ears and above the shoulder. That is very important. Yeah. So as you comment on the section, kindly be respectful, and we appreciate your comments all wherever you are. Thank you. Whatever party you support, that's okay. Just come on. Let's listen to you. Give us your ideas. Ndeto, kazi kwako.
Okay, asante sana Demba. Actually, I've been waiting for this chance, and I'm a man of few words, and I just need to make my short so that hii makelele mingi watu wanaleta hapa ati sijui our boss is what I need to clarify on some areas. And it is good when you start by provoking, because that's the only way you can be able to get the highest form of information, maybe from a person. So let me start by first congratulating Nick Ruto. The other day he got married, and it's a very good thing as a young man of this nation. So we feel good. Point number two, I've heard maybe some of us really moving around the issue of wheelbarrow. Some are calling the wheelbarrow nonsense. Despite that, we are also guided not to be angry as we present our case. I would also ask the same from people from Azimio supporters. Yeah, don't call our slogans nonsense. It is only nonsense to you, but with the time, you will find the nonsenses in the State House, and I don't know what you will call it. So as well, people are not arrogant. People like the Gachagua, the Gade Gachagua, that's an MP who was voted by very many people from Central Kenya. And saying he is arrogant just because he dissects his issues, and also he has a good argument when it comes to democracy, that does not add a lot of water. Also, someone talked about, you cannot compare Babu Owino with rural MPs. There is nothing like urban and rural MPs, because what Kenyans would like to see is a capable leader, a person with ability, with integrity, a person who can be entrusted in a public office, a person who can be able to delegate various duties so that to ensure that every person gets the service. So it's not a matter of where were you voted for. It could be in a village, but those people need service. It could be in Nairobi, those people also need services, And just understand this, that the more you are in the city, the more the responsibilities. I've seen Babu Owino in some occasions, the kind of speech that he makes. Sometimes you may wonder if he is really an elected leader, because so far as we are talking about hate speech, that's a person also I know. He has a red zoning kind of speeches. So the other point is, maybe we have observed that previously, Deputy President has really moved in very many places around this nation. And this has come with a very big number of people joining UDA. And I think this is where now those who are trying to compete with him, they have to come up with a stronger kind of a strategy, so that to ensure that maybe those who are followers of UDA do not increase anymore. When you find someone coming to your so-called bedroom, and what was expected, maybe like today in Kibra, maybe some people could have expected that Ruto will not attract masses of people. But I saw those who are saying that Ruto is carrying young people to take them to Jacaranda or wherever he is going to campaign. Those who mobilize these people, it is not William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto only drew a plan, or what we call a schedule, where he will pass so that he can be able to explain his scorecard to the people. In 2017, the Jubilee government, they came all around asking people to vote for them because they had a manifesto. And what William Samoei Ruto is doing is visiting the sites. When you hear someone saying that he is blocking various roads, which are causing like some economic disruptions, I think sometimes when you visit on site, you have a good picture. Like today, I could hear from our next president when he was talking about the market. You see, the Kenyatta market. Its situation today, it cannot accommodate as many people. It cannot accommodate, you know, the mamamboga you see along the roads. It is because there is no market. And he talked something about increasing the capacity and also the structure of that market come the next government, so that we can have a basement where there will be parking, and also we increase also the number of stories so that to accommodate these women or other young people who are working outside the market. So to me, I find it very important when a leader visits on the ground, on the site. Like there is one aspirant who talked about the garage, that, you know, behind here, there is a garage where young people are trained on hands-on skills. And we would like also to be considered in the next government. As well, there is no water or adequate water in Kibra. You know, when a leader hears that, you know, it is better than seeing on a television or being brought something like a report. So to me, those who are saying that he is causing, he is blocking roads, which are channels of our economy, I think that's your model. There is a way you see things. And when someone like do a campaign for less than 1 hour in a place, you know, it is better. And it also shows if the people are supporting you or people are not supporting you. Because if people from Kibra will not support one William Samoei Ruto, I mean, we could, those who are saying that people of Kibra were in a city hall, yes, they were there launching whatever they were launching, but I saw thousands and thousands of people, you know. So, and if in the by-election, the Jubilee government, which now we know it is UDA, it was UDA which garnered something to do with 11,200 and something votes in the by-election in 2019. You see, and we have also seen interest of people like Musalia Mudavadi, people like the likes of Kalonzo. I cannot talk about it, but you find those areas that even never gave Jubilee Party good number of votes. You know, it is amazing that they are now supporting UDA. So that means we should expect a lot of changes in our voting patterns. And those who think that those places which used to be Jubilee stronghold, those which used to be ODM stronghold, will remain with the same statistics, I think it is a high time you redo your maths, because you will be shocked to see an area that maybe voted for a certain party this time round changing its pattern. So, and one thing I like with our UDA party is we are addressing the need of all people, the majority, who are people who are on the bottom here, people who cannot access something like NHIF, people who cannot access to quality healthy services, people who cannot access to 3 meals a day, people who cannot access to good sanitation. You know, these are the people we are talking about in the bottom up, because we are used to trickle down, where money is pumped into various investors, a number of investors who control various companies, after which there are various misappropriations. And even sometimes you have heard of tax holidays. You have heard also some companies even going to bankrupt. They are unable to pay even some loans, you know, and to evade from this kind of a risk. That's why we are saying, let us empower women groups and also youth groups who are at the bottom, people who are living hand to mouth, and also the middle class, because the more also you empower also the middle class in a way of increasing their potential, like to take a loan of low interest. In a way, you shall be able to increase the number of people who will be employed by these people. So that's why we are talking about the bottom up is the only way in our country. Finally, over the previous incidences, we have seen where maybe, which is even alluded into the topic of today, that Watu Kurusha Mawe, let us not, in a way, profile communities. Like I've heard someone saying Watu Kurusha Mawe, Ruto is meaning Luos. Let me tell you something. The very same person said that those people who pelt stones ni kwa sababu ati Ruto anaenda na vijana ambao wamelipa, akifika kwa ground anapata wenyeji ambao hawajapewa kitu, wanaanza kurusha mawe ama kudisrupt mkutano. I may not oppose your line of thought, but what I would like to say is this: if something has not been subjected to tests, it has not been prosecuted, you should not speak on behalf of those young men, not unless you are there, because a number of panelists, I've heard them explaining, you can tell they were on the ground. Maybe they were the very same people who are pelting stones. The way they are animating, that you know, it is youth, they were given money, they were not. You can see some of us here could have been there on the ground, awaiting for the handout. But because it never happened, you end up disrupting one's meeting, of which we understand. We know that those kind of activities are choreographed to disrupt, to show that Ruto is opposed in some areas. But we are telling you, if today I saw our party leader writing a letter to the president, you know, I'm really awaiting to see the response of the president, because there is no way you can be supporting someone like the other day you saw Raila in Thika, and you could see how peaceful his convention was. Why, when we go to the Raila's stronghold, why should we have disruption? I mean, as Kenyans, it is a high time for all of us to call for peace, to call for unity, regardless of your skin color, the language you speak, whatever you use or what, the class you are or what. Let us abide to the simple rules and regulations that are provided within our constitution. As well, let us love each other. Don't force me to join Azimio, because I may never join Azimio. You know, right now you are talking about Chama cha Kazi or whatever. You know, I do not see the other day we saw the parliament passing the political bill. You know, there are those who are planning to form a coalition before elections, and there are those also, remember, there are other people who are thinking about forming the coalitions you are talking about after election, because I do not see any reason why with my party I can sign a certain memoranda to join a certain coalition, and yet I do not know if my party will have any share in terms of MPs, any share in terms of governorship. Why don't we do it after election? When you already have the numbers, you come, then we negotiate. Even most of us here, we do not negotiate. You go to, let us say, a yard, you want to buy a car, you don't have even 10 shillings, then you start negotiating for a Mercedes Benz. You know, it does not make any logic. But if you have even the money, you can be able to negotiate, because there is something that you have on your hands.
Kindly ask Ndeto to stick to the topic, because we
I
also
know.
have even for the past 1 month. So we can't refer to all
Yes,
the...
let me conclude. Let me conclude as I dismantle that. You know, you are very.
You have spoken for 12 minutes.
Sorry. Let me finish. Let me finish. I am saying this.
1 minute.
Okay, Asante. You know, even if you come in and say that I should be stopped from airing my views, I am telling you the truth.
No,
you cannot go.
Ndeto, skiza, ukipewa 1 minute, do not address by issues. WG, that was a different thing. You just say whatever your point, summarize, umalize. 1 minute, tafadhali. Wachana na WG.
Okay, Asante. I'm not even. Let me prosecute my point. I was saying like this: the political act that was amended the other day. You know, I was giving an example. You walk in a yard, you want a car, Mercedes Benz. You do not have even 1 shilling in the pocket. Then you start negotiating and saying that, you know, I want to buy this car. After all, you will be asked for a deposit. But when you have some good money in your pocket, you can majestically walk in and you negotiate. And even you say, this is how I would like us to clear the remaining amount. So that is the very same model that should be applied when it comes to the coalitions. You know, Azimio, they want to form coalitions before elections. And that's what has been bringing a lot of issues. But for us, UDA, we are saying, we are not against coalitions, but let us form them after the election. When you already know I have 2 governors, I have 3 MPs, so let us now come and form the government. That's the only way we shall be fair and give service to the people of our country, Kenya. So thank you so much. And I also indicate that as an aspirant, since please mute if you have not. This is Ayaga mute. As an aspirant, the registration of the mass voters registration is going on. So I am requesting all our able citizens, let us come out in numbers, especially young people. We are the future of this nation. We are the hope of this nation. We can make the change we want. Even if we say that tomorrow we would like to vote for a youth president, I know we can. So let us use this chance between 17th and the 6th to register in mass numbers so that when it comes to voting August, we shall have our vote and we shall make the change that we want. Because good people who fail to vote, they are voting for bad leaders without their intention. So let us all have that right of voting and such. And I believe
1 minute,
it will be a very good
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Demba.
Now,
can I have...
Let's mute. You see, if you unmute when someone is talking, then there is an echo that comes. So kindly, let's even if we have something to say, inua tu mkono, I will give you time so that we avoid that echoing. We still want to encourage those who are commenting on the section to keep it civil. Thank you so much. Ukipewa dakika zako 2-3, tafadhali keep it there so that we don't have a very long, we are many and we want to hear also other people. So let's have 3 minutes. Time yako ikiisha, mimi nakukata so that we don't have very long submissions. Saa zingine watu wana get bored huko chini. Just know the points. If you have 3 points, each point 1 minute, that one will be able to help us. The first person to raise his hand was Alex, and then the second was Kinywa, Eric, and then the third one was WG. So I will give you at least, because it's a rebuttal is just 1 minute. So it's not a counter submission. So you're just rebutting one thing. You don't need to repeat everything that someone has said. So I'll give you 1 minute to rebut. Time yako ikiisha nakukata. Alex, 1 minute.
Thank you so much for the 1 minute. I'll be quick. Ndeto, when you say that coalitions, what is bringing problems in Kenya today is because there is pre-election coalition. I don't understand if you were there when TNA and URP were making pre-election coalitions. I don't know if you are insinuating that that was the genesis of Kenyans' problem when they did that. So when it comes to now to Raila time, now it seems like, I mean, that's the seared nature of politics, that you just want to have a different optical lenses, that because now it is through parliament to have discipline, not like before. Now you start saying that that is the genesis of problem. If there was a genesis of problem, then you could have gone far back and said, when TNA and URP came together to form a pre-election coalition, that was the genesis of problem. I think you could have gone there. Thank you.
Thank you. Kinywa?
Actually, also mine was about the coalition issues. So, and I think Alex have just talked almost everything that I wanted to say about the coalition. So we cannot do coalition as a friendly thing the way the William Ruto wanted. He wanted to be a friendly thing, not something that is in a law. So I think they will come to understand the meaning of the word coalition later on. They will come to understand when they get fixed. So that's my rebuttal.
Okay, Ndeto, 1 minute for a response.
Okay, thank you so much, Demba. You know, I'm imagining if we make Azimio as a coalition before elections, then all the people, like a good number of parties, they fail even to produce a governor, or they fail to produce, let us say, even MCAs. What will happen to them? And they have already signed those like memorandum of understanding. You know, those are scenarios that will bring maybe opposition to the government that will be formed. Maybe it will be Azimio. So, and that's the genesis of whatever we see that bring flows when it comes to delivery of services to the people. But if we just come together, because you have won as a party, I have won as a party, I am the party with the majority members of parliament, for instance, then we come and negotiate so that we can come up with a very good model so which can deliver quality services to the people. In a way, I find it more realistic, and it will bring no kind of disputes, because we shall agree basing on what you will bring on the table, other than what I am anticipating to bring on the table. If it backfires, meaning our relationship will die, and someone might also take an advantage over the same. That's what I'm foreseeing.
Okay, thank you so much, Ndeto. We want to move on to someone else. Alex, you are to give your submission.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm going back to our topic. Our topic is the Deputy President William Samoei Ruto goes to wale watu ambao wanarusha mawe, wale watu ambao wanang'oa reli, wale watu ambao hawapendi matokeo ama wakubali matokeo. And I'm not putting William Samoei Ruto as the leader of UDA. I'm asking William Samoei Ruto as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, not as an LSK chairman, not as a chairman for some SACCO, not for a chairman for some bank, or as some president for a bank. I'm speaking of a man who has taken an oath of office administered by the Supreme Court, whereby he has said he will serve all Kenyans equally. And then anamaliza anasema, Mungu, nisaidie. Then this is the man who's speaking openly in the media. We are not talking about social media, Temba. Openly, and you know, we should not avoid this. We must put things over and over so that the UDA people can see it. We are speaking of the office of the deputy president, a man who occupies the second strongest and the safest office, a man who has a security that Uganda president, Tanzania president, Burundi president, and all East African president combined together do not have the security of the deputy president of Kenya. So when I'm speaking this, when the man speaks and say, Wale Watu, and you say you will serve all Kenyans equally, is that not a violation of the oath? Is that not something that we must take seriously? If Ndeto does not take this seriously, it seems like we are in a joke. Then we are running for an office we do not ourselves agree that is a constitutional office. When you take an oath and say you will protect all Kenyans, and you say wale watu, akusema yule mtu alisema wale watu. Stop twisting words. He clearly said wale watu, wale watu, and he said some references. One of his own lieutenants said, sisi sio kama wale watu wa kurusha tu mawe alafu wanarudi nyumbani. Sisi vita yetu waishi. I mean, we can go on and on, but we don't want to go there. But do not insinuate that he is saying an individual. Be honest and say, if we want peace, the office of the deputy president must respect the people who pay him, who protect him, and who give him the laxity and the luxury of going everywhere with security. Because when he's saying those words, he is protected. Those he's agitating, they are not protected. That is the irony. Ndeto, you should be here as a person who will go to the August House to protect all of us by saying those words are wrong. We should not shift them and say he was saying an individual. In Jacaranda, he said wale watu. Now today, ameenda kwa wale watu. So we are discussing, is the deputy trying to agitate us so that we can do something for him to prove what he's saying? That is what we are talking about. We shouldn't run away from his seat. He occupies the second strongest, the second safest, and the second most admired seat in the Republic of Kenya. That's why Gachagua and the rest are sitting next to him, because they also want to occupy that seat. So that seat should not speak the way he is speaking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, for your quick, sharp, eloquent, direct submission. Mimi niko hapo kasirisha watu wa UDA kupoke them, because I know wako na hasira mingi, so nikisikia kitu ikisemwa ile ninataka kuwapoke na wapoke. Najua baadhi yuko hapo tu atakuja kunini, hakuna shida, but I'm just here to try and you know, rub it in. Kinywa, karibu.
Okay, good morning everyone. Niko na usingizi. Yesterday tulitoka hapa asubuhi in the morning, so we didn't even sleep. Alex, you're still driving. Okay, let me just go direct to my point about the DP, how he was received in Kibra. I think it's a good thing, and we need to give these people time for them to come and lie to us. Then we judge them behind the curtain. After they lie to us, they go. So let us give them that chance. We just take it back behind the curtain, we discuss, then we just throw their lies away. Another thing, you know, Ruto must do his campaign by himself, because ana mtu yoyote anaweza mpigia siasa, ana mtu yoyote. Reason being, no one can explain the manifesto ya UDA to grass. Ruto peke yake ndiye anaweza simama aambie watu. Like, let me give an example. Today I was in Ongata Rongai the whole day. I was working there. And in the evening hours, around 7, 8, I have interacted with more than 50 people in the market, asking them a little bit questions, asking them, between Baba and Ruto, who is the best? And nikapata zile answers napata, watu mwingine anasema, watu wananiambia Baba, mwingine Ruto. So wa Ruto namuuliza kwa nini, ananiambia mi sijui, hivyo tu. Na wababa, watu wote wanasupporti Baba in the grassroots, awa mama wa soko. They know the 10-point agenda. Wanazijua zote, wanajua. That's why Raila doesn't need to go every market campaigning. Because we are campaigning for that person. It took me less than 20 minutes to make like 4 people, UDA people, to understand between Baba and Ruto, the difference. Because even me, myself, I cannot explain about bottom up. But if I tell them about the Azimio, those 10 agendas, they listen and they understand. But this bottom up, nobody understand. They don't understand. What they understand is Juu, Chini. Chini, Juu. Chini, Juu. That's the only thing people understand out there. Only like Deto. Deto is the only Deto I can understand because it's very closer to Ruto. But the common mwananchi will never understand about the bottom up issue. What they know is up, down, up, down, up. Just that. Hakuna kitu ingine wanajua. So for Ruto going campaign, it's okay. Let's give him a good chance to make the mistakes the way he's going every day making mistakes. Wacha tuwapatie hiyo time. Afanye mistake kabisa. You know, we don't need to keep telling him a lot juu ata understand mistakes zake na jaribu kurectify. So for that one, tumpatie chance. Afanye hizo vitu zote anataka. Another thing, Babu Owino is my MP, Embakasi East. And this guy is doing a great job. The other day, jana alikuwa kwangu akipeana bursaries. Today alikuwa huko mahali Ruto alikuwa anasema alipigwa na mawe akipeana bursaries. So this guy has done a lot of work. Even mpaka kwangu kwa nyumba sikanyangi matope nikiingia. Because of this guy, he has done a lot of job. So about the BBI, for that one I cannot talk. Wacha tungoje tu tuone how things will go. Na hii tabia kuitwa watu wa kurusha mawe pia, I think that's a bad narrative that DP is trying to use everywhere he goes because ana agenda ingine anaweza ambia watu, and I have like more than 50 videos. He said the same thing. 50 videos, he says the same thing. I think I'm going to extract them and I pray them here. I send them there. 50. Saying the same thing, Hata nilikuwa nafikiri this in the same rally, but it's 50 rallies different. So for me, for that one, about voter registration, I'm very cool. Me, I started voting in 2002. That's the time I started voting. And without regretting, I still have my ECK voters card. I think some of people, they have not seen it. I still have the ECK voters card with me, the ECK one. You can see it. So for me, I'm a Kenyan. I vote comes what. And now I'm transferring my vote from Tharaka Nithi to Nairobi, because I'll be working here by that time. I don't want my vote to not count. I want it to count to the constituency I am. I vote for my president, the governor here, and the MP here. That's the point. So mimi niko njiani kikampeni ya Baba full time, na nishaweka bana kwa gari naenda Meru kukampeni ya Baba this weekend. So I don't, mi sina doubt because I understand that person. Nilifanya research yake when I was in high school. Ndio nilifanya research ya Baba, na since nianze kuvote I've been voting for Baba full time. Since nianze kuvote, nobody told me about Baba. I did a research by myself. So the rest ikae hapo. So naona Deto want to rebuttal, just come on.
Thank you Eric. Naona kuna swali kutoka kwa Shiko na Ndeto pia kuna swali. Now, this bottom up thing from grassroots. How about where there are no grass? Kuna mahali hakuna grass kwa sababu zimekuliwa zote ati bottom up kutoka kwa grassroots kwenda hakuna mahali, kuna kwingine hakuna grass. So where do you even get the roots of a place where there are no grass? Yes, Shiko. Let's hear Shiko's.
Sasa kuuliza Eric kama tutaenda hiyo weekend kama naenda kukampenia baba. Maybe he can get my number so that I can join him.
Yeah, and that's me personal. I'm doing it personal actually.
Aya,
On a
Eric,
weekend at my place.
Nauliza kama naweza kujoin. Unajua Mount Kenya ni Azimio.
Very well.
Eric.
Twende.
What Shiko is saying is you include in your trip to Meru to campaign for Baba.
I will definitely. I will. We will talk about that.
Chukua namba yake hapo kwa private chat.
Shiko ndakuwa hapo.
Chukua namba hapo kwa private chat ya Shiko ndio muende. Ndeto, what is it?
Ako kwa group. Ndeto,
ako kwa group Yeah, Shiko yuko kwa group. Chukua namba ya Shiko kwa group. And maybe saying that those of you who want to join the group, put your numbers in the private chat. We have a Mutembei chat group where you have everybody. Mtu yote ambaye unataka kupata yuko hapo kwa Mutembei chat group. So just give your numbers. The admins are going to add you to the Mutembei chat group and you'll get all the people. It's a place for debate. Kama unataka kudebate inakuwa fire saa zingine, lakini unaweza ingia pale. So go in there. Enjoy the debate at Mutembei chat group. Yes, Ndeto, what is it?
Eric, include me.
Let me ask a question.
Princess.
But before I ask a question, history ya social media, we are going where we need to link up. You know, those are
wewe wachana na watu. Wewe uliza swali, wachana na wale wanataka kulink up. Hao ni watu Azimio wana link up. Hii inakuumia nini?
Mount Kenya najua ni ya UDA. So mtu kusema ati huko ni Azimio.
Ongea kivyako.
Ni watu ambao sio wa Mount Kenya. They are Mount Kenya people going to Mount Kenya.
Tafadhali sema on your behalf, not on my behalf. You don't.
I'm saying on by Shiko, I'm saying on my behalf. I'm not saying on your behalf. Yes.
Ngoja Ndeto. Kuna shida gani? Shiko amesema wapatane na
on behalf of Mount Kenya. Mimi niko wapi?
Shiko, ngoja Shiko. Ndeto, kuna shida gani? Eric anaenda kukampeni Azimio. Shiko ni wa Azimio. Wanapanga kupatana. Iko shida gani? Uko na shida yoyote na hiyo?
You know, hiyo tunaitanga bragging.
No. Wewe uko na shida na hiyo?
Mahali itapeleka watu. Bragging si mzuri, maringo si mzuri. Hakuna mahali.
Sasa wewe ndio uko na shida. Wewe ndio uko na shida.
Shida haiko kwa sababu
uliza kinywa swali.
Ndeto wacha wivu. Ndeto wacha wivu.
Amekukataza usilinge Ndeto.
Let me ask my question. Sina wivu. Hakuna haja ya useme wheelbarrow ni nonsense. Then you are busy bragging how you will go to market Azimio in Central. That's a brag. That was my bottom line. So let me ask Eric a question. Eric, you have repeatedly saying that watu wa kung'oa reli, watu wa kurusha mawe. Mimi nauliza wewe hii swali. Kwani hakuna watu hurusha mawe? Why should you target to a certain tribe? Because I've seen the direction you are heading.
Let me
kuna
just
watu wanarushanga. Let me finish my question. Kuna watu wanarushanga mawe, kuna watu wameshang'oa reli, lakini huyo mtu hajulikani ni wa kabila gani. Wewe kwa nini ni wewe unasema ni wa kabila fulani? Nijibu hiyo swali.
Let me ask you one thing first. Have you ever heard William Ruto talking about Mudavadi and Kalonzo and Wetangula and Gideon Moi? Have you ever heard talking about them in his rallies? No. Why? Njuu ao anaonanga hao si factor. Mtu factor kwake sana, it's Raila Amolo Odinga. Huyo ndiye threat. Now we have been in opposition. Listen, we have been in the opposition.
No. You know you are diverting Hapa hatuongei mambo ya melon, hatuongei mambo ya melon. Unajua kung'oa reli ni kumaanisha unaharibu economy. I want you to dissect that.
Those are the answers from your
Tell us
leader.
why you are tagging. Tell us why you are tagging pelting stones na kung'oa reli. Juu nimesikia unaegemea ni kama ni Ruto anasema. Na Ruto hajataja any tribe.
Yes, as ODM people. As ODM, guys.
Kinya, ngoja waulize swali zote. Ndeta ameuliza swali yake, ngoja, you'll have time to respond. Baz pia ako na swali, sijui ni swali ama ni
Ni swali. let me ask Kenya. Kenya has said about you keep on saying the Baba's 10 points. These 10 points are not commandments. I want to refer you to point number 4 and tell me what it means in respect to bottom ups. Just go to number 4.
I have it here. What do you want me to read?
Remember, I asked Kenya to go to point number 4 to stop telling people that they have been reading the 9 points. Let him go to point
read
number
that
4
for me, please.
Yeah, let me read the 10 points for you.
The guy doesn't know. He just knows there are 9 points.
Let me help him so that we make it
help
quick.
me, Demba.
Please do.
I have them here. So no, keep giving your whatever as I read them, so that we don't waste a lot of time.
So,
And to kupeana.
Yeah. Let me just answer the question from Deto.
I want Baz to keep giving his comment as I look at the point.
What I was rebutting.
Yeah.
What I was rebutting is these notionals. There is something like the 9 points. The problem with this country is such kind of good manifestos that only gather dust in the shelves of major offices in this country. We need actionable plans. We don't need stories that are written. I want you to reference point number 4 and tell me what it means. Exactly as it is written with the bottom ups. Tell me what is the difference.
Just. If there's a difference between, you see, there's no even difference between bottom up and the
number 4 and
That's
bottom
what you have always said.
Is uchumi kwa kina mama.
Yeah, you've been told.
So,
go on.
Uchumi kwa kina. So is that a bottom up issue?
He says he's going to. That is a bottom up. He's saying he is going to give women funding so that they can finance their small business.
Now,
What is William Ruto saying?
What is the difference between women funding and women fund? Wait, Kinyo. What is the difference between women funding and women fund that is right now?
Yeah.
There's a very huge difference, Themba.
What's the difference?
The access of the current women fund is so bureaucratic.
No,
what William Ruto is proposing
there's women fund. There's women fund right now, isn't it?
Yes.
So the other things you're talking about, the differences processes. Okay, what is William Ruto saying?
Actually, William Ruto's bottom up is just a replica of what Baba has taken to be his number 4. It is one component.
No. What is Ruto saying? That's what I want to hear.
Yes, he is going to give money to those sectors.
Now, what is Ruto saying that is different from what is existing right now?
What is existing right now, that women fund, what is existing, first of all, is the bureaucracy. And this is...
No, forget about bureaucracy, because those are technical issues that can be worked on. What is different between that and what Ruto is saying?
The difference is in access. That is why today's women fund has got no penetration.
So, good. How will Ruto increase access?
By removing bureaucracy.
How is he going to do that? By bureaucracy. That legislation.
He has been there for 8 years.
How is he going to do that without legislation? He hasn't legislated to remove bureaucracy right now. How is he going to do that?
Remember, my point was...
Okay. No. We'll come to you, Baz. We'll come to you. Wait. Have you finished your question to Kenya so that I come to you because you're giving a submission next?
Yes, my rebuttal to Kenya, I just wanted him to explain point number 4. It is very good when you keep on mentioning these 9 points. you kindly reference on some of these points. Don't just say 9 points that you cannot be able to mention them properly. I am very happy. I'm very happy, Kenya, that you knew nothing about point number 4.
I've said this. Listen to me, Baz.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Nobody knows anything.
Give him time.
Just a minute.
Let him finish.
So,
Baz, yes.
so as you head to Mount Kenya, go take the 9 points, read them, memorize them, and know you are going to meet people who will ask you questions based on those 9 points you keep saying. Remember, these 9 points are not 10 commandments. So go and memorize them.
Okay, thank you. Now, Kenya, anything you wanna say?
Yeah, I gonna tell Baz this thing. You know, as far as I'm concerned, they live a lie. Na nimesema hii bottom up issue, only the deputy president can sell it. No, hakuna mtu mwingine anaweza uza hiyo bottom up. Ana watu wa kuiuza because nobody understand. Even DP mwenyewe asemangi kitu yoyote. Anasemanga nitatoa bilioni 100, nitatoa bilioni 50, nitatoa hii. Ni chini juu. What is that? Hata mtoto wa class 1 haezi elewa hiyo ni nini. You understand? So as for us who are grown up here, youth, we understand and we are taking those things very serious. So that's why I say nobody knows. Huku kwa ground yenye wanasikizanga, hakuna mtu anajua bottom up ni nini. Hakuna. And Baz, I wish you can give me a UDA people like Ndeto. Nizunguke na Ndeto tukiuliza watu bottom up vile wanaielewa. Watakuambia chini juu peke yake, nothing else.
Me, I just
Okay, ngoja Baz.
Kenya, I asked you about the point number 4. You could not name it.
Baz is okay. We shall make your point. Baz, Kenya has made his point. Now is your time to give your submission. Now, can you come on? I give you your time. At least you give your submission. Baz, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Themba.
Themba, please. We've been waiting here long enough before Baz arrived. So
wewe WG, wewe ni mtu ambaye uko kwa hii platform, unaelewa. Sasa ukianza kutupa mawe saizi. Okay, Baz.
Kwanza someone is reminding you Themba ati ni nani kati yetu anataka kuambukiza corona wherever you are. So remove your mask so that we see you.
It's not about you. It's not about you guys. It's about where I am. It's about where I am. It's not about you guys. Buzz, go ahead.
Thank you very much. It is good to see you, Themba, that you are getting well. That's very nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Karibu.
Going back to my submission, which would be very short. It is first of all to continue with where I left with Kenya. And to tell him, you see, you have been singing a chorus without knowing the song. Go read the 9 points so that you'll have something to go and share with the Mount Kenya residents. They will ask you questions. And remember, in the hierarchy of their needs, of what they look very much in a leader, you must start with economics. So be very ready to face such questions in whatever form and shape. Go memorize the 9 points. They are not very many. They are just 9 or 10, as you have said, and see how they relate to them. I think going back by today's statement is a Reli na Kurusha Mawe. I think one thing I would like to give to Baba this time is that he is behaving very presidential. I think he must have been seconded a teacher from St. Mary's who is teaching him behavior. I know you can only learn behavior science in the university, but behavior, you need to learn it from a nursery school teacher. So he must have he is now behaving very presidential. Remember you said our candidate is acting in anger and looks in a delusion. I think he is very serious. And I think it's becoming hot. The kitchen is becoming hot. And let us see between the two. WG, you have your time. Come on. Have courtesy. So I think the statement Watu Kurusha Mawe, I think as Kenyans we should be truthful. We don't have to lie that that thing does not happen in that where he was going to. It is a true statement that has happened in that place before. The only issue I would have is what one guy said, it should not come from that caliber of a leader as a DP. I think he needs to know he carries, everyone is called, we are called differently. He's called to carry a bigger burden of responsibility. So in his office, he must remember that he's carrying his office wherever he goes.
Thank you, Baz, for saying that. Thank you so much.
And try to filter whatever he says. About the BBI, I think it is water under the bridge. Reggae was stopped. Actually, we banned the cassette. There is no more reggae. And whatever is happening at the Supreme Court is more academic, more historical. I think in future, as we talk about history, we will be referring to the proceedings as historical academic exercise that just happened with no purpose at all. Thank you.
Baz, do you talk about history really?
Thank you, Ziano. No, you're out of order. You were talking without raising your hands. Baz has given his views pretty well. If we have rebuttals, then we can have guys raising their hands up so that we can have guys. Stone PK has a rebuttal. Who else? Now, Alex, you don't just unmute, man. You raise your hand if yeah, good. So we'll start with the Stone PK and then Alex. Anybody else? All right, Stone PK, 1 minute. Rebuttals are just 1 minute. You don't prolong it.
Thank you, Baz. Thank you, Themba. I'll take exactly that 1 minute or less. Now, my brother Baz, I find it a bit difficult when you keep on insisting that your candidate is getting temperamental because the kitchen is getting hot. So I would think if it's getting hot for him, other than kuchemusha kila mtu and causing a lot of despondence, he'd rather quit. It's never too late to quit, because we don't see how we are going to tolerate him when he goes all over throwing tantrums for reasons best known to him. So he should obey the Mangelepa song that says kijiko cha jikoni hakiogopi moto. So advise him to cool or even surrender or join Azimio. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is the best time to be.
Okay, Alex. Wait, Buzz. Can we have Alex coming on? Alex, so that Buzz replies to all of us.
Yeah, man, your Mangelepa song, I think that is being out of order. But anyway, Baz, thank you for acknowledging the position of the deputy president. It is a position for all Kenyans. It's not a position for the DP. He holds a trust for all Kenyans. And thank you for acknowledging that he went beyond. Thank you.
Yes, Baz.
Let me respond to PK.
For me, the song that I want to dedicate is that what I've seen the relationship between the president and his deputy, especially penzi likisha inabaki mazoea. Yeah, itakuwaje mimi na wewe hata jambo hakuna. Penzi likisha huwa linabaki mazoea, lakini sasa deputy na president hakuna hata jambo, man. So back to you, Buzz.
I think that is a very ironical song, and we don't know. We don't know whether they talk or they don't. What we see, we only talk what we see. Going back to PK, I think PK, you have spoken about temperamental at this moment. This is the best moment to be temperamental. He will surely cool down as things get thicker. He will. When campaign hits the ground properly. Let us just wait until after 9th of February, when leaders will have resigned. Let us wait when there is no more parliament. Let us wait when there is no more chasing of leaders and the leadership will be very calm to concentrate on the campaign. Remember, it is the 3 months of the campaign that will matter, not what you did in the last 3 years before.
Thank you, Buzz. But you realize that they have been dancing before the main party has started. So they have already danced big before the main party. So that might be a little too much for the deputy president. He's been dancing, you know, and you know, the party hasn't begun yet. You've ever seen those guys, huh? It's Christmas.
Rehearsal. It is rehearsal.
Hold on. You've ever seen those guys? You meet them over the Christmas, yeah. It's only 23rd, but the guy is already being collected from the ditches. You know, the party hasn't even started. You know, and he's being collected from the ditches because he's drunk silly. You know, so you know that guy might not even enjoy the party. Like those guys who come to the party already drunk, they don't even remember anything that happened. I'm trying to find that as a similarity to what's happening right now. The guy is already angry, and we are yet to, I don't know if we have seen the timetable. We are yet even to have the timetable for campaigns, you know, when you are supposed to start. But the guy is already angry and writing to ICC. You see, right now, even if you write to IBC cannot prosecute nothing because, you see, they have not yet said that the campaigns are out. So what are they prosecuting right now? So I think they're even good, you know, not to have, you know, written to IBC. Yes, Kinyo, what is it before I bring WG? Now, Ndeto has left you alone. Where has Ndeto gone?
You know, Themba, DP has been trying to play invisible drums for the last 3 or 4 years, invisible drums, but literally Aqua Najua, nothing like that. So he has been trying to do that, to play invisible drums, and that couldn't work. That couldn't work. So saizi, when we were at a receiving end, tulikuwa hivyo sasa hako saa hii. Unaona vile tulikuwa kwa receiving end, tulikuwa hivyo. So now this is the real feeling, not yet the real. Wait for, from March, the real feeling will come, the real heat will come across. So the better the guy resigns very fast and go start playing the real drums. He better resign and play the real drums. Aache kucheza invisible. Invisible hataweza. Invisible inachezwa na watu machua, wazee. Wazee ndio wanachezanga invisible drums. Yeye hawezi. The only legend will understand what I've said.
Can you atiga kuroria?
Buzz, any comment before I bring WG?
I think Kenya has concurred with what I've said, that campaign has phases, and we are in this phase. This is where everything what he is doing is acceptable. But as we progress, you are going to see him now behaving very presidential. His campaign message very clear. It is good this time you are confused about the bottom up. It will
No,
be
I'm
very
not
clear.
confused.
At times, it will be confused. You are confused. You say you don't understand it. But as time goes by, it will be very clear. Then I believe they are now doing how to the messaging. They will change that. And 2 months to 3 months to the election, let's come back here and now start weighing up options and see how Baba is now tired on the campaign and how Ruto is taking him now face on, because I believe Ruto can do 6 to 7 rallies. Bab, I don't think he can do 2.
As I have said, Ruto can never play invisible drums. Those are only for people with experience like Baba. Ruto just need a real drums zenye anaona anacheza cheza nazo hapo. There is something called invisible drums zenye uoni unazicheza, and those invisible drums ndizo Baba ako nazo. Do you know, Baba hahitaji kushinda akizurura kwa siasa. Akona watu wanajua siasa wa kumpigia siasa legit. Ruto hakuna mtu atampigia siasa legit. Nobody. Saizi akiamua pumzike for 1 month, UDA imeisha. 1 month aende nyumbani apumzike, UDA kwisha. Hiyo siasa inaishi hapo. Count on me on that.
Okay, asante sana Kinywa, Buzz, Stone PK. WG, dakika zako sasa ndizo hizo sasa.
Thank you, Themba. Allow me first of all to, congratulate Buzz for being so cool and airing his points, although upside down, but very cool and with logic and with good in a good way. So I really like that. And again, not so many people from the other side are able to stay on this platform that far, absorbing all these facts without getting irritated. So we only see that before June you should be one very strong supporter of Baba when you continue staying on here like the way you do. I want to say that the words of Herman Manyora, who stated, I think within this week or over the weekend, that William Ruto has learned that he's not headed anywhere. This presidency is a marriage to him. He's not going to get it. But William Ruto has one main point that he wants to get as many seats in both houses as possible. So as number one, to remain relevant when the next government is formed, because being the leader of opposition, he wants to have as many seats. The other thing he's fighting for is that he can control. When he controls the parliament, William Ruto will be forcing his policies through his MPs, his members of parliament. That is all Ruto is fighting for. And therefore, that informs the fact that he wants to be the de facto and unchallenged head of UDA without any other parties coming in to negotiate with him. So that is William Ruto's intention so far. But even for presidency, he's seeing it like it's a marriage. It's not a reality for him. So when I talk about William Ruto's constant irritation, constant abuse and insults, and daring and provocations to the state, either if he's not provoking the state, he's provoking his opponents on the other side, knowing very well that these are people some days who used to be very provocative, very sensitive to provocations. So William Ruto comes to, kuchokora. He comes to provoke them so that there's something he is intending to achieve with that. But let me tell him that, since the handshake, we are on the other side of the coin. We are rubbing shoulders with State House. We are the government in waiting. So if you thought you were waiting for us in the gates of anarchy and throwing of stones, the way you are saying, and confrontation, you will not find us there. Instead, what do? Right now, yesterday there were 30 governors that went to show solidarity with the former prime minister. That is the game we are playing. The game of playing cards well. You see, when he wants to that we meet in Jacaranda to throw stones with him, we take to our heels. We just go away. But the following day, he hears that we are somewhere, you know, getting ready to be supported by 30 out of 47 governors, actually 35, only 12 around. You know, and what does that mean? It means that we will be in mashinani, and those governors also enjoys lots of resources over there. Our campaigns will be very easy because we shall have devolved our campaigns over there. So it is wisdom. It is not again the need of confrontation and chest thumping. That is not the politics we are playing here, because as I have said, we are people who are now before we do things, we ask ourselves, what will this nation gain from it? Because we are responsible, we become responsible. The other thing that William Ruto is doing is, I think he wants to confuse everyone. He wants to confuse everyone. There will be strife, and then, like I said sometimes back, ahead here, he will claim that there is, number one, there was violence that he will show in court of law. That is after he's been beaten. Number two, he will claim that his votes have been stolen. That's why he is bringing up numbers that they cannot substantiate, both in parliament and out on the ground. So there's a kind of game he's playing. How it's gonna end, we are waiting to see. So he has involved us in lots of tricks, and quickly William Ruto is becoming irrelevant, actually, because when people are planning to engage in a civil manner, he's looking for a way to trick people. He's looking for a way to make noise where there is no, you know, shouting fire, fire, where there is no fire. Because, by the way, even this, why are they writing letters? The amount of fracas or confrontation that has been witnessed is not to that threshold that would warrant people writing letters from Siji who to who all over. Did I see like he was writing those letters to all over the world? You know, not just to the president Siji, the other one was going to Siji who and who. Why all that? He's blowing things out of proportion. And you know, if with his the way some of the presenters have opined here, with his game. Yesterday he was at Baba's backyard, or on the previous day, and there was that low-keyed confrontation, that the same one that happened to in Kericho, was it Kericho or Bomet? But he chose to highlight this so much. Then today again, he was in Kibra. You know, immediately he went to Kibra, and he was all this time, like the previous day, he was just thumping and daring Raila, telling Raila that don't think I'm like those ones, those other ones. Huwezi kuniletea mimi. So which means he's daring, like you know, showing his might. But like we said, if William Ruto wants to bring his might, let him on the ground. Let him bring it on the ground with with the kind of solicitation and, galvanizing the country behind him. That is how we want it to go. Not just going to the markets and shouting and shouting. How does he galvanize the country behind him to support his presidency, just like Raila Odinga is doing? That is where that confrontation should be. And that is what we will appreciate. Thank you. If there is someone who wants to ask a question, I'm still here before I leave.
Thank you, WG. Those are in the comment sections. Karibuni. I can see George Gakure. Why is WG on issues of Jacaranda? David Lolo says, yes, Raila is struggling to put Muizi in committee. Linus Kaspen, even with deep state, Raila is still struggling to catch up with Ruto. How do you know that? Give us your parameters of measuring that. You don't just say Raila is struggling to catch up with Ruto and you have no parameter. You can only know that when you have evidence. First of all, Ruto has no MPs, only one MP. So that's not a person even to catch up with Raila. Raila has MPs, over 70 MPs. He has only one MP in UDA. The rest, when there was time for them to show their numbers, there was no numbers at all. They disappeared. Even when they were doing secret balloting, there was nothing. So you tell us about numbers that you bundle in what do you call it, campaign, and we don't even see them when time comes. That's why you're even angry. Hasira Nation, Hasira Nation. They tell us Hustler Nation. There's nothing like Hustler Nation. Is Hasira Nation. You see, Deto has come and disappeared because there's nothing more he has to say. So those of you who are supporting the UDA, Pen Nagaka, you can't keep talking when I'm talking. I'll throw you out of the studio if you keep talking as I'm talking. So UDA is a desperate team. They do not have plans. The bottom up thing has backfired. The hustler thing has changed to a Hasira Nation. They do not have nothing, So I really pity them. But let's see how it goes. Erico Suarez, Yeriko ground ni Ruto. Ground gani? There's no ground. Mashamba yaliibiwa yote. So ground gani? Unaongea juu ya ground. The person whose footprints are everywhere where mashamba yaliibiwa ni nani? You know, any child who is asked about the land grabber. So hata mashamba yaliibiwa. Yeah? Nyeri had outgoing governors. Okay. Now I want to bring on this Stone PK before I bring Jakindube.
No, it's Jakindube, then me.
Okay, hold on, Stone PK. Rotich says that I'm misleading the nation. Now, which nation? The Hasira Nation. The Hasira Nation cannot be misled. They already misled by a very angry person. So you don't need any further misleading. You only need redirection. So Hasira Nation cannot be misled. You can't mislead someone who is already misled. If you believe in a hollow argument like bottom up that you can't explain, you already misled. So what other misleading are you expecting? Yeah, that's the most outrageous statement I've heard today. So you cannot be misled from being misled. Jakindube, karibu.
Asante sana, nawasalimia wote, hamjambo. Nimefurahi Demba mimi kuwa hapa, lakini nasikisika Ndeto Ndeto amekimbia na huyu mwingine Baz amekimbia. Sasa nilikuwa nataka sana kuzungumza na Ndeto kwa sababu Ndeto nimemsikia akisema mambo ya uongo mtupu. Nilikuwa sana
ni add back kwa group.
Sorry?
Shiku mute.
Ndeto amesema mambo mengi ya uongo, kusema kwamba eti nani anaweza kuongoza na wanaweza kuongoza na wameshindwa na uongozi, wanasema uongo. Huyu ni naweza kusema, nataka kuambia kwamba sielewi hata wale watu wanamuunga mkono wana Ruto, kwa sababu hao wote, Ruto mwenyewe Alex amesema kwamba Ruto mwenyewe anafanya makosa mabaya sana, anafaa hata kushtakiwa, kwa sababu Ruto anapokea mshahara na afanyi kazi ambayo amepewa kufanya. Anaenda akisema akishambulia Wakenya akisema hawa. Yeye aliapa kulinda Wakenya wote na nchi sehemu yote ya Kenya na watu wake. Sasa kila anaposema wale watu, hiyo ni kubagua, na yeye hiyo ofisi yake haimuhusu kubagua. Ndio maana mimi nasema mtu ambaye anaitwa makamu wa rais hafai kugombania kiti ya rais kama bado wako ofisini. Ni makosa. Hiyo ni kitu inatakiwa tutoe, tuiweke kwa constitution yetu, haifai. Kwa sababu utapata rogue makamu wa rais kama huyu bwana Ruto ataleta fujo katika nchi. Hiyo mambo ya kusema kwamba nimefurahi sana kwa watu wa Kibra kumkaribisha, kwa sababu anapenda sana kukashifu watu, kukijeli watu kwamba wanafanya kitu fulani. Sasa ameenda kule, hakuna chochote kimefanyika. Jana kule alipoenda Jakaranda hakuwa amejulisha serikali kwamba ana mkutano pale, na kwa hiyo kulikuwa na vurugu pale. Leo kama alijulisha kwamba anaenda Kibra, hakuna vurugu. Kwa hiyo ni mtu ambaye anatafuta vurugu, na mimi ninashangaa sana kuona nafikiri wakati moja alikuwa kule sehemu za Mlima Kenya, kulikuwa na vurugu. Mbona anataja tu ya Kondele, na mbona anataja sijui ya Wanjigi huko Migori? Kwani Wanjigi si alitembea the whole, alienda Siaya, alienda kila mahali huko Nyanza. Sasa hiyo imekuwa wakati alikutana na alipokuwa akisema, labda alisema maneno ama alisema maneno wale watu hawapendi. Sasa anaifanya inakuwa watu wote. Mtu akikufanyia kosa, sema huyu mtu amefanya kosa. Usiseme watu ambao wanaishi sehemu hiyo au watu ambao wanaishi kwa province hiyo ni wamefanya makosa. Sio hivyo. Ndio maana bwana Ruto, kwa maoni yangu, na nitarudia tena, hafai kuwa kiongozi katika nchi yetu, kwa sababu ni mchochezi katika mambo yake yote. Na hata saa hii anachukua mshahara yetu, anapewa mshahara, amepewa nyumba, lakini yeye hafanyi kazi ile alikuwa ameahidi kwamba atafanya. Kwa hiyo hafai hata kidogo. Kwa hiyo mambo ya kusema kwamba watu wa Kibra aliwataja wakati mmoja kwamba wanang'oa reli na wanatupa mawe, leo nafikiri ni njia nzuri sana na ni aibu kwake kwamba ameenda Kibra na hakuna chochote kimetokea. Kwa hiyo ni kwamba nafikiri wale watu kama kina Ndeto, nilikuwa natarajia kwamba Ndeto angekuwa hapa ndio azungumze, sio kukuja kusema maneno alafu anakimbia. Asanteni sana.
Asante Jakindube kwa hayo maoni yako ambayo ni ya muhimu sana. The first thing ambayo I want to say is that a sitting deputy president is supposed to be paid for the work that he's supposed to be doing right now, not what he is going to be doing once he's elected come 9th. So for that reason he has failed terribly. Nani anaweza kuhire mtu amfanyie kazi and then you paying that person to look for another job? But you are safe to do that with the current deputy president. Ziana, how are you?
I'm good, Temba.
Leo naona network yako iko sawa, so unaweza toa maoni?
Leo naweza toa maoni.
Haya, karibu. Naona mko wawili hapa na Shiko, so mnatiana moyo. Shiko yuko pale plus 254 karibu analala, lakini naona amejikaza kisabuni.
Shiko, jikaze. Raigwa. Jikaze.
Raigwa. Sawa.
Mimi nashukuru kwa nyinyi nyote mlioka hapa, Stoni, Kinywa, Alex, Jakindu, WG, hata Penny na sijui nani huyu mwenzangu mwingine, Harun na Temba mwenyewe. Leo nafikiria yuko mahali ambapo hawezi toa, inaitwa, najua huwezi toa huko mahali, huwezi toa hiyo
inaitwa barakoa.
Naona
hapana,
Temba huko mahali huwezi toa barakoa. Wacha nizungumze kuhusu hii jambo la Kibra. Makamu wa rais alipotoka Jakaranda, alipochokora Jakaranda akaona haijatosha, akaona aelekee wapi? Aelekee Kibra, sababu hapo sasa ndiye alikuwa anajua. Sasa inasemekana bedroom, alikuwa anasema wacha niondoke hapo kwa sitting room niende kwa bedroom. Sasa akaenda pale bedroom akidhania, mawazo yake ilikuwa ni kwamba pale atatoroshwa vibaya sana zaidi ya Jakaranda. Kaenda akapata pale watu ni wangwana, alijulishana pale Jakaranda. Ninarudia, ni kama hakuwa na kibali. Siku ingine nilisema hivyo, bwana Atuya karibu anipige sijui na nini. Nafikiria pale Jakaranda hakuwa na kibali, lakini Kibra nafikiria alichukua kibali. Kwa hivyo mimi nawashukuru watu wa Kibra sana kwa kile jambo wameonyesha. Ile maneno yake ya kusema watu wa Kurusha Mawe, leo hakuwa na la kusema, ni aibu tupu. Jambo la Kurusha Mawe hakuna kusemwa tena. Bwana DP kile namuhurumia sana, kwa sababu itakapotangazwa watu waanze kuanza kutafuta kura, hana mtu wa kumtafutia kura, kwa sababu kila mahali ni yeye ndiye anaenda. Azimio naona wengine wanapiga kutafuta kura kule Mombasa, wengine wanatafuta kura upande wa Western, lakini upande huu mwingine wa DP ni lazima yeye mwenyewe ndiye afike pale. Kwa hivyo namuhurumia, kwa sababu kila mtu sasa ataanza kujipigania kutafuta kura mwenyewe. Angewafunza watu wake mapema wakiwa wanaanza kutafuta kura kwingine, ili naye pia wakati itakapofika au wengine watakuwa napiga kujitafutia na kumtafutia. Lakini sasa hivi itakuwa ni vigumu, watakuwa wanajitafutia kupigania viti vyao. Maneno la BBI, hii neno la BBI hii, wacha tuachie koti ije, tuko sawa nayo, isije tuko sawa nayo, manake tulikuwa tushaitupilia, tulikuwa tumeiweka kando kabisa. Sasa ikija ni furaha yetu, lakini najua hata ikija sasa hivi hatutaiweka kwa sasa hivi, bado tuko kwenye kutafuta makura. Kwa hivyo, na kile kinachoniuma zaidi ni Wanjigi. Wanjigi anatumwa, hiyo ndio kinaniuma zaidi, anatumwa, ye anatumika. Sasa anasema kama alikuwa anapigania ODM, tayari Raila ameenda kwa Azimio, tayari Raila ako na Azimio, aende tu presidential hiyo yake anataka ya ODM, aseme mimi nataka presidential ya ODM, aende, badala ya kupiga kelele mingi, aende aone watu wamemchagua ama wajamchagua kuwa presidential candidate wa ODM, badala ya kuenda na kwanza kupiga porojo mingi za kusema ya kwamba mimi naonewa sababu ya hii. Na saa zile alipokuwa na msupport bwana Raila, alipokuwa na msupport mheshimiwa Raila hapo mbeleni, nani alikuwa akimpiga? Saizi anasema Raila ndiye anampiga, ati Raila ni amemsaliti. Unawezaje sema umesalitiwa ila hali wewe mwenyewe ndio unamsaliti mwenzako? Unajua kutangulia, kwa sababu unajua uko na makosa, sio nzuri. Lakini mi naona Wanjigi hakuna mahali anaenda, angekuwa mpole, hata kiwa anatafuta hiyo kila anachotafuta, angekuwa tu mpole. Ni kwa hayo tu kwa sasa. Nimeshukuru Bwana Themba.
Asante sana Princess Yana. Hiyo ambayo umesema pia ni muhimu sana. We need to remember that back if you can remember the story of the men in black, that was the time that the team of Akina Babu Namwamba had planned to take over ODM. But Baba has information, very high information, that people decided they were going to protect the party, and they protected it. So right now, Wanjigi had planned a takeover of ODM, because if he was genuine, he wouldn't have gone to a Wiper meeting to speak about ODM. He's in a Wiper meeting and he's talking about he's going to work with Kalonzo and he wants to be a presidential candidate in ODM. You go to speak about your party in ODM, not in a Wiper delegates meeting. So that in itself was showing how insincere he is. Secondly, saying he is the one calling delegates. How can you call the delegates? It is the party that prepares the list of delegates who are coming to vote. It is not the candidates. So you don't call the delegates for you to go and say that now these are the delegates I want to tell the party to organize. It is the party that organizes the election. You cannot be party to an election that you want to contest it. In the ODM hierarchy, there were several presidential candidates. There was Joho, there was also Oparanya. They both stepped down. So him is busy trying to disorganize ODM from within. He wants to take over ODM, and that will not be accepted. So let him just sort himself out. Baba is so much aware, you cannot take ODM from him. Even if you say you are the one who funded the party, the last time they tried, that didn't happen, and this is not going to happen also right now. So let him start his own party. I mean, you can always go start another party if you think you're very popular. So aenda fagia wote on another party, not in ODM. ODM was there since 2007, 2008, 2013, when he was busy supporting Ruto. ODM was still there. 2017, ODM was there, and the ODM will still be there. So he should just sort his issues out. So we hope he's able to sort them out. He goes and contests on an ODM. Baba is not in ODM. Baba is above even right now ODM. He has been released by ODM. He is not going to be contesting anything in ODM because he's already endorsed in ODM. Thank you. So I want to bring in who is this? Pen Nyagaka. Before I bring Harun. Pen Nyagaka.
Yeah, habari. Hello, can you hear me?
Mzuri, we can hear you.
Oh,
Ongea,
okay,
Pen.
asante. Okay, asante sana. Mimi nasema asante sana.
Why is it when you make other noise you don't ask if you're being heard, but ukipewa saa kuongea you start asking if you can be heard? You see how you are, Pen.
You always get me straight, so I got that. I'm not gonna mess up your TV or your show. Soja niseme ya kwamba asante sana hata kwa dada yangu huyu nani Princess. Mimi sitaruka. Niliambia Princess the other day ikiwa August 11 mkishinda utaingia hapo na nikishinda muingie pande hii. Lakini in essence of the topic of the day, what we saw in Kibra and Raila going to City Hall, that's all we need. We need just peace. We don't need to fight. Come up with Jacaranda, whoever was fighting, regardless of what. I agree with them say, regardless of what, violence should be part of political debate. Just like in here, you don't let us fight. You say, hold down, go slow. You know, that's the culture that we need to develop. I know our country has a young democracy, but in essence, what we need is not fighting. Please, regardless of what. That Ruto organized to beat himself up. Come on now, you need to get better than that. It's just like, period, regardless of what, who. If Raila goes somewhere and he's attacked, I'll be annoyed with that. I want to beat him with words, ideas, not stones and spears and whatever, the rungus. So let us be very clear on that and condemn any kind of violence, regardless of whose side is it on. And Lani said, my sister said, I didn't think it like that. Like Ruto must have gone there to keep it to just look for a war. But we don't need to be doing that. We need to do better than that. Just tell your ideas. And most of you have a problem with bottom up. And I've really tried to explain it so many times. Like it looks like because you don't like Ruto, then you don't understand, you don't want to understand what bottom up is. It's simple. It is the economy that was started by somebody named John Maynard Keynes against somebody named John Maynard, somebody else. But he did this in the 20s, and even Keynes did in the 30s. And this is what has prevailed in the countries of the Western democracies for the last 60 or some years, ever since the wars in Europe. In other words, you transfer the resources to the poor, it will go up anyway to the rich. Instead of giving the rich. In the United States, China is what it is because they did trickle down and the people picked up the money and sent the money to China and made the shirts and the clothes from China to sell them over here. So once you give the money to the rich, It's not necessarily that it's going to end up with the poor. You can look at our country today, Kenya. And for those who wonder, like I live in the United States all the time, I'm in Kenya 2-3 times a year. I just choose to be private. But it is very clear. If we can change that, and the only thing that my party don't mention is corruption. If we take away corruption, bottom up will work. It's just that simple. The bottom up economics is economics of taking the money from the government and giving straight to the poor using different methods, not necessarily just picking it up, Ruto picks up and give it to somebody who go to. No, it's negotiated, it's understood, and then you go from there. But now you giving money to the rich. Here in America where we live, Trump was giving the money to the rich whenever the economy was bad. Now, the bottom up economics, Biden is giving everybody a check that is in the bottom. They never saw the check when Trump was president. So let us be very, very clear of what we are talking about. I know that most of you guys are in ODM, and the more I listen to you, the better I feel, because I'm like, these are the people we need to beat. We can beat them anytime, anywhere, anyhow. You just don't think that we no, don't worry about us. Just worry about yourself. We are okay. We are struggling with what we got. But we hope Ruto makes to be president in 2022 in August. But if he does it, we will tell him to go home, to Sugoi. And for your information, some of the guys there say I'm washing dishes in Sugoi. I'm too old for that. But I do understand what politics is talking about, what argument is making, especially the large party. The large party is not saying destroy ODM or Asimio. No, it's just saying that anybody that comes to this party, leave your stuff on the door and come in here and negotiate with what we can do. That's it. How do you guys think that Ruto wants to bring the dictatorship back because he says he wants one party, not amalgamation of small parties, tribal parties like Ruto calls them? I don't know. No, we want a large party, and then whoever is on the other side fight with us, and that's it. Lastly, we hope. I hope for you. I'm a Christian. I'm a Seventh Day Adventist. I hope you win. You will see what an opposition is. A strong opposition can make a country grow. Right now, we don't have an opposition. So are we a dictatorship then? Because any country that doesn't have an opposition is a dictatorship. So the people are so, confused, and you forcing people to go register for vote. For what? We don't know who we're voting for. The loser becomes a winner. The winner becomes a loser. And they're in between. Jimmy Wanchiki finally. The way Jimmy Wanchiki was taken in jail, we thought, some of us who grew up in the 70s, we thought we were through with that. To see it now, my friend, that is very, very dangerous and sad to speak of. Thank you. Marisa, thank you, Tom.
Okay, I noticed there's about 3 rebuttals, and but before they come in, if you have to defend it, then it is true. If you have to deny that you guys are not angry, then you are. Indeed, even the way you are speaking, you are angry. I can read it from your voice. You are very irritated, and if you must defend it, then it is true. I want to bring in Alex to ask a question. Alex, 1 minute. Then Stone PK 1 minute. Then Ziana 1 minute.
In this forum, for the record, we have discussed with Mzee over and over. I don't know that the economics he started, and he has made some statements that are untruthful, and I want to debunk them. That in this country, we are taking money and giving people directly. I don't know where he lives. I wish to live there. I wish to live where people are given money directly. Under the Social Protection Act of the USA, when the pandemic came, what they did was to shield the jobs. The unemployment they gave was not giving handouts. It is a Social Protection Act, a reservoir of money. It's like the China one, where there's a Soviet fund a Soviet fund in terms, it's like strategic reserves for maize, whereby when we don't have maize in the country, we go to the strategic reserves. So how the money was given and the process was given and the due process that was passed through Congress, an act of Congress, is not what Mzee is saying. You know, it beats logic when Mzee comes and says that. Secondly, when Mzee comes and says that the only reasonable thing is to give people directly money, not to give to rich people, then how do you create employment? How do you create employment sustainable so that this government that is getting that money is able to tax these people so that the government is able to get that money again? How do you, there's something called the vicious circle of economy, of how the government gets money through taxation and gives subsidies and so on and so on and still gets the money, how the money circulates, the liquidity of money. Mzee, if economics was hard for you, don't come here and say the only way that economy can grow. And you have quoted a man who was a former IMF chief who wrote a book that he never finished. First of all, that book he never finished. For the record, that book was never finished. And it is a distorted fact that he was saying bottom up. He was saying markets. And I've said here, I said, bottom up, it's not about giving handouts. It's about protectionism, which we talked about yesterday, that there are basic markets. For example, if Kinyua, I don't know what kind of business he does, there is a level of protection he must give against people from Middle East who will come with all their money that they don't know what to do with. And then they start doing the same business he's doing. The same thing Matiang'i said, how can a supervisor come from India and come here to become a supervisor? We have enough human capacity development to administer whatever that man, and he was told to go. So, Mzee, the issue of bottom up does not work. Trickle down. This money will have to be taxed in order for government to have something so that it can be able to give somewhere. So if you give people money like that, Kinyua said yesterday, you pay somebody 1,500. If I'm building a house today, I give 300 every day. The person who at the end of the day, through my M-Pesa, who is going to pay taxes, it's me if I give people cash. So, my friend, you need to come here and explain your bottom up in the right way. Don't cherry pick things that are not true and then you decide, say, that is the only thing that can work. You come with that book and read it, because you have said about that book several times. That book talks about market, not handouts, not the 50 billion, not the 100 billion that Ruto talks about. Thank you.
Okay, Stone PK.
Yeah, mine is Alex has done a bit of it, but I also want to tell Brother Penny that he keeps on referring to Azimio guys as if we've not understood what UDA, has been talking about bottoms up. We know what it is. We know what the countries are doing. But what is not coming out clear is now when you guys start contradicting by giving modules that are non-existent, because you can't just come with money and start dumping to people. That is kind of doing a bottomless kind of activity. And just as Alex has said, then the government will not be able to get money, because government has to create an economy that it can tax and be able to keep on giving that money. There has to be that circulation. So we know what China is doing, what US is doing, what all those other countries are doing. But when it comes to UDA, they really don't know what they are telling us. And that is the confusion we don't want to have. Because when you don't have a strategy or a framework, they are just calling names, then we can't have a good country.
Ziana.
Oh, Bwana Penny, mimi
Yeah.
nikikuuliza tu swali, corruption hiyo ambayo umezungumza, hiyo corruption, umewahi kusikia makamu wa rais akizungumza kuhusu corruption?
No.
Sasa umezungumza vizuri sana kwamba hatuwezi fanya hiyo bottom up kama corruption bado ingali ipo, na kama hazungumuzi kuhusu corruption, hiyo bottom up itafanywaje? Jambo lingine, uliona vile hii COVID ilifanya watu huko Kenya. Wewe uko ng'ambo, wewe ulipata stimulus check. Ulisikia mtu wa Kenya wowote ambaye alipata stimulus check?
Nope. Because Kenyatta is the president.
Si ati Kenyatta ni makamu wake ni nani? Makamu wa rais ni nani?
Ni Ruto, lakini ukumbuki makamu ya Kibaki, because Kibaki made the economy. Kalonzo did make the economy.
Makamu wa rais ana uwezo wa kuzungumza?
Atazungumza, lakini hana uwezo wa kufanya kitu.
Ana uwezo wa kuzungumza na ana uwezo wa kuelezea rais ya kwamba tufanye hivi. Hawa watu wameumia. Hii COVID imewaumiza watu. Hata hawakupata stimulus check. Corruption azungumuzi kuhusu corruption. Kama umesema vizuri azungumuzi kuhusu corruption, hiyo bottom up hakuna. Kwa hivyo kama siku ile atazungumza kuhusu corruption labda, lakini sasa ondoa hiyo maneno ya bottom up kwa mdomo yako kabisa, kwa sababu makamu wa rais hazungumuzi kuhusu corruption. Ni hayo tu.
Thank you so much. You know, Pen Nyagaka, I wonder now if you say that you protect the deputy. Would you recommend deputy president for anybody? He has been a deputy for 8 years. What are the good things that you think he has done? Can you talk about the good things he has done? For the 8 years he has been the deputy, 9 years or going to 10 that he has been the deputy president. Kindly highlight only 5 things that you think he has done. In his position as the deputy president.
My friend, this is very weird, because there is no country like Kenya today, anywhere in the world, where you are attacking the deputy and leaving the president, because the deputy want to be president.
Ben, I asked you a clear question. I asked you, no, listen, Ben. You know, I don't want you to divert. I asked you a very straight question. Give me 5 things that the deputy president has done in his position as a deputy president that will make you recommend him. That's the question I'm asking.
But I will not give him. It has to be with the president. The roads, the hospitals, the technical colleges.
No, Pen. I'm asking you, because the same you, okay, good. The same you, when Ziana asked you that he's been the deputy president, he need to take blame for certain things. You say no, he shouldn't take blame for those things because they haven't worked together. But now when it comes to me telling you, okay, fine, he's the deputy president. What are the things he has done as a deputy president to support this government to work as a deputy president? That is what I would want you to highlight.
Okay, the hospitals, the roads, the technical colleges, the stuff like that. I can get that. Corruption, they have done 0. You know, they have to be together. You can't choose number 2.
He has failed as a deputy president. That's what you're saying.
They have both failed, yes. Both. not the
Uhuru is not coming back as a president come 2022 on 9. He's not on the ballot. The person on the ballot is the deputy. So if they have failed, he has failed, right?
That's true. I got no problem with that, but you have to put both of them. Even if we come back down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask Alex?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what Alex you were saying is true. The guy who he was never head of the IMF and the other World Bank. He just gave the ideas. That's what started that. He was never ahead of it. But what you just said is true. That's the details of. He was talk about if you go tax these people and they have no money, how they go pay. He really simply predicted the Versailles. In the Treaty of Versailles, he predicted the coming Second World War because he was saying that you cannot tax these people unless you give them a job or you give them the government send some money, some help for them, so for you to tax. And the number two, Alex, you said, how can these poor people get the money unless you give to the rich? I am not particularly saying the rich, the poor, and all this and that. It can be a mixed economy, but to target the rich, the poor is very simple. Over there in Kitty, where we come from, instead of giving one person, you are building 2 buildings or 10 buildings. Instead of giving one person a contract to go hire people to make bricks, you can give the groups of people the money to make the bricks where these guys can go buy the bricks from. That's the same example. You know, instead of bring all the bananas to the market, give the farmers the money to bring the bananas themselves to the market. You know, examples like that. But what you just said is true. It has to be negotiated. The bottom up has to be negotiated. It cannot be just like Ruto is saying or the politicians are saying. It has to be negotiated what we can do. For example, I'm saying I'm from Kisi. What we have is bananas, we have tea, coffee, all our products. How we source them is very important, especially to the people who are doing the job at the bottom. That's all I'm saying. That's all I understand the bottom up to mean. But the Bbi Proceedings, unless we really focus on corruption, bottom up will never work. Period. I'm not criticizing it, but I'm saying the essence what has worked in most countries is that the money has to be clear. Corruption kills every economy in the world. That's not the one.
Okay, asante sana for that. Ben, we will continue interrogating that as we move on. Let's listen to some other people. I can see Harun. Harun, I'll bring you on. And just like yesterday, are you here for the next 1 hour?
No. My phone is about to go off. Maybe you can give Stone PK if he's around.
Are you here for the next 1 hour?
Yes, I can do 1 hour, Temba.
Okay, yeah. So I want to step out. I know wale ambao mko hapa mkae hapa msitoke kwa sababu mkitoka Stone PK will not have the key to add on, but I'll be back in an hour. So that we can continue. Let me add those I can add right now, like Eric, make sure you don't drop off now, so that you stay on for the next 1 hour. If you drop off, wewe kwisha, nobody will add you on. Harun will come on, and then we now do the other rounds now. So Harun, go ahead. I'll just be here for like 2 minutes to add those who want to come in. We are 8, so I'll add in the others, and then I can allow you guys to continue. Thanks, Stone PK.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity in order for me to give my submission on the topic of today. DP Ruto. Mute.
Oh.
Mute, eh? Oh, thank you so much. So DP Ruto, well received by Kibra people. Yeah, watu wa Kurusha Mawe na kung'oa Reli. Hey, Penny, what is wrong?
Is it muted?
Please mute. Mute. There is a sound which is coming out of your mic. So hata mimi ningependa kusema shukran sana kwa watu wa Kibra kwa jambo hili ambalo mulilitenda jana. Mungu azidi kuwabariki. I never expected mungefanya namna hiyo manze. It is yani kama ningekuwa karibu ningewanunulia sweet. Reason being chenye William Samoei Ruto alikuwa anahitaji hakukipata. So mambo ya mzee vile anaendelea kusema about bottom up, hii maneno hiyo ni kama kuswim in a desert. Kwa sababu bottom up haiwezi kafanya kazi manze kama corruption inaendelea ku rip off the flesh of Kenyans. So in fact William Samoei Ruto ninapomwangalia na ile mchezo yenye ako nayo since the tainted Eldoret rally, the chaotic rally ambayo ilikuwa pale Bomet, ambayo William Samoei Ruto aliattend, alafu baba kukanyaga mahali ambapo William Samoei Ruto alikuwa ameumia sana kwa sababu ya hii Thika Azimio Mitaani launch na ambayo ilikuwa successful. Alafu to add on that again, baba kupata uungwaji mkono from 35 governors, manze si mchezo. Ruto is in a panic mode. In fact, the essence of the essence of political campaigns, in fact, it is to persuade voters in order to vote you in whichever post which you want. But to William Samoei Ruto, ninaona hii mchezo yenye akonayo sasa hivi, kampeni yake imeanza kuwa negative. Kwa sababu when William Samoei Ruto goes ahead to label a community eti ni watu wa kurusha mawe, ama communities ni watu wa kurusha mawe, watu wa kung'oa reli, all these are meant to provoke the rally attendees in order to react either by stoning him or by heckling him. Wakati anapoongea namna hiyo, anataka mioyo ya wale wenye wameattend, ama wakati anapoita kuwa yule mganga, those words, hiyo ni kucheza na emotions ya wale attendees, kwa sababu wale attendees kama ni wa huyo mwenye anakuwa labeled kuwa yeye anatoka kwa community ya watu wa kurusha mawe, ya watu wa kung'oa reli, ya mganga, maybe ya shetani, vitu kama hiyo. Hiyo ni kuensure kuwa hao watu wamekuwa provoked, wa react. Wakisha react, things zifanya nini? Zitoke out of hands. Then kutoka hapo, nani atagain? It is William Samoei Ruto mwenyewe na UDA yake. Mimi, what am I going to urge my people? What was Azimio? Please, wherever muko mahali mnaona William Samoei Ruto anakuja to your strongholds,
kama uwezi ukaenda ukastahimili baba kuitwa majina mazito mazito na William Samoei Ruto na watu wake, you better stay home. Heri tu ubaki nyumbani, usiende pale. But if you go there, my urge to you, my brothers and my sisters, is go there, tulia, yeye aongee yenye ataongea, then kutoka hapo ataenda zake. Alafu tena kuna mchezo ingine, kama William Samoei Ruto awezi akaachieve kuguza your emotions wakati ameongea kuhusu his or her opponent, he will do what we call stage managing. Atatafuta watu wakuje wa take over nafasi ya wewe mwenye hautakuwa provoked wakati atakapoongea mabaya kuhusu Raila Amolo Odinga ama baba. So hapo ndio tunastahili police wa chip in, wa ensure kuwa in fact mimi mwenye sitaenda kwa mkutano yenye William Samoei Ruto amekuja kuita baba mwenye nina support kuwa ni mganga ama anatoka kwa community yenye inarusha mawe, majina kama hayo. Please, I need police. Kama William Samoei Ruto atafanya any stage managing, ndio itake my position. Kama mimi siko kwa hiyo rally, police watakuwa wame protect mimi na baba, cause hatutakuwa labeled kuwa maybe sisi ni watu wa kurusha mawe, wakati William Samoei Ruto atatoka hapo aende zile stronghold zenye anaona baba ameanza kugain, Moso, Mount Kenya. As I finish, sasa mambo ya Kibra imeisha with William Samoei Ruto kutopigwa mawe kwa sababu ni bedroom ya baba. Sasa anaweza enda Western ama anaweza enda Kisii kwetu nyumbani ama anaweza enda Kisumu. So my brothers and my sisters wenye mko pale ambao mko watu wa Azimio, take precaution kuwa William Samoei Ruto tumeona mchezo wake, sasa hivi ameanza kuzone zile stronghold za baba. Hapo ndiye anakuja atawaprovoke. Nilisikia kwa hiyo kwa Kibra akisema kuwa watu wa kurusha, he talked of it, but Wakenya pale walikaa chini wakaumia but hakuachieve. So hivyo my brothers and my sisters, tumegundua kuwa William Samoei Ruto ameanza kuchukua hiyo mkondo akiM. Hii yote ni mambo ya Central, cause baba is gaining, cause sasa hivi soon within this week ama over the weekend utamuona akikimbia Mount Kenya. So the best thing, either akitoka Nairobi, either aende Kisumu ama aende Kisii, watu wa Azimio be very calm. Ndio akienda Central hata kuwa na jambo lolote la kusema kuwa in fact mliona nilirusha mawe Jakaranda, nikarushwa mawe Kondele, tena mnaona vile naendelea kurushwa mawe. Ndio wale the undecided people ama voters kutoka Mount Kenya wasije wakakuwa swayed kwenda kwa baba, wakuwe swayed kuja kwa wing yake. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Stone BK.
Thank you very much, Harun, for your contribution, and it's very clear. Now twende kwa nani? Alex, are you there?
Yeah, me, I don't have anything so far. I'm just listening. I wish Mzee Penny elaborate on his bottom up. I mean, he keeps cherry picking mpaka inanisumbua. Since he comes from the economic background, and that's also my background. It disturbs me what kind of economics tulisoma sisi wote.
Hold on, Alex. I've seen George Gakure ameshinda akitupiga kule kwa ground. Gakure, how are you?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you, sir?
Now, huko kwa forum huyo jamaa anaitwa Stone PK atakupatia nafasi utoe maoni yako, acha kupiga watu huko kwa comments.
Okay. It's okay. I'm glad.
George Gakure, are you ready? Ama unataka utake breather kidogo?
Me, I'm good. I'm ready.
Take it on.
Yeah. Yangu ya leo ni mambo ya Kibra. Leo kulikuwa kuzuri. Me, I have never condoned watu yani kuleze kama vio vita kulete furuga kwa mikutano ya any leader, mostly even Raila, even Ruto. To me, I can support every leader should be heard. Everybody has a right and has ended everywhere. Like today, the Kibra was very nice, very good. The other day, Raila came to Thika, akasikizwa vizuri, akaongea, and it was peaceful. So maoni yangu ni ya kwamba tunastahili to condemn any violence, whichever the leader you don't support, because the guys who ambao wanaumia, you know, there are some leaders who give these people's money. There are leaders who give these guys, the young, our to young ambao hawana jobless au wako jobless, they give them money, wanaenda kufanya hizo furuga. Kenya is not on that. It should not go that way. It's not a do or die to be president. You see, it's not a must that watu wakufe ndio mtu awe president. So mimi leo maoni yangu ni hiyo moja. Ya pili ni bottom up economy. Wakati Ruto anasema ata support young business people, maybe giving them loan and they pay in loan terms. That's a big agenda. It's only that wale watu hawana kazi Kenya, there are a lot. Kuna watu wamesoma, kuna watu wanamaliza graduates, still he need to come up with a plan for them too. So mimi huwa nafuata your show, it's very nice show. And at least we talk about Kenya. I'm happy to listen to you guys. Sometimes Themba is not neutral, but it's okay. Naelewa kuna na PK bado hata wewe. But it's okay. We are all Kenyans. What we would like, maybe wale tuko nje, ni a peaceful Kenya, you know? A peaceful Kenya. Whoever becomes the leader. Na kila mtu asikizwe, you know? Everybody should be listened to. Everybody should give. Hata wengine hawajaanza kutoa maoni, tunaomba watatoa maoni yao vile watafanyia Kenyans. Yeah? So at least leo nimewajoin na nimefurahi. That's for now. That's what I have for now. Mr. PK.
Thank you very much.
Niko na swali PK.
Just a moment. Just a moment, Alex. Subirini kidogo. George, thank you so much for appreciating that. I just want to clarify that, of course, here we try to discuss and discuss what is really practical. Hakuna mtu anakuja na allegations. Ukija na allegations, that's when people really get hard on you. And kwa sababu we are all very sober people, and we all love our country. So feel free anytime.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Alex, and then Princess, you had raised something.
Yeah, tunashukuru kwa mgeni kwa kuja for the first time, and I think it shows that you have the courage also to speak out about the issue of bottom up. So swali langu ni, unasema kuwa ni pesa zitatengwa zipewe vijana for the sake of business development. Doesn't the Jubilee government have similar kind of program? And yet that money still remains there, and it has always been impossible people to get that money. through bureaucracy, ama kama si hivyo, we have realized kuwa people are staying away from that money. Hiyo pesa iko na hiyo program iko. Why are we not doing it now? And we are saying we will do it during Ruto's time.
Are you asking me the question?
Of course, because that's
Okay,
the question.
let me tell you, my brother. I remember when I was Kenya, you have to form a group. You have to form a group for you to be supported with the money. And then it's very hard to, yeah?
Go ahead, George. Go ahead, George.
What they do, they support people in groups. I remember when I was Kenya, there was something like that. People tried to do those things, to form groups. But it's very hard to get that money, I tell you. For you even to be approved, it's very hard. Yeah. So if I can go as person, it's not a must I come with the business guys, because I might have my mind, business mind. And I go there, they give me some money, and then they tell me, George, you're going to return the money with this interest. I can't do much alone without forming groups which you are not even business-minded people. You know? You get the point.
Alex, are you happy?
Alex, did you get me? You know, I'm
okay. Before Alex comes, I think personally I get you, but then what difference is it when Azimio said that they are also going to have the money, for example, the graduates getting their loans, which will not be charged on any interest until after 7 years?
That's a good. It's a good thing to do. If they do that, it's a good thing. What maybe I see it difficult is 6,000 to give Kenyans. You know, even I remember when I was in Kenya, even the 2,000 to reach our grandparents there, the old people, it could take 3 months for them to get that money, which is 2,000. Do you think giving 6K is possible for the Kenya economy?
Okay.
You know, let's not divert what we have asked from that to the 6K. If it's the 6K, we can discuss that. But what we are discussing is simply the amount of money the DP is saying. Look, my friend, Kenya is a debt-ridden country. Any money that we are getting, for example, all these things, the Euro bonds we had, and also this money is going to be taken out of somewhere, out of bonds and other things, to have to be given to circulate. And any investor, especially direct foreign investment, who will hear that the kind of capitalist country we have is the one that we are taking money and giving people directly in terms of loans, not even secured loans, is making investors run away. And that is different from our social protection programs that run in many countries. So if you want to compare that with the loans that will be given, and the reason many youths could not take those loans, because it got to a point whereby people could form pseudo groups, and those pseudo groups were chairman, secretary, officers, and all of a sudden, when it's time for payment, they ran away. So they were not accountable. So all of a sudden, they had to put measures for accountability. And because measures were put for accountability, now when you are taking such kind of loans, you could sign that in the event you do not pay, you are culpable and you can go to jail. Now, many people connived back because they don't want loans to do business, to make profit so that they can pay back. So let's not say that the money is not available. The money is available, but people do not want to take responsibility. They want handouts. Now, these handouts cannot be given easily because even the money, remember, we have surpassed the debt ceiling we have in Kenya right now. Even what we are borrowing We are not supposed to borrow. So we cannot lie people to have expectations that we are going to give them money that is not even going to be available at all. Where are you going to get money that you are telling even foreigners that this money is not protected? Who's going to give you that money? Let the DP be honest that this money will be given, but it will be accountable and it will be given to groups. It's the same social program that Uhuru has. People must pay back the money. The government must pay taxes. And the government gets money through taxes. So you give people money for free. How are they going to pay it back if they are not going to do business to generate money? My friend, let's not hype people and think we are going to get money for free, so that when we get into a government, people will start revolting that where is the money that we were given? There is no free money. You must do business to generate money.
Thank you, Alex. That is well. We can put that to rest, and then I have Princess. You have something for George?
Yeah, wacha ni izungumze kwa Kiswahili kinaganaga, wengine waielewe. Kuna makundi George, kuna makundi hiyo ambayo makamu wa rais anasema, kuna makundi ambayo yatakuja, ambayo makundi ambayo sio ya kisawa sawa. Unaenda unatengeneza kundi lako, unakuja unapewa pesa. Ukipewa pesa, hiyo kundi utamtafuta wapi? Amepewa pesa, utampata. Tayari amefanya nini? Zile hela amezitumia. Na hata kundi lenyewe linaweza kuwa kundi ambayo hata hijui biashara. Yeye kazi yake ni kwenda kuchukua pesa, na akichukua ameenda amepotelea. Akipotelea hakuna vile itafuatwa. Hiyo ni hela za wanabiashara ambao wamekuja kuweka biashara zao nchini Kenya, wakidhania itaendelea. Sasa hiyo yote haiwezekani, kwa sababu hakuna mtu ambaye atakubali kuleta biashara yake nchini Kenya alafu pesa zake ziwe zinapotea. Na ile 6,000 sijui wakaa nchi gani. 6,000 kama nchi za Kiamerikani wako na kile ambacho kinaitwa welfare. Na hiyo welfare sio ati kila mtu atapewa 6,000. Ni ikiwa umekosa kazi. Nyakati zile umekosa kazi, kama bado unatafuta kazi, ndio utapewa ile 6,000 ya kukuistamili maisha yako. Hiyo 6,000 sio kama ile ya wazee. Ile mzee anapata 6,000. Hii ni ukikosa kazi. Sio ati ukiwa na kazi utapewa 6,000. Ukiwa na kazi, endelea na kazi yako. Lakini ukiwa umekosa kazi, huna kazi kwa wakati huo, kwa kila nyumba, na sio kila mtu, kwa kila nyumba 6,000. Ni hayo tu Stoni kwa sasa hivi.
Aya, asante sana Princess. It is true, and nikiongezea hapo, that's why Azimio lazima tutarudisha huduma card. Huduma card is very critical to be able to, capture all Kenyans and be able to capture even the status in terms of householders, all that. So if ile pesa ya uzee inafika, like now I have my mom also who gets that money, with proper organization, eradication of corruption, I can assure you systems will work. And Baba is priority number 1 ni kumaliza corruption. That's why wameanza propaganda ati kwamba amesema atafunga watu. It is true. For us to kill corruption, hata ingetakikana pia tunyonge kama Asia. I mean, that's my own opinion. You see, because you have to set a precedence for this monster to go, right? I'll bring in nani? Jakendube, una chochote mzee? Jakendube. Jakendube. Haya basi, sasa nitaleta nani? Nimlete Penny.
Leta Penny.
Penny Nyagaka.
Okay, habari niko.
Sema kitu bana.
Hakuna sababu, ni huyo Alex anasema ajui economy ilifanya ni gani. Any country, ngoja nimweleze for the last time. Alex, any country, you have to negotiate what you are up to, what you want your future to look like in as far as economic policy is concerned. It's not a one dress fit all. It's very unique to every country. And yes, there are risks to anything that you do in life, especially ukianza kama hiyo bottom up economics. Vile nilikuwa nasema ni kuzungumza maneno ya Alex ni kwamba bottom up, I think that's what Nani means, to empower the poor. And that's exactly what John Maynard did in his economic plan. That you cannot tax the people unless they have a job. So, hiyo tu, na vile mwingine amesema hapo, we don't need to fight. We need to build a real democracy. And all this can be achieved, even if it is Azimio that wins. It can be achieved so long as we are in the peace. And like I'm saying, I'll join you guys if you win. But if I win, I hope you join me. Because it is not a life and death issue. This is a political argument that we could say that give us the price of bananas, give us this, give us that. Then we go from there. So, mind you, Kwamba, your show is very good. I do understand that most of you are in ODM, but that doesn't bother me because I've been around the block. I've seen different systems, how they have worked, how they have worked. But the system being of young people like you, devoted to Kenya, and that's where I am most of the time. In March, I should be in Kenya. In June, I should be in Kenya. I go to Kenya like 4 or 5 times a year. I have properties in Nakuru, Nairobi, everywhere. I'm not bragging, but I'm just saying that these are the practical things that I see every day. It is not like you coming from somewhere like the United States and you bragging, you like you know it all. You don't. Anything, anywhere. If you act like you know, my friend, you don't know. You don't know anything. So yangu ni kusema kwamba vijana nyinyi endelea, usikombane, endelea tu sumusa. Right now, on I write a note, I'm going through a process. My mom, who is 94, she's kind of sickly over here. And that's why most of the time I got more time to listen to you guys. But other than that, you guys are doing a wonderful job. We were there once before, But I really beg you guys, especially in our roles and all that. I have different opinions. It's not like I'm stupid or anything like that. When somebody got a different opinion from yours, it doesn't deserve all the negative. Then I'm your hero. No. We went to kutoka Kisii, we are leaders. Ukiona kama Maraga anawaambia, kile Nyacha aliwaambia, sio Matiang'i, huyu ni mwingine. That's a different story. But ukiangalia Maraga or Nyacha, they will tell you what they mean and they mean what they tell you. Good or bad, they have told you. So wacha niseme ya kwamba nyinyi endelea, kazi mzuri mnafanya. I wish you the best. The young generation, you see, guys, I've met you here. I'm really impressed about how you have learned your stuff clearly. That's good. The only thing I got to with you is in a party that I don't think that some of us grew up around him, and he has changed so many times that I don't want to talk about it because I don't want to spoil your day. You guys support who you support. We'll see each other August 11th. Kwa sababu itakuwa mmepiga, hata mimi nitakuwa nimepiga kura August 9th. Now, the last 2 times I voted for Kenyatta, my friend, I'm ashamed of that vote. Because this guy was lying to us, and he has changed completely. That's not a democracy. Kenya, we're not a democracy now. We are a dictatorship, where all the parties are in one house. We don't have an opposition. The Constitution 2010 that you young people celebrated was really that it will have an opposition. But there's no opposition for some reason. Two people go ahead, shake hands, and they follow from there. So, to me, that's where the problem is. And as soon as we have an opposition, Kenya will move forward. If Ruto becomes the opposition leader, so be it. I will not be like seriously mad. I mean, nikasirike na nyinyi ati mmeshinda. Hapana, natumia kitu tukuje kitu kidogo. Hata huyu princess nitamwambia kuja bali tukuje kitu kidogo. Sio maana ya vita. Let's stop the fight. Let's stop the matukano. When unatukana, that means that you don't have anything to offer. Lakini kuzungumza na kuambiana ukweli ndio mzuri. Ule atawin. Ule atashindwa. Asante sana vijana wangu.
Thank you very much, Ben. For me, ningekubaliana na wewe sana na niseme the road to democracy is a long one. Na iko ni lukumba. Naenda juu, naenda chini, kona. Hata America bado hajakuwa full democratized. Manake kuna challenges pia. So I would think tutaendelea hivyo handshakes, counter handshakes. But now we see tukiweka baba pale tutapiga hatua mingi sana. We might be able to cover a very long distance. Unfortunately, we lost a lot during the 24 years of
George, mute. George, mute, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my take is we lost track for 24 years. We could have progressed very heavily. You know, tungekuwa sahi tunazungumza mambo ingine, but I think we should be able to cover another long distance, and again, you know, tujaribu ku move towards democracy. That's why, like now, the wave is coalition, pre-election coalition, because we have seen post-election coalition are not working for us. In fact, I think Kenya, we are a bit blessed because we are fast-tracking, in my own opinion, many things. You know, tunachomeka kidole hapa, tunajua kuna moto. That's why now the move is to try and, you know, kind of embed it in law that parties can do coalitions before, so that hakuna kuvurushana once the cake is on the table. For me, that's a good thing. So, Pen Nyagaka, I think we are heading there. Especially with the Baba. Baba will be able to do that because his only interest is to have this country prosper. Who else do I bring in now? Anybody who is ready? Any volunteer?
Let me talk to Pen a little bit.
Okay, Princess, coming.
Oh, Pen Nyagaka, we don't have opposition in Kenya right now. The constitution, there is no opposition. We have the majority and minority. No opposition leader. So you have to know that we don't have opposition leader.
But the constitution was written with an assumption that there would be an opposition leader. That's why they are given all these positions.
They didn't put there any opposition. There's majority and minority.
But the minority was meant to be in opposition then. I might be wrong on that.
So if there's minority, so minority is in the, are they not in the parliament? So we don't talk about the opposition leader. There is no opposition leader. We have minority and majority.
Thank you, Penny. Yes, Bwana Nyagaka, when we programmated the 2010 constitution, tuliacha mambo ya kuita opposition and the leader. Tukasema leader of majority and leader of minority. However, then when they're in parliament, they are able to deal with issues that are beneficial to mwananchi. So, yeah, it's true. Whoever doesn't take it becomes the minority. And they have their say. I mean, they have their right in the debates as well, or in the shaping of the country. Jackie Dube?
I think, Penny, you live in United States where when Hillary was defeated, he could not come even near the parliament to talk anything. There is no opposition leader. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's just like here, no opposition leader in Kenya. So don't say that the opposition leader and the government, the president are now together. That everybody is in the government. There's nothing like that.
Yeah,
Raila is out. He is not in the government. There is no day Raila said he is in the government.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Princess.
Penny.
The objective of the constitution was to have a hybrid constitution that was able to take the wrangles that we had in parliament for a long time. And in the event of doing that, they made a mistake of taking the American model, whereby once the opposition, the second in votes loses, he loses the clout to even have influence. And that is why the BBI was going to address that. Why was that important? It was important because we found out without strong parties, the bigger party and the party in government was now buying other members by putting them in committees that were lucrative. And therefore, parliament became a place whereby politics was played instead of legislature. For example, you could take anybody from anywhere as long as they agree, and you put them in other committees that they are not supposed to be there. And therefore, we did not have majority and even minority where we were supposed to have. Secondly, the seat of the opposition, they realized was so powerful because when an opposition leader is in parliament, he is capable to put his troops in order. Now, without Raila being, or if he's the one who's supposed to be in opposition, in parliament where legislation is being made, like in Britain, we realized that it was difficult for our MPs to revolve around and claim that they were representing us. They started representing themselves. So BBI was going to address what you are talking about, the seat of opposition, and a powerful opposition like the ones like Kibaki occupied, whereby he was like a minister. He had an office, he had a budget, he had a car, he had a not chest car, he had security. So that is the kind of opposition leader who is respected, who can negotiate with the government on contagious issues. But this constitution that we are having removed that. And in event, we have to go to the street to agitate in order for the government to do what? To listen to us. That is the irony of the winner takes all. And BBI was going to rectify that. And I'm glad now you are a pro-BBI when it comes to opposition leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Just a minute, Tony. And even if Ruto,
order, please.
Just a minute.
Yes.
And even if Ruto comes to be an opposition, he won't have anything in the parliament. So he'll be just somebody there who has nothing. Nobody will know him. And that's why the BBI, what Alex has said, is very, very important.
But you cannot go against the Constitution, just like the court just told you, and the Supreme Court is about to tell you, so that you can bring whatever you want. I mean, the Princess, like you said, in the U.S., when Hillary lost, he never went even close to Parliament. But Joe Biden came along, and they don't have the offices. Right now, Trump is about to come back on. We had a meeting the other day in Arizona. So let us vote our constitution. That's what I've been telling you all along. If BBI is against the constitution, the handshake is nowhere in the constitution. The things that you're doing right now in parliament is not there. As I've always said, instead of focusing on real things, just like COVID diseases and stuff like that, you focusing on the nothing. I mean, what is BBI? Is to create jobs for 5 people. And that's what he's saying. You can do every one of those things that are in the PPI except one, which is to change the executive. Simple as
that. Thank you, Penny. Mute, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. All right. Okay. I would disagree a little bit with Penny that PBI was to look for positions for people. That was really very, very juakali. That's what we call it here. People thinking, people peddling that. And it's Ruto who peddled that BBI was coming to create positions and all that. Well, without looking at the bigger picture. Again, we were derailed from something that was meant to save this country because we need strong opposition. And even if we have many positions up there, what's wrong with that? If that can bring stability, and positions are made for people anywhere in the world, because today I'm there, tomorrow is somebody else. Yeah, they have to be occupied by people. And if that is what will make Kenya very stable opposition, then yeah, we go for it. There is nothing cast on the rock, in my own opinion. Democracy, as we go talking about democracy, it differs from country to country, So it's what works for us is what should work for us. My opinion. Thank you so much. Jakendube, do you want to say something? Mzee Jakendube. Hello.
Jakindube. I don't know. There he is.
Jakindube,
Are you okay?
Are you good?
Hello.
Endelea Jakindube, sema kitu.
Nasema wale waliharibu BBI walifanya makosa sana. Hao majaji ambao walitupa BBI walifanya makosa sana, lakini mimi naweza kusema kwamba katika hizi vitu zote, kitu ambacho ni ya muhimu sana ni amani. Amani ni kitu cha muhimu sana. Hata vile wanavyosema sijui kuna bottom up sijui wapi. Kwanza tuanze na amani. Ni jambo la muhimu kabisa kuwa na amani katika nchi yetu. So mimi sipendi watu ambao wanataka vurugu, alafu wakishafanya hizo vurugu wanasema watu fulani wanatufanyia hivi na hivi, na wao ndio wameanza hiyo vurugu. Unaona, huwezi kwanza kusema sehemu fulani ni ati hiyo ni kuleta vurugu katika nchi. Kwa hiyo mimi bado ninasisitiza tu kwamba mimi kwa maoni yangu huyu mtu ambaye anaitwa Bwana Ruto kwangu hafai kuwa president, hafai kuwa kiongozi, hafai kukampeni. Labda aende siku nyingine akae alafu arudi wakati mwingine kampeni, lakini sio wakati anapokuwa yeye ndio number 2 alafu anataka kukampeni kuwa rais. Hiyo haingii. Alafu jambo lingine ni kwamba wale ambao wanamsupport hawawezi kusema ukweli, hata wao wanasema tu uongo. Kwa hiyo ni vigumu sana hata kuwa nao hapa kwenye majadiliano ili tujadiliane nao alafu tupate suluhu. Maanake hata tunapozungumza hivi inatakiwa baada ya mazungumzo tuwe na suluhu. Tusizungumze tu kwamba mradi tunazungumza, lazima tuwe na mazungumzo yetu yaelekee kwamba katika mwisho wa mazungumzo yetu tuwe na suluhu ya kusema sisi kama wana Kenya inatakiwa tufanye hii 1 2. Ingawaje tulikuwa na maoni tofauti, lakini mwishowe tumepata suluhu. Lakini watu wengi wanazungumza tu, anasema kitu ambayo anajua haiwezekani, lakini anasisitiza tu. Ukimwambia basi tufanye kama hiyo bottom up, ukimwambia basi hiyo hebu tuonyeshe, hawana. So ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. Lakini juu ya mambo ambayo anaendelea kusema kama nani BBI, mimi kwa maoni yangu BBI ilikuwa ni makosa kuzuia BBI, na wale watu ambao wanasema eti sijui BBI ilisimamishwa, BBI haitasimamishwa kwa sababu ilikuwa ni wazo. Huwezi kusimamisha wazo la mtu vile wanavyofikiria. BBI ilikuwa ni wazo na ilikuwa ni matumaini ya Wakenya kuona kwamba tunajitawala kwa njia gani. Hii tunataka system ambayo inafanya kazi. Hatutaki system ambayo ni kandamizi. Kwa sababu hii sehemu inatukandamiza, tunairekebisha kwa sababu hiyo constitution yetu sisi ndio tumeandika na sisi ndio tunairekebisha. Kwa hiyo wale ambao wanataka kutuonyesha kwamba constitution hatuwezi kurekebisha, na tena kusema kwamba inaweza eti constitution ikitaka kubadilishwa sijui na popular sijui kwamba itatoka kwa Wanjiku. Hakuna, haiwezi haijatoka hakuna hata siku moja imetoka tu kwa Wanjiku ati Wanjiku anaenda anafanya hiyo. Hakuna, lazima itoke kwa kiongozi. Na ni makosa kusema kwamba president hawezi kutakia, hana uwezo au hawezi kuwa na jukumu la kusema nchi yangu nataka iwe namna fulani. Ni raia na ni kiongozi, na haja yake ni kuona kwamba nchi inakuwa na amani, na kama kuna kitu ambayo inaleta amani ni lazima, ni haki yake kusema. Hatutaki hawa majudges ambao ambao ni kama activists. Tutaki kitu ambayo ni ya siasa, hauwezi kuifanyia kisheria. Huwezi. Kitu ya siasa lazima watu waketi wazungumze, wakubaliane siasa. Haiwezekani. Ndio maana Waamerika wamekimbizwa kutoka Afghanistan, wamefail kwa sababu walishindwa kukaa chini na watu wa Afghanistan na kuzungumza. Walikuwa nafikiri wanaweza kutumia nguvu, wanaweza kutumia sheria. Haiwezekani. Kwa hiyo vitu kama hizo zinatakiwa sisi wana Kenya tuwache, tuangalie mambo ya ukweli, na mambo ya uongo tuachane nayo. Siasa msilete, hata kama unasema ni siasa, sema ukweli. Ukweli ni bora kuliko siasa. Na mimi nitawaambia tu, kama mnasoma habari za ulimwengu, Prime Minister wa Uingereza alisema uongo, na hiyo uongo itamfuta kazi. Hiyo uongo itamfuta kazi saa hii, kwa sababu wameanza kuchimba, wanasema alisema uongo. Alisema uongo. Hatufai, tujifunze kusema ukweli wakati wote. Asanteni.
Asanti sana ndugu Jakindube, hayo ni maoni mazuri. Nikiongezea hapo tu ni kwamba hapo kwa uchumi, nadhani Kenya tuna bahati sana, manake tumefanya experiment, we have seen what works and what doesn't work. Kibaki time tuliona kwamba ni ukweli corruption ikipiganwa naye, hiyo pesa ikifika huko chini, amani itakuwa automatic, because we saw that money was easily accessible. So I think if we get Raila to come in and revive hiyo system kwamba mtu anaweza access pesa very easily, wanabiashara, akina mama, hizo chama. I think we have very good systems that if they are activated and empowered, the economy will spring very, very fast. That's why I have a lot of confidence in Baba. That's the only one I can trust at the moment.
So, wacha niseme kitu. Unajua, all the time we put Kibaki's government and model as a reference. But one thing we continuously forget ni kuwa huo wakati wote ambao Kibaki alikuwa rais, and Penny anatoroka kutoka kwa hili jambo wakati analipata limekuja kwa BBI, kwa sababu anajua kupenya sana. Na mzee Penny, kwa nini I took you on head to head? Kwa sababu ulisema you are an economist. So nami nikasema, if that is your point of view, that as an economist, I was like, okay, where did you get that economist model from? Well, wakati Kibaki alikuwa rais, na hili ndio jambo Penny anasema saa zote, we had a very vibrant opposition. Hata kama the prime minister was in the government, but basically the coalition government was not really a coalition government. It was a tussle. So they used to put each other under accountability. Wakati Ruto alifanya mchezo na mzee Ongeri, walivutwa kazi na mzee. Wale wengine wakakataa, wewe uko na nguvu gani ya kutuvuta kazi? Kibaki worked very well because hata Raila revolt during their first term, wakaenda side, wakawacha kazi, wakaweka Kibaki under opposition that was democratic and was secured. Hakuna mtu angefanya nini? Angewa mistreat. And wakati nani anasema kuwa ati hapana, watu wawili hawawezi kuja, ndio hao watu wanaweza kuwa ni wawili, lakini hata leo katika kotini tuliambiwa kuwa there is nothing wrong for a president to come and start a popular initiative. He is a citizen as much as he is a president. So hakuna shida ya watu wawili. If they can bring something ambayo unapenda na unaona can save us, it is okay. For a very long time, Kenya is not like the US where we can have minority, because the system in America is totally different. The way the committees are formed, some committees are very powerful. They can subpoena even the interior minister to come and fire him. But Kenya, we do not have that capacity. And that's why, as an opposition leader, you are able to put your troops in order so that those committees work and mature in time, so that in time, so we don't need an opposition leader within parliament, but the committee themselves can work out to put people in accountability. So hiyo amani ndio ilikuwa wakati wa Kibaki. Hiyo amani ilikuwa hiyo wakati. Lakini kumbuka, Raila kept Kibaki and his people under duress, and they could not rest. Kumbuka kitu ya Safaricom, when they wanted to grab money and sell Safaricom the way they wanted, Kimunya had to beg Raila and tell him, this thing is going to be overdue. Let's sit down as a businessman now, as a Kenyan. Let's talk about it. Why? Because the opposition was powerful, was working, and that is what Mzee Penny was agitating. But when I brought in the BBI, akatoroka tena kutoka kwa opposition, akasema minority iko mzuri. That is wrong. Stay on your point. Wacha kutoroka. Opposition is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Nichangie kidogo hapo.
Okay, order. Penny, ngoja kidogo, Jakindube nini, then you come in. Yes, Jakindube.
Nichangie kidogo hapo kusema kwamba sisi kama wana Kenya, ukiangalia Kenya ni tofauti kabisa na Amerika. Ndio maana inafaa tufanye tujitawale na namna ambayo inatufaa. Ndio maana Alex akisema BBI ingetuletea, mimi nasema BBI ni njia moja ya kutuletea utulivu na utengamano na amani, na vile vile check, yani itakuwa na serikali ambayo itakuwa na opposition ambayo itakuwa ina check serikali kwa njia ya amani, njia nzuri. Tutapunguza mambo ya wizi na vile vile kujenga utaifa. Serikali ya Kibaki watu wanasema ilileta maendeleo, ilileta economy ilikuwa nzuri, lakini walisahau kitu. Kibaki alisahau kitu kimoja, alisahau kujenga msingi wa amani, alisahau kujenga hiyo. Unajua, usipojenga taifa iwe na msingi kama vile, kwa mfano unaona Tanzania makabila hayo yote yameshonwa yakawa kabila moja. Hiyo msingi ambao wanayo haifanyi hiyo nchi yao haiwezi kuyumbayumba kisiasa. Hata mtu akisema nini, unaona Watanzania hata hii mambo ya kusema kudemonstrate, kufanya fujo, kufanya hizi fujo hawafanyi, kwa sababu wamezoea kuzungumza. Wanasema kama kuna shida wanataka kuzungumza, wanataka kufuata namna ya kuzungumza. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri sisi kama wana Kenya tujenge taifa letu na msingi ambao kama ni ya BBI itatufanya tupate hiyo amani na utengamano wa sisi hizi makabila zote kuishi kama ndugu na jamii moja. Ni vizuri kwa sababu hiyo tumekosa. Tumekuwa tukipigania kikabila. Ukianza kupigana kikabila utaleta corruption. Ndio maana corruption imeweka mzizi kwetu. Tunasema wakati Kibaki alipochukua usukani, kwa hizo siku za kwanza wana Kenya wote waliungana pamoja, na walikuwa wanaanza hata kumshika polisi, kumwambia hatutaki mambo ya rushwa, hatutaki kitu fulani, kwa sababu Wakenya wanachukia hizo vitu kama rushwa, wanachukia. Lakini namna kuifanya, mkigawana kikabila hamwezi mkamaliza. Inatakikana muwe na umoja. Nchi inajengwa na umoja, lazima tuwe na umoja, hata kama tukiwa na mawazo tofauti, lakini lazima baada ya mazungumzo tunakuwa na solution, tunakuwa na kusema tutaitatua hiyo kitu namna gani, tunakuwa na nini na suluhu. Hiyo ndio inatakikana. Asante sana.
Asante sana Jakidube, hapo ni kweli. Na kupiga ama kushona hivyo unavyosema, ile kumaliza ukabila, acha nisiseme kumaliza, ili kufanya ukabila usiwe ati ni kitu ambacho kinatumiwa kama silaha. Kwa kweli tunahitaji mtu ambaye ni dhahiri, mtu very strong. Kama Tanzania ule alikuwa ni baba wa hayo, ilikuwa ni Mwalimu Nyerere. Mwalimu Nyerere alikuwa anakemea kabisa wakijaribu kwenda barabara hiyo mbaya, kuona Mtanzania mwingine kwa ukabila. Clips za Nyerere zinaonyesha akikemea kabisa. Hata kwenye mikutano ya hadhara alikuwa anawakemea hao mawaziri wake kabisa. Anatumia lugha kali na nadhani kwa ukabila lazima tupate mtu ambaye he believes in it, na nimeiona hiyo kwa Raila. Nimeona kwa Raila ni mtu ambaye anaamini Kenya haitakiwi kwenda kwa milengo ya kikabila. Ndio makabila yatakaa, lakini tusitumie ama kabila zisitumiwe kama misingi ya kubagua wenzetu. Kwa kweli mimi nimeona Raila anaweza akamaliza hiyo miaka 5, manake sasa watu wakishakuwa na amani, kuna utajiri, kazi watu wanapata kulingana na vile ulivyo experience, competence zako. Ukabila inakuja inaenda chini kabisa. Unakuta hakuna mtu anataka kujua umetoka wapi. Bora kama wanataka daktari, you are a doctor, you are a doctor. You are a teacher, you are a teacher. Na hiyo ukabila sasa italala, itawekwa huko nyuma ambapo haitakuwa inaumiza watu. Hiyo Raila naona anaweza. Kwa wale wengine ambao wamesimama, kwanza sasa mtu kama Ruto, huyo ndio huyo ndio mbaya kabisa kwa hilo jambo la ukabila, you know. Tuliona alipopewa serikali, aliposhika serikali, yeye alichukua akaandika watu kutoka pande moja. Hiyo ni indicator mbaya sana, ambayo it was very good, na ni kidonda ambacho Wakenya hakijapona. Kwa hivyo ni kweli ya Kidube, tumalize ukabila, amani, alafu utajiri utafuata tu bila hata wasiwasi wowote. Tumlete nani? Naonekana watu wamechukua.
Naweza zungumza kidogo, niongezee juu.
Aya, ongezea Princess alafu Jakidube.
Langu nitaenda kando kidogo, alafu ndio ninaulizia hapa hivi kwamba ndio mnaweza mpatia Raila akaitengeza ikawa nzuri, alafu baada ya miaka 5 msipoangalia yule ambaye atakayeingia. Unajua mtu anaweza tengeneza nyumba akaitengeneza vizuri, lakini yule atakayemfuatilia aiharibu. Kwa hivyo hapo pia tunafaa kuangalia. Hiyo ni kwangu tu mimi nasema, kwa sababu unaweza tengeneza na yule ambaye anakufuatilia aje aharibu. Umetengeneza vizuri, umepanga, lakini yule anakuja nyuma yako anaiharibu. Kwa sababu hiyo miaka 5 unaweza jenga na mtu akaja akaiharibu kwa mwaka moja. Kwa hivyo tuangalie kama ataongezewa ama ataongezewa, hiyo sasa ni raia watasema. Katika hiyo jambo la kuwa na kitu cha maana sana nchini Kenya ni amani, umoja na upendo. Kwa sababu ukiwa na upendo utamdhulumu mtu wowote, utamfanyia mtu wowote jambo mbaya kwa sababu ya ile upendo. Na kile tunafaa kuangalia, upendo ukishawekwa, amani, undugu, kila mmoja unamuona ni ndugu yako. Unaona Watanzania popote waendapo, utasikia huyu ni Mkerewe, Msukuma, huyu ni Mchaga. Utawajua kwa makabila zao hizo. Unajua unakuja ukimuuliza wewe watoka wapi, atakwambia mimi Mtanzania. Alafu ukisema hata nami ni Mtanzania, dada. Kwa hivyo Kenya tukiwa hivyo itakuwa ni jambo la maana sana. Kenya tunalumbana hata kwa nchi ambazo tumeenda. Unapata unamuuliza, wewe ni mimi ni Mkenya. Utaanza kuuliza watoka wapi? Watanzania wakisikia tu mimi Mtanzania, hakuna kusema watoka wapi. Wewe kabila gani? Ukishaulizwa tu mimi ni Tanzania, lakini Mkenya muulize, wewe watoka wapi? Ati mimi Mkenya. Kabila lako ni gani? Mimi Mkikuyu. Mimi Mluya. Sasa hapo ndio unaanza kusikia maneno yakitokezea. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba tu tupendane kabisa kabisa. Tukipendana na tuwe na umoja na undugu, hayo mambo yote yatafuatilia. Jakidube, zungumza ama Sony hiyo.
Asante. Mimi tulikuwa tunafikiri bado unaendelea. Nataka tu kusema kwamba ili tuvunje ukabila ni lazima vile vile tuangalie, lazima tutumie ukabila kuvunja ukabila. Angalia Watanzania vile, kwa nini Nyerere alivunja ukabila? Kwa sababu Nyerere alivunja ukabila kwa sababu alipokuwa rais hakupromote sijui makabila zake, sijui ndio aliweka Watanzania wote katika kazi. Yule yoyote ambaye alikuwa na uwezo aliwekwa. Na wakati alitoka katika uongozi, mtu ambaye alimfuata alikuwa mtu kutoka sehemu nyingine kabisa, Muislamu tena Nyerere alikuwa ni Mkristo. Mwinyi ni Mswahili. Unaona, wa hizo sehemu za Uzaramu huko Zanzibar.
Nyerere alikuwa Msukuma.
No, Nyerere ni Mzanaki. Ni kabila ndogo tu inatoka hapa karibu hapa Msoma. Wao ni karibu hapo Msoma.
Ni kama Wakuria.
Ni kama Wakuria, wanasikilizana na Wakuria
kabisa.
Yeah. Sasa anatoka hapo kwa Wazanaki. Huyo
Mzanaki ama Mchanaki?
Mzanaki.
Oh.
Ni kama Mzanaki. Sasa baada yeye akaja Mwinyi. Mwinyi ni Muislamu. Baada ya Mwinyi akaja Mkapa. Mkapa anatoka kabila nyingine tena ni ndogo tu, sio kabila kubwa. Tena ni Mkristo. Baada ya Mkapa akaja Kikwete. Kikwete anatoka huko sehemu za Tanga, kabila ndogo tu, ni Muislamu. Baada nani amekuja Magufuli. Wale jamaa kutoka huko sehemu za nani huko Kumani huko. Unaona? Baada yeye sasa yeye ni Mkristo. Sasa amekuja huyu mama ni Muislamu. Anatoka amezaliwa Zanzibar. Sasa unaona wanatumia ukabila kupiga ukabila. Hakuna mtu anaweza kusema ni kabila fulani. Huwezi kutaja, kwa sababu hata sisi wa Kenya kama tukitumia ubusara na kama vile wa Tanzania wanatumia ubusara, president akitoka katika sehemu huko ni Nyanza, next time lazima tuchague president kutoka huko sehemu za Coast, tuchague president kutoka huko sehemu za Meru, tuchague kutoka huko sehemu za Masaini huko. Yani hakuna mtu hata utaona hii mambo ya president, hakuna mambo watu hawatagombania, kwa sababu watajua hata mimi siku nyingine nitakuwa kabila letu itakuwa president kama wanafikiria mambo ya ukabila. Lakini kama tukisema
wanachaguana bila kuangalia kabila ni ndogo ama kubwa.
Ndio, lakini
hawajui kabila.
Ndio, sikiliza, hawawezi kuchagua ati Mzanaki tena Mzanaki tena Mzanaki, hawafanyi hivyo. Unaona? Hivyo ukianza kufanya watu wataanza kuona ukabila. Unajua, unapopiga ukabila mtu hawezi kusingizia mambo ya ukabila. Unaona? Kwa sababu urudi hata wazungu walipokuwa nchini kwetu, hiyo mambo ya monotony, ulikuwa ukienda kila mahali ni mzungu. Watu wanasema pana, hata sisi tunataka tuwe na hizi sehemu. Hiyo ndio chanzo cha corruption. Ni lazima tuanze kufikiria outside. Mimi niwaambiwa tufikirieni outside box, tuone ni kitu gani inaweza kutufanya tuishi na amani na furaha na usawa, bila mtu kulalamika ati sisi tunabaguliwa, sisi tunafanyiwa hivyo. Hapana, huwezi kusema ati sisi tunabaguliwa. Hata ninyi mmekuwa viongozi, mmeongoza nchi. Ninyi hata ninyi mmeongoza, mnalalamika nini? Tutakuwa tunawapiga kwa njia hiyo, kupiga ukabila. Unamwambia pana bwana, usilalamike bwana, unalalamikia nini? So ni lazima, mimi nasema hata kama ni jirani zetu, lazima tuchukue vitu vingine ambazo zinatufaa, tukiona inaleta amani, kama vile tunataka hiyo parliamentary system. Tumeiona katika sehemu zingine, tumeijaribu tukaona ilikuwa inafaa. Parliamentary ni kitu nzuri, kwa sababu mko na opposition ambayo ni strong, ambayo inaangalia kwamba serikali inafanya kazi vizuri. Mahali kuna makosa mnaambiwa hapa ni makosa, alafu tunaendelea mbele. Asanteni sana.
Asante mzee Jakidube, hapo ni ukweli kabisa. Tena nikichangia pia, mimi naona tulikuwa tumefuata msururu mzuri sana na hii maneno ya devolution, kwa sababu sasa devolution inapeana nguvu kule kwenye regions. Sasa ili mali watu wasije wakang'ania mali hapa Nairobi, hiyo inaleta uhasama mwingi. Sasa mali yakiwa imedistributiwa through devolution, and then regions also get strong leadership from that side and then sasa hapa tukipata president ambaye pia na yeye ukabila anapigana nayo, hiyo yote itakuwa ni kuchangia kuhusu kufanya kulete amani na kuwafanya watu wasije wakaona ukabila ni kama ni jambo la muhimu kabisa. So kwa hivyo mimi bado nina matumaini, ninaona ile tools, tuko na strategies za kufanya vile. Kwanza corruption ikipigwa, hela ipatikane, kazi zipatikane, alafu sasa hii BBI namna ilivyokuwa inasema pale, tulete wale viongozi wa pale juu, kuna viongozi kule mashinani, alafu sasa kama sasa kwa mfano president akiwa kama sasa ni Raila, alafu apate running mate kutoka region fulani, alafu that kind of alternating distributing, bila kusema ni makabila mawili tu ama matatu peke yake ndio yanatawala. Naona tutaweza kuwa tumefaulu, ingawa tumechelewa miaka 60 tukiwa na ukabila. It's a serious damage hapo, tumechelewa. Manake tulikuwa tu, kwa sasa ingekuwa tumeua ukabila kabisa, ingekuwa tu tunatumia makabila zetu kwa mambo mazuri, mambo ya kitamaduni, mambo ya nyimbo za kiculture. Hiyo ndio ingekuwa tunakuza kwa sasa. So tuombe tu tupate baba, ndio nafikiria ataweza kufanya hiyo revolution kabisa.
Waje niseme kitu.
Yes, bwana Pen.
Yeah. Nachangia ile maneno nani amesema Princess, ni kweli hasa Kibra amesema, lakini constitution ya Tanzania ambayo ilianzishwa na Mwalimu Julius Nyerere walizungumza vile ya kuwawa to divide the leadership of Tanzania, and to form Tanzania was put together Zanzibar and Tanganyika. So they have followed it through. Na chama cha mapinduzi, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere was the first president in Africa to resign and go live where he was living. But we cannot even expect our leadership in Kenya to be anywhere close to that. Even Tanzania, Nyerere referred to Kenya as a man-eat-man society. But in Georgia, as I did back, he told me that Tanzania is a man-eating-nothing society. But that's a different story. But the constitution of Kenya today was really written by one group of people trying to piss off Raila Odinga, trying to make Raila Odinga leave the government in 2005. And Kibra was, it's truthful, you can remember that. And then that's when Raila went to his group and told them, we can change the constitution later. Later has accepted this. So the constitution we have in Kenya today, if we have to say the truth, it's flawed. There's a lot of mistakes in it because it was written by one group just trying to attack Raila. So from this, we cannot extrapolate then to have all these positive things that, say, for example, the Tanzanian government, constitution has, what the South African with Nelson Mandela has. Ours was always a game about something. So the Kenyan government, the Kenyan society has had games played with each other. Oginga Odinga said the freedom will not be there until Kenyatta comes out of jail. But he knew that the colonizers wanted to give Tom Mboya that job, but he changed it. And then Kenyatta goes to Europe, to the Lancaster House and tells them, let us leave these people alone, let's go to Kenya, and then we make our own constitution. Then the first thing he did was, whoever is the first prime minister will be the first president. By 68, he has already turned against Oginga Odinga. So we have had these games here and there until and unless we speak to them for what they are, we could always be in those games. Kenya's government is a constitution today is a game. You know, you guys talk about BBI. I will never, ever, Princess, I'm sorry, support BBI because it is nowhere in the constitution. All these societies that you see are stable follows their constitution. It is you, Princess, who said Hillary Clinton didn't have a job. Hillary Clinton beat Trump with 4 million votes, but their constitution says something else. She didn't agitate and say, let's change this constitution. Now in Kenya, if somebody loses an election, he wants to change the constitution. We'll never go anywhere. We have to have a leadership that is very clear and tells the people. Just like I'm saying, and I keep saying, if you win this August, I'll support you. I hope if I win, you support me too. But if you say I'm going to buy you a Ruto, to buy you and any, just say I'm going to buy you right? Because it's only 6 months now left. And we have to go home with that.
Unasema hujasema kitu mbaya juu ya Raila. And then unakuja unadanganya unasema kuwa Raila ndio alitengeneza hii constitution peke yake. I mean, where was Just Fight Guy? Where was Just Fight Guy? Where was all these people who are chair of the constitution for years and years?
No, I didn't say that.
You just said it.
Let me repeat what I say. I say that the constitution was in. I said the constitution was elsewhere, and then they were trying to piss off Raila. They were trying to make Raila mad.
You kept saying the word Raila, constitution. Why could you say another person? It was not made by one person. No, Mzee, you are biased, and you need to remember the things you say. Yes, you said that. And if you said it by mistake, say sorry. But you said it. I listened to you, and you said it twice.
Let me repeat what I say. Raila accepted the constitution later on and told his French people that let's continue with this. But they have reached the constitution so they impeach him more. They wanted him later to say no and walk out. Later didn't walk out, he stayed. And he told them, let us accept this constitution and then we'll change it in due time. Exactly what he's doing right now. But we cannot accept that because why should individuals be the one deciding what I have to leave? I never said that I made the constitution. If I did, I'm sorry.
If you remember when they went to Naivasha and the Weko draft was sneaked in, and the Weko draft was sneaked in. Look, Mzee, when we are talking about contagious issue of a national level, let us be sensitive what we say because there are people who don't remember what truly happened or were not there and are lazy and do not read. They take what we say easily without knowing. When the Wako draft was sneaked in, what the intention? Yeah, the intention. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
The intention. 970. The intention was to kill the constitution process, and Kibaki and his entourage were ready by any necessary means not to achieve the 2010 constitution. But Raila and other people who knew that we had a golden chance decided to accept what was not even supposed to be our constitution. Martha Karua is in the record over and over of saying this, that the reason we accepted all these counties, not the regionals, because we could not agree at all. Okay? Because we have asked several times, how could a person who is normal accept that counties should be tribal? Okay? And Martha Karua has explained to us in the simplest way, say, had we not agreed that now the district, the previous district were not created by President Moi, should, what happened then? The thing that happened was they acknowledged, and later on, the constitution was made because all of them agreed. Not because Raila only acknowledged because they wanted him to say no so that we can go square one And that's why until today, I don't trust a man called Wako. The man doesn't even talk in the Senate. Now, the other thing that my sister has said, let me touch on it. Because Mzee, sometimes you are saying things that are far-fetched. Baka, I wonder which Kenya we are, me and you. Let me leave that on the side. Princess, when devolution will be actualized, when devolution will go with the 35%, when the job creations will be a reality, when Kenyans will be able to invest, everybody, you know, you cannot fight if you have a home somewhere. You cannot create insecurity when you know you have a property. When Kenyans will start getting into the middle class, all these things that you see, a president doesn't need to come from one region. And I believe the only person who is capable, the Mandela moment we have, one term, and change the direction that the country is going for, so that the regional development will be a reality. Hata akikuwa one term, the institutions that will be put in place, the judiciary, the legislature, how it will work, so on and so forth, because there are so many things in terms of the evolution ambayo Kibaki administration put a stop, especially kitu kama provincial administration and many other contagious issues that they have never really reviewed. And that is why BBI was coming in and say, look, we were supposed to change this constitution completely so that it can work for us. We have left things in the old constitution. We are in the new dispensation. And there are some things we don't even know. And that's why the court, we keep on running to the courts because there are things that are not very clear. If Raila becomes a president, if he's truly the father of devolution, he's going to make sure that many things that Nyachae-led team that was supposed to define are defined. We are not going to keep on running to the court. The institutions that will be left are going to survive a country. And that's why this country under Trump for 4 years survived through many executive orders than Trump. Why? Because there were institutions. The court kept refusing the executive orders. The court kept saying you cannot do this. Why? Because the system and the constitution and the institutions work. When Trump tried to revolt against the election, I remember the military people came together and said, no, you cannot refuse to go away. When 20th of January comes, no, you are gone. There is no, hakuna kitu hapa tunaenda kunegotiate. So I believe if we have one president who is honest to the letter, who is capable to actualize the 2010 constitution to the letter, so that the Senate can be the upper house. Now we have so much confusion. It seems like in Kenya, the toilet is the bedroom is the kitchen is the ceiling board. I mean, we have a constitution. We don't even recognize the Senate even existing. Now, the Speaker of the House is more important than even the majority leader in the upper house. You know, we don't even know what is what. So if the constitution of 2010, where we have the upper house, the lower house, and we have these merits will be actualized, my sister, whatever your fears are that one president will come, the other one will not. No, the institution will put that man in order. He will realize that he will not go against anything. And that's why I'm saying the greatest enemy we have today in Kenya are the courts, because the courts have gone rogue. When the legislature is having a problem, it's running to the court. When the executive is having a problem, they are going to the court. So the courts have become arbitrators between the legislature and the executive. That's why Uhuru is even afraid to put even some judges, because they might rule against him. Why? Because constitution making stopped at some point. So if we will actualize the constitution of 2010 to the letter, I swear to you, some people will never run for the presidency because you will be running on an empty shell. Why? Because the presidency will not be lucrative the way it is. And that's what we want. Thank you.
Ndio maana
Let me,
I agree with you.
Tony.
Order, please.
Tony.
Let's have yes, Princess.
Just a minute on Alex. Alex, I've heard what you have said, but do you know that there are some laws which Trump tried to mess up with them? Right now, it's when Biden is putting them back the way they were.
No. Let me tell you what's happening. Let me tell you what is happening. No, let me tell you what's happening, my sister. You know, politics is a very funny game. There are things as a president, when you subscribe to become, you know, we have physical conservatives who are Republicans. We also have conservatives who are also Democrats. There are things which Biden, as a president, will want to happen, though he's a Democrat. But he cannot do it because he's hiding in the banner. There is nobody who is truly a Republican and who is truly a Democrat. Because if we were to say so, Madam Princess today, Asisi Water to Kohapa, we are conservatives. We are against abortion. We are against ABCD. But why do we vote Democrats? Because we fear the migration issues. So we are in Democratic Party because of immigration. And there are people who are conservatives because of some issues. So Biden is not being honest on trying to revoke some of these things that he might, and he has the capability of revoking. He has the power, but Biden anachezea watu kichwa. As a president, if an executive order is issued, that's just an executive order in that period of tenure. It was not constitutional. It was not passed in the Senate or in the House. So once the president goes away, you can revoke it. And he has been capable of revoking it. So Biden is being mischievous on some things. There are some things he has revoked. So let him not be mischievous with politics, especially the migration, because he fears that, okay, if he revoked everything in migration, 90 buses comes from down there, and he's not capable of bringing all those people in. And then they start again separating mother and kids. What is he going to do? Now he's leaving some of the migration policies at Trump to protect him. He is happy about it. So Trump is being mischievous. Executive orders can be revoked. You need to know that.
Okay, thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a good clarity there. Jakindube, you wanted to say something?
Ambia yule jamaa alikuwa anasema eti juu ya BBI. BBI ni marekebisho ambayo lazima turekebishe. Constitution ni yetu. Kwa hiyo constitution hii ni ya Wakenya, na ni Wakenya wanataka, kama tunaona haitufai kwa jambo fulani, lazima tuirekebishe. Hatuwezi kusema eti kwa sababu tulifanya hiyo sasa hatuwezi. Lazima turekebishe hiyo constitution itufae kwa nchi yetu. Hatutaki constitution ambayo inatukandamiza na tunakaa nayo eti kwa sababu kama inatugandamiza, hata kama ni viatu, kama inakufinya unapeleka kwa fundi, inafunguliwa. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi kukaa na kitu na inatumiza, inatuletea vurugu ati kwa sababu hapana. Constitution ni sisi wenyewe tumechagua. Kwa hiyo tunaweza hata kuifuta yote. Ni jukumu letu sisi wana Kenya. So ni freedom yetu. Kwa hiyo constitution kusema kwamba lazima tuwe na opposition. Sasa tuna. Kwa hiyo kusema ati hatuwezi kufanya ati kama BBI upendi, hiyo ni haki yako, lakini BBI nafikiri itatufaa, inafaa kwa nchi yetu. Asante sana.
Asante sana Jakindube. Kweli.
Can I say one?
Sorry.
This is Ben. Can I say something?
You want to say something? Okay, come in.
Yeah, asante sana. The other gentleman just said, the young man, he's right. I'm with him 100%. He said if we implement the constitution we have today, some of the people will not be able to run in the election. That's where we make the mistake, and we should point those out. Not necessarily because you lose the election, you want the constitution changed. No. And that, I mean, make sure this constitution that is there right now is working, then we go from there. Because we are not going to the constitution. Every time you lose an election, you go to the constitution. Every time you lose an election, there's something wrong with something. No. It is implement the constitution right now. Mmezungumza maneno ya Nyerere huko Tanzania. Wana implement the constitution ambao waliweka kazi zao together, Tanganyika na Tanzania. Alafu ndio wanaendelea mpaka wa leo. Mtu kutoka bara na kuwa president, mtu kutoka coast, Bemba na Zanzibar na kuwa president. Sio tu ni implement what we have. Do we have mistakes? Yes. There's a lot of mistakes. There's a lot of mistakes, especially in this constitution of today. Vile nyingine amesema kama tunataka kuitoa yote tutatoa. Lakini sio watu wawili waende wasimame pamoja alafu waniambie ati they follow what they want to say. I have an opinion and I have a right. Sio kwamba nikubali na kila kitu anybody says. Na sitaki mtu akubali vile mimi nasema. Unajua anakuja kwa hii room, maybe Bemba na mtu mwingine ndio wanakubali na mimi. Wengi, nyinyi nyote amkubali. But that's your right. There's nothing wrong. Na mimi nasema all the time, naambia kile Bemba, kama unataka kick out, kick me out. I don't love to come.
Thank you. Okay, mute.
Penny, huwezi kikiwa out.
Mute. You can't be kicked out. Umemaliza?
Nimemaliza.
Haya. Mute then. Penny, mute.
It's muted.
No, it's not.
What?
Bado.
Bado.
Yeah, that's good. That's good now. Okay, good. For me, what I'm seeing, naona tunakubaliana kwa kweli. Mahali naona tu tukienda mrama kidogo ni ati jambo lolote lazima liwe na yule mtu ambaye analiongoza. Hata hii katiba tunasema, haya mambo mazuri yote tunasema tunataka yawe katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Lazima kuwe na kiongozi mmoja au wawili ambao watajitokeleza, watuongoze, tuweze kupata yale yote tunafikiria. Mahali ninakosa kukubaliana na Penny ni kwamba akisema watu wawili wamesimama, wamesalimiana, ni mwanzo ule na ni muongozo. Walisimama wakasema sasa kuna vitu ambavyo vilikuwa vibadilishwe ama turekebishe kikatiba. Wakavileta kwetu kama wananchi. They brought it to us, and that's why we all went through the systems. That is how we will go. Even to amend the constitution, to get the leaders we want, we all have to follow. We have to have a leader or a group of leaders. And that's why we are saying, let's have Jacom, and we hope Jacom will do the transformation that we want, because we want to do multiple transformation. Ni vitu vingi ambavyo vimeenda wrong. So many things have gone wrong. So in fact, he will land with his plate very full, such that he will need to do so many things at the same time in order to try and bring Kenya back to the track. So I think we are all agreeing that we have to get a proper trusted leadership for the transition that we really want to have, in order to have those things effected. Hii mambo ya ukabila, hii mambo ya kusema kuna watu wanatupa mawe, hii mambo ya kusema kuna wale wanatupa mishale, that will only come to an end if we have a proper and genuine leadership, which is what we are looking for come August. I see Themba is back. Themba, are you ready? I want to hand it over to you.
Yes, sir. I'm here, tuko na wewe mpaka mwisho. Nasukuma ile gurudumu mpaka mwisho. Asante sana.
Kabisa, karibu.
And at least the journey mpaka nimefika sasa hapa. Nimeshukuru sana. Na nimeona umesukuma ile gurudumu vizuri sana, hata pia sasa uko na hiyo inaitwa nini kwa Jakindu Bay anataka kunipatia. Uko na uweledi. Inaitwa uweledi.
Uweledi.
Yeah. Wewe ni mweledi katika urubani wa hiki chombo. Nashukuru sana. Lakini unapata kama unasema jambo moja la muhimu sana ambalo pia ningependa kuongezea. You know, the deputy president has shown time without a number that he is not presidential. I know even Anada has said that here. And right now, more than before, he's very irritated. He's showing a lot of lack of control of his emotions. And this is showing in every place that he goes. And I think what Jakindu Bay said some time back, he said, the deputy president is not giving an example of the office that he occupies. Because as the president, as a presidency, he's supposed to be part of the unity, you know. You can't go to a place and start calling certain people Watu wa Kurusha Mawe, you know. You can't go to a certain place and start calling people Alex, can you mute? Alex, can you mute? Thank you. Na unakohoa na fujo. Yeah, you can.
Sijakohoa bana. Mimi nina
Tumesikia umekohoa hapo na fujo sana Tita. Hata kama uko peke yako kwa gari.
sijakohoa bana. Nimeuma chakula vizuri sana.
Oh, kwa hivyo imeingia kwa sehemu mbaya. Now, the deputy president has not shown that he can be able to unite the country. Everywhere he's gone, he's tried to show a sense of panic. You know, he's gone to a place showing a sense of panic. That is what I think. I want to pass to.
Do you like my artist?
Yeah, I do. Hold on. Let me pass to Stone PK for just a second. There's someone who needs some attention here.
Haya. Sasa we have new colleagues. I saw some new. Walitoka. Not Penny. Alex, you can't talk now. You are chewing something. Princess, kuna kitu? Princess, una jambo?
Mi jambo langu ni kwamba nimeshukuru vile Alex amenielezea, lakini bado nina wazo kidogo, tatizo kidogo, lakini nimechukua habari yake ya kwamba nyumba itatengenezwa, ikitengezwa kuvunjwa sio rahisi, lakini na kwazika kidogo hapo, kidogo tu, sababu naona anaweza kuja akabadilisha, sababu anaruhusiwa, ni mwananchi na tena ni serikali, atakapokuwa ameingia tena kwenye kwa serikali. Kwa hivyo ni kama tu hii sasa, niseme hii BBI sasa, si tunasema Uhuru anataka kuiweka, alikuwa waiweke kama raia, sio kama serikali, lakini hata yeye kama raia ana wazo, ila anaweza zungumza na akawatia watu, akaambia watu wazo lake. Kwa hivyo ndio naona tunaweza tengeza nyumba, baadaye ikaja ikaharibika. Hiyo ndio maombi yangu zaidi, lakini tuwe tu watu wenye umoja, upendo na amani. Na Penny, mi naomba tu uwe mtu wa upendo. Ukisha kuwa na upendo, haya yote ambayo unasema UDA, hata utakuwa unafikiria habari ya UDA, utakuwa unafikiria unaimbisha tu upendo, upendo, amani, upendo, amani, upendo, mpaka UDA itakuwa imeenda kabisa. Ni hayo tu.
Wacha nirudishe kidogo.
Okay, Penny, you come in and then over to Temba.
Okay, niambia dada yangu ya kwamba mimi sina ubaya, napenda kila mtu, na hata ndio ninasema kama ni Raila anashinda in August, pia atakuwa ndugu yangu, hakuna taabu, ni election tu. Lakini vile dada ameuliza swali, kuna swali lingine aliuliza kitambo kwamba kama tunapenda Raila sana na asinde, mtu mwingine si ataharibu, kuja baadaye si ataharibu.
Lakini wewe Pen Nyagaka, what is your problem? You don't tell us anything good about Ruto. Hakuna siku naongea kitu kizuri about Ruto. You only tell us why he should not be attacked.
Nilikuwa narudishia tu dada yangu vile alisema ati mtu mbaya atakuja na mzuri atakuja, mwingine atoke. Ndio mimi namuuliza, namwambia kwamba hiyo ndio
ngoja kidogo. Stone PK. Huyu Pen aliongea kitu kizuri juu ya Ruto leo.
Anatuambia tu ati anini akishinda tukubali, na tukishindwa tukubali.
That is not the issue. That is not the issue. That one hiyo ni huko mbele huko kwa line. Tuko hapa saizi. Ametuambia nini juu ya Ruto?
Niliwaambia juu ya bottom up. Hata hiyo mkijua peke yake, that is very complex. We need a political economic policy that is very clearly going to help everybody. And like I always tell you, I'm not in one side and that's it. No. If Raila brings that economic policy that makes sense, so be it. There's no problem. But some of us have lived in different societies.
No. Pen. It's not about there's no problem or there's a problem. We are here to debate. We are not here to come and tell each other there's no problem, there's no problem. You hold your side and you don't have the reasons why you hold your side. It's not to come and say, oh, there's no problem, there's no problem. Tell us, why do you think Ruto deserves to be the president in the year 2022? So that someone who is out there, the people who are out there, Pen, we said here before, when you are coming to this forum, we are not addressing those people already convinced whether it is Raila or it is Ruto. We are coming to address that person who is actually somewhere undecided. So you want to convince that person that Ruto is the guy. You don't come to tell them that there's no problem, you know, or you people come here and bash Ruto. No, come, sell your candidate. When ukienda kwa soko kuna nyanya nyingi, huwezi ambipata huyu ambaye anauza nyanya na mwingine anauza nyanya, huyu anaambia huyo mwingine wewe enda tu, bora hata ukinunua hiyo nyanya huyo ni sawa tu. Hapana, kila mtu anauza nyanya zake, aone ni nani atanunua. Wateja ni wale, you know. So when you come here, you don't start blaming the other person kwa kuuza nyanya. Kama wewe nyanya zako umezileta, ni nini positive? Why should someone buy your tomatoes and not someone else's tomatoes? So when you come here, talk to us about why do you think the deputy president deserves to be the president come 2022, August?
I'll give you two of them, and then tomorrow I can give you some more. One,
I mean, you can give all of them that you have, because I'm here as someone who is not decided. I want to decide based on your presentation. I might not have another time to come here tomorrow. This might be my only chance. So kindly convince me why I should vote for the deputy president. Considering that, number one, he's someone who's the deputy president. He's not been there to support the president. He's been castigating everything that comes from the government. He has said, even sent his party. He doesn't even know which party he belongs to right now, because he was elected on Jubilee Party. He's now busy making noise about some other party that we don't know its name. So tell me, why should we elect him as the president?
You cannot ask me a question and tell me how to answer you. I have to answer it my way, but you have to
I
give me
didn't tell you. I didn't tell you how to answer it. I just told you some of the things that I know.
Let me start from where you just finished. The guy has never, Ruto has never been a deputy president since 2018. He has been a deputy president by paper.
No,
and
you're lying. You're lying, Pen, because even today, wait, Pen. Pen,
Even the question
wait.
is a lie.
Hold on, Pen. Don't lie to us. The guy in a rally today said that he's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. So who are you to tell us he's not been a deputy president?
It's in every day on paper. I said on paper. He's a deputy president on paper. Kazi yake yote ulipewa Matiang'i.
That's not why we elected him. We didn't elect him to be a deputy president on paper. If he thinks he's not a deputy president, he should step out.
No, it doesn't have to at all. He was given the vote by the Kenyan people. And
So
the Kenyan people got
no. If we gave him, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. In Tanzania, when the speaker differed with the president, he resigned. In Japan, there's a minister who resigned because of a train accident. The train derailed, and he resigned. There are times that moral obligation of a position goes beyond what you think, personal gain, because right now he's being paid. For you to be a deputy president on paper, that's very flimsy excuse that we cannot take as Kenyans. We are brighter than that. Now, give us the other 3 reasons that you think we need to elect the deputy president.
The example you just gave of Tanzania is just a joke in itself. Because Tanzania, the guy left, yes, but Chama cha Mapinduzi is a very strong party. It's not like Jubilee, which is dead right now. So how can you use the same example to make the same example?
Talk about the deputy president. There's nothing to say about the deputy president. There's nothing positive.
I can say it, but you keep going somewhere else. Why are you bringing up the Tanzanian example?
I'm giving you cases of leadership. You borrow the magnanimity of leadership from certain people. That's why you do comparative studies. Now for you,
can you at the same borrow that Tanzania Chama cha Mapinduzi is very strong, unlike Jubilee?
Tell me about the deputy president.
Okay, we can go there. The deputy president says that he's going to give poor people maybe 100 billion or 50 billion instead of going to Puriza and you pay 100 shillings up to 500 a day. That is a very good example because most people want to make it in life, especially in Kenya. People are hustlers, but they can't because the people with the money are charging so much interest.
That is a fake. That's a fake promise. Where will he get the 50 billion?
Very simple. I mean, there's money in Kenya. All I keep telling you that you kill corruption, and that's it.
He is the master of corruption. He's the master of corruption.
Who is not? I saw the other day when Junaid Mohammed tried to say
where will he get? No,
I'm giving an example.
Ben, you can't say that the deputy president is a corrupt person because others are corrupt. That is not how to defend your candidate. Defend your candidate.
When you say that he's corrupt, I cannot know.
Where will he get the 50 billion?
50 billion is the government. He has the money. He's the deputy president.
That is trickle down. That is trickle down. He's talking about bottom up.
My man, just believe on that. If you don't, you just don't. That's simple as that. I cannot convince you more than I am telling you.
Number 2, go to the next thing. He'll give free money, 50 billion. Another thing.
TVC, the colleges, the technical colleges.
Technical colleges is with which government has built technical colleges?
Him and Kenyatta's government.
No, Jubilee government. He's not in Jubilee. He's in UDA.
But at the beginning of the year, they were together.
No, this time he's in UDA. You have just said that he has never been. He's just a deputy president on paper. You said that.
Since 2018, March 2018. Yes.
Good. Since 2018, he has been a deputy president on paper. So there's nothing that has happened under his name.
Exactly. But when they started with the hospitals
and you have paid him for 4 years for doing nothing.
Yeah, Kenyatta did that.
That's why he should go home. That's why he should go home.
No, he can't. He was voted for in. Or impeach him if you want.
The second thing, the third thing.
The hospitals.
The what?
They're everywhere. The hospitals. Modern hospitals. In every county, 2-3 of them. So they will put forward.
Hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
Who the deputy president? The deputy president did that.
They were together. He cannot take credit by himself.
Those are county hospitals. The devolution that is fighting.
Government, it's not fighting
okay. The fourth thing.
Happiness.
What's that?
Hey, brother Penny, that's a nice one. Tunalia Penny bwana.
Okay. Hiyo tu. Mimi nasema Ruto mimi anasema kwa sisi ni mzuri sana. And the more like I listen to your show, the more I realize that I'm in a good place. Because everything, all the negatives that you say, we see the positive. Unasema na kasirika. Mtu gani hawezi kasirika? Vile amefanyiwa. Ni mbaya sana.
Now look at that. Look at that. You have gone away from protecting and even selling your candidate. Now you are going into other defense. You need always to move away from defense. Be offensive. Offensive look is trying to sell. Go ahead and paint. Give us a picture. Don't tell us, oh, stop attacking. No. Tell us, these are the things, because you can't even articulate the things that you are saying that the deputy president has done that can be attributed to him so that someone can elect him, someone who doesn't know the politics of Kenya. That's what we are trying to say. But you see, you are fumbling. You're trying to just hold on some kind, you know, they call that fishing expedition. You just throw a net so that if it catches something called fish, you can have something to go and eat at home. But you see now, there's nothing. First of all, the deputy president has said that he is not in the government. He's so confused. He doesn't know whether he is in government or outside. At one point, he's saying, I'm the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. On another point, he's writing a letter to the government. So who is the government? At one point, he's saying, there's no deep state. At another, he's saying, kuna mtu anachaguliwa kwa ofisi. So what is he telling us? Can he decide if he's hot or cold? We don't want someone who is lukewarm. Even the Bible says, if you are lukewarm, utatapikwa. Can you decide which side you are? You better decide if he's in government or is not in government. Going everywhere saying that I'm the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, I cannot seize the issue. Then the next thing you're saying, oh, watu wanachaguliwa mahali kwa ofisi. Who? Yes, Alex. Alex, you have a point.
No, mi naweza sema, you know, I listen to Mzee Penny a lot. And I think I hold a lot of respect because Mzee Penny doesn't know I know him personally. And that's why I listen to him, because he speaks always like a gentleman. But, you know, every time he's given an opportunity to defend some of his utterances, you know, he disappoints even himself. I don't know if there are people who listen to him. You know, like right now, why would you go to issues that are non-issues when you are told to defend the man that you keep on coming here and says that he qualifies to be the president of the Republic of Kenya? We are talking of a position. We are not talking about the chairmanship of UDA. He qualifies to be the chairman of UDA. We don't have, and we have never argued against that. And nobody is even arguing about that. But when it comes to the position of the presidency, I don't think he doesn't, even if he knows what is a president. Today, we had a president from Hungary. Kalonzo akakuja, Mudavadi akakuja, Raila alikuwa, with many other leaders. because it's a state function. The guy is busy in Kibra, not knowing that as a coming president, he needs to make what? Contacts. So what kind of person is that? When he has the opportunity to even have contact with presidents of the world, alafu anaanza kusema, oh, Raila ni deep state ya world. Sasa, if Raila is coming to welcome president when he doesn't even have a position in the government, so your guy has lost every aspect of legitimacy that he can have, even if you were to steal an election and become a president, because he is becoming rogue. He is not presidential. And everybody who is arguing about his presidency or his future presidency also becomes rogue. They cannot argue any point tentatively and say, this is why he qualifies. So Mzee, sit down and tell us why he qualifies. Maneno ya kusema he's in the government, he's not in the government, that's a pure lie. He is the deputy president guarded by taxpayers' money, and he is called the deputy. After everybody knows in the world. So if you are trying to tell us that he is not the deputy, I think you live in another world. William Samoei Ruto is the deputy president of Kenya, not even the vice president. He can't be fired, Ban. He cannot be fired. He's a deputy elected on a ticket of Jubilee, not even of, and that's why the illegitimacy he is doing of crossing over without even a reason. He cannot even handle that. As a deputy, he cannot be in UDA, chairman, and campaigning for UDA, and yet he wants to be our deputy president. We should argue with you about that. But you saying that he is not the deputy president, I think you live in another world.
Yes, John PK.
Thank you, Themba. To buttress what Alex is saying, and I hope Penny is there. You know, it saddens me too when I listen, not only Penny, but when I listen to most of these guys that are really supporting UDA. When I listen to them, I ask them one simple question. Truly speaking, if they check inside themselves, internally, and ask one question: do they see a president in the leadership? I mean, in one Mr. Samoei Ruto, sincerely speaking, do they see a president, someone who does not even have any connections outside this country, someone who does not relate well with the people out there? Where will he take our international relationship? Or does he want Kenya to live as an island? You know, why do people, what do they see in him that makes them, be so strong and so, so strongly supportive of one William Ruto? Nobody gives me the answer. Just like what Themba has asked here, very simple. Give me 2, 3, 4 points. Most of the guys, in fact, Penny, you have tried, but most of the guys out here, no one. They are just saying, tumechoka na wazee, sijui tumechoka. And I don't know what kind of dawa imepuliziwa watu na UDA. Hizo t-shirts wanapewa na hizo kofia. I think that it's inafanya, people start thinking upside down. Akili inapinduka, people stop reasoning, people start just rhetoricing. Because sincerely speaking, without even being biased, if this country by any bad luck gets our deputy kwa driving seat, tutaenda mtoni sisi wote. This is one gentleman who has a track record of opposing each and everything in this country. This guy is a loner. This guy, in fact, is a dictator, total dictator. No wonder he tries to be close to Museveni. No wonder he went there and borrowed, copy-pasted Museveni's party into UDA. They seem to really kind of come to, what we call agree, birds of the same feather. Yeah. So if we were to check, background check, anything good that our deputy has done, anything good that our deputy has initiated, anything good that our deputy has supported, sincerely speaking, on a score scale of 0 to 5, you would not even give him 1. So I hope, and I'm so happy as we move on towards August, people have started seeing. I saw on the Star they are saying there is a survey they have done, and they are saying he's ahead of Raila, and that Raila is catching up. That narrative of Raila catching up on what? And Raila has not been campaigning. You know, the DP has been campaigning for the last 8 years. Then Baba has just launched his Manenos the other day, and they are saying he's catching up. So some of these, even some of these fabrications are not really okay. So I hope Kenyans will be able to come up again to see the reality. It's not that no Kenyan hate Ruto. We don't hate Ruto. He's our fellow Kenyan, but we would want him to serve in other portfolios other than leading this country. Thank you.
Let me say something quick, Themba, then I went today and I went to Google. I read several places. I didn't want to read from one place. Maybe it might not be right. So one place that really shook me was, before Njonjo brought this law that it was treasonable to even imagine that the president has died. But in the new constitution, it's not treasonable. So I'm just imagining, in the effect that our president is incapacitated. Now, he is not capable of performing his function as a president. And now, the deputy is supposed to take over. And you know how the constitution is. The constitution is very clear. The sitting president has been incapacitated. This one is taking over just temporarily. And now Ruto comes to take the position of the president in a temporal way. Who will he get along with? Apart from Keter, who the president has just decided to leave there. Who will the president get along? How will that government function? And he cannot fire anybody because the president has not even gone. And even if the president was to go, let's say the president has died, who's going even to give him the oath? He doesn't even get along with anybody. Do you think that we are not going to have a constitutional crisis the same way that Zambia had when King Cobra died? And we had a white vice president, and they had to do everything to do so that they could try and change the constitution. You saw right here in Tanzania the other day, they put just Mwanamke for the sake of it. And when Magufuli died, they didn't even want to tell us what had been happening for days because they wanted to shortchange the woman. Don't you think that will be the same case in Kenya? Because the people who are next to the president, out of sheer fear, will fear that the guy that is coming will have to deal with them in an equivocal way. So we have a deputy president who is feared in equal measures, that if he takes over, I think the next thing we'll have will be anarchy, not even civil disobedience. So the deputy president needs to understand that relationships are very, very important, and politics is not personal. And he needs to know that one of his functions is, if we lose the president, he must unite the country in those difficult times and promise us that in the remaining years of the previous president, he will lead what will Ruto promise us. Just imagine, Themba, can you even accept to his promise?
You see one thing, Alex, you're saying, and that is very important. I I asked Pen Nyagaka to tell us why we should elect the deputy president. I can say why we shouldn't elect the deputy president as the president of the Republic of Kenya. Number one, he has proven that he can actually earn without working. You can't be a deputy president in office for 8 years. You are busy campaigning. You have put the country in a campaign mode for 8-9 years, and you are being paid, and you have no iota of shame on you. So that for me is one reason why he has shown that he is not magnanimous as a leader. As a leader, when he differed with the president, the most honorable thing, you would have come back to the people and said, hey, these are the years you gave me. I feel I'm not able to deliver with these years. I'm not ready to continue earning from the taxpayers, because the same people, it's ironical that the same people who are paying you for doing nothing, you are coming to tell them that you really think about them. You don't think about them, you think about yourself because of the position, the power that comes with it, the perks that come with that position, the security that comes with that position. You don't want to leave. That is not an attitude of someone who cares about Mwananchi, who pays the taxes. That's number one reason why he should not be elected as a president. You can't campaign for a position that you're going to occupy for 5 years and you campaign for 8 years. What will happen when you get in? You'll start campaigning immediately for the next 5 years. So we'll not have a president working. We'll have someone who is campaigning every day. Number two reason why he shouldn't even be considered to be the president is that he has shown no respect for the party. Our country is a multi-party country, constitution. He has shown that he can actually leave his party and champion another party while still holding and in position with the party that took him to parliament. So he can be elected in UDA, and then when he goes to parliament, he goes to power, he forgets about UDA and starts championing another party, because he has shown that right now with the same constitution, with the same kind of people, with the same president. He has shown that he cannot remain loyal. If he didn't like Jubilee, should have resigned from Jubilee, then got out and seek mandate on the party that he thinks he likes. Number three, the deputy president has been mentioned in a number of places where he's said today that Raila's footprints can be seen in violence. His footprints can be seen in every corrupt deal. And that is the other reason why we should not have him as a president. The fourth reason is right now he's someone who is very temperamental. He cannot control his temper. He's running around. In fact, as a deputy president, when you rise up and call a normal citizen that he has been charged, is engaged in a treasonable offense, and he has not been charged in any court of law, as a sitting deputy president, that is a very low of you. And that was an act of anger. For that reason, he shouldn't be considered. Fourth, the deputy president should not be considered as a president because he has never supported the constitution. He never supported our constitution when we were moving from one party to multi-party system. He was still the one pushing for Kanu rule. He never supported the constitution when we were moving into the last 2010 constitution. He never supported it. And even right now, he wasn't supporting the BBI, which was going to assure that 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. There are places in Kenya where 10,000 people have been given the same amount where 200,000 people are being given. So you have places where someone is getting bursary 5,000, where another place people are getting bursary 200,000, or even paying university fees. But when that was brought, he refused. That is not equitable distribution of resources. He said no to that. Fine. He said some of those things can be done through parliament. He had 160 MPs. Why didn't he tell them to go and push for a bill that can bring all those resources? He has not done that. So for those 5 reasons, among many, the other one is dictatorship in his own party. The people in UDA fear him. Right now, all the positions have already been taken. If you think you're in UDA, the deputy president is the one deciding who is going to take which position where. If you want to confirm my assertion, go and listen to one Wangoi Girishi. She said that she had worked for UDA, but when one Kirinyaga governor came in and gave money, she was given a free ticket. How do you run a party like that? That's why we submit that as a matter of principle. We don't need a very angry leader who is not working with others to be the president. Ruto is not yet ready to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. And I rest my case. Yes, Pen Nyagaka.
Hey, Bbi. I mean, that what you just said was wonderful, and it is hard to come in this room to change anybody's mind. That's why I never really focus on what's positive about it. Because number one, in and of itself,
Pen, listen. We don't want you to change our mind. Talk to the person who is not even here. You know your problem, Pen. Let me correct you. Your problem is one. You are struggling to change our mind. Change the mind of the listener. I'm not even targeting you. I'm telling the listener why they should not consider the deputy. You can give the deputy president your vote, that's okay. But I'm telling someone out there who is not yet decided why they should not consider the deputy president. What you need to do as Pen is not to convince, is to persuade, tell someone why they should consider the deputy president. You have refused and it has not happened. Someone has even added another one. He brought a terrorist to Kenya.
One.
Yes, Ziana.
Just want to add one, Temba. Just one. Let me add just one again on top of those you have. He's tribalic. When given to choose ministry, he chose all from one tribe, all from his tribe. So that means he's tribalic.
No, tribe. The guy who runs his hotel in Nairobi is from Kisii. So how tribal can he be? But anyway, I'm saying that
ministry. Tell me.
The ministry is the president who chose.
When he was given 50-50.
But that one, you will have to blame the president for allowing him to do that, because he's the president. He has all power.
Now, I think clearly Pen Nyagaka has nothing positive to say about the deputy president, and we have given enough time. I think we need to close now, and I think this was very, very good. In a few words, I think now we can start closing up so that we can meet again later in the day as we prosecute maybe another topic. Today we were discussing the deputy president visit to Kibra and how it went on, and the welcome that he received there, the positive welcome, which is what would encourage in the country. Let all the politicians go to all the parts of the country with no violence. Whether you are going to Kibra, whether you're going to Bomet, whether you're going to Kwasin Gishu, wherever you're going, let all the politicians go to every corner of the country. Peace is important for all the Kenyans so that we can allow them. It's their constitutional right to who the votes and persuade the voters. If they're able to persuade them to vote for them, that's okay. As much as possible as Kenyans, we need to always remain peaceful. It is only your vote that will be able to make those leaders get into power. In this channel and on this part, we will continuously just be able to share what we think is a good thing and a good thing for the country. We love everybody. Kenya has to remain one. All the leaders, they need to do what they need to do so that they can get the leadership, persuade the voter to vote for them. But no violence at all. We condemn violence of any kind, anyway. And hooligans and violent people need to be treated as such. The police need to investigate and know who is it, whether it is orchestrated by the politicians themselves or any other quarters. They need to be investigated and those culprits brought to book. So moving forward, since we are getting into that time, let's all be peaceful. I want to give you at least 2 minutes, everyone, so that we can close the show. I'll start with Ziana. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Themba, Stony, and Alex, and Penny. So, what I'll say about the receiving of the DP, I am just saying it was so good. For the people of Kibra to welcome him. We would like to be in a peaceful country where we love each other. So, Themba una makelele. Kwa hivyo tungependelea nchi yetu ya Kenya iwe na amani, umoja na upendo, na tumeshukuru sana kwa vile tulivyomuona makamu wa rais kukaribishwa kule Kibera. Hivyo ndio tungependelea nchi yetu iendelee kila mahali, kila mwanasiasa akienda popote akaribishwe, kwa sababu sisi tuwe ni wapenda amani. Na ninaomba kura zinachukuliwa, wenzetu wote ambao hawajachukua kura, tuende tuchukue kura na kitambulisho. Kila mmoja wetu aendelee kueneza habari ya kuchukua kura na kitambulisho, kwa sababu usipopiga kura ni wewe ndio utamchagua yule kiongozi mbaya kwa sababu ya kutokupiga kura. Na ninawashukuru nyote. Ni hayo tu kwa leo. Tukutane kesho. Kwako Themba.
Asante sana Ziana kwa maoni yako ambayo ni ya busara sana. Alex, Papa Alexi, wacha tupate maoni yako ya mwisho. Alexi yupo kweli? Haya basi, Pen Nyagaka.
Okay, Themba, asante sana kwa kunipatia wakati wa mwisho, na naenda kulala sasa, na nyinyi mwanze siku mzuri. Na kweli gawaji sijasema kitu mzuri tu ya Raila, amefanya vitu mingi, hasa alimsaidia mama mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Chemutai, ambaye alikuwa the first opposition party member na alikuwa na diabetes. Raila akanifurahi sana wakati alienda kumuona. Na mzee Nyantika ambao kwa kwetu alikuwa ni Olympic in the 60s, yeye ndiye alimchukua akampatia mahali hata ya kuishi. So there are positive leaders that we can talk about. There is nothing wrong with anybody. But what I'm saying is, I'll try to focus on what you, Themba, are challenging me to do, to tell you good things about Ruto. And ile Ruto wajia leo ni your bottoms up. About, it's not as simplistic as we want to make it. Ini kitu ambao lazima everybody sits down to figure out how that works. Because like I've said, every country has its own way. And the one who has perfected it very well today is South Korea. Other than that, ndawatakia mema na muendelee na mjadala, na hasa vile mmesema hakuna vita. Hiyo tu ndio mtasema. Asante sana.
Thank you, Penyagaka. Stone PK.
Thank you, fellow panelists, Penny, Princess na kinara wetu Bwana Temba. Alex ameondoka. Mine is it's very quick. I'm so happy that the issue of violence, which was being ignited, it backfired terribly, because the one who was igniting it expected Azimio to fall into that very simple trap. I'm so happy that Azimio is really way above those kind of very, very low level tricks. And I don't see any violence anywhere, because Azimio is above the board. Azimio is just trying to manage their campaigns very well. And we know now the propagators of violence, people who are trying to murky the water. And Baba today confirmed at City Hall that all those kind of petty things, even in Puzi, no, Azimio will not be associated with that kind of a thing. My last point is I'm a bit worried by whatever Jimmy Wanjigi is trying to play. I'm trying to study that and see what kind of game this is. I don't know who is paying who and why hiyo kamix sikajui ni kanini, because we would want to avoid any tensions, because I know people really, UDA, they are looking for any excuses, to try and create some disturbance. When they start labeling people as the owners of violence, that narrative, we have to quash it, and we will quash it by like what we did today in Kibra. Anaenda anapiga siasa zake, anatoka, let Oka come, they go also piga siasa. And I'm happy Baba has really talked to his supporters. He said hiyo ni mambo ya kitoto. Yeah. So I'm happy that it backfired the way it did. Thank you so much, Temba.
Thank you, Stone PK, for your final submission. Yeah, it will always backfire when you do things because of anger and all. It will always backfire, and it does backfire like it has already done. And Alex, you wanna give your final comments because we are closing?
Yeah, I will have to still stick to our topic. The position of the deputy president is a constitutional position. It is not a UDA position. It's not a Jubilee position. It is a position for all Kenyans. And as a deputy president, you represent both locally and internationally us, the people of Kenya. That position cannot be there without me, without you, Themba, without you, PK, or Madam Princess. So we are part of that fabric or mosaic that makes you to be the deputy president, because you are the deputy of the Republic of Kenya, and I'm a citizen of the Republic of Kenya. So when your behavior does not suit that position, it is my duty to speak out. I don't care what you do as a UDA member, Mr. Deputy President. But as a Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, it is tantamount to disrespect to say wale watu wa kurusha mawe, wale watu wa kung'oa reli, wale watu ambao sijui nini. It is wrong, the Deputy President. Respect your position and know that you took the oath of office to protect all Kenyans, not your people only. So when you segregate some people and you put them on the side, I think what you are doing is impeachable. Not only impeachable, as a gentleman, if you are a true gentleman, you must resign. But because we know you cannot resign, we are not going to bother, because after all, we have paid you so many months without you working. We will leave you like that. But do not categorize people with your words as our deputy president. If you want to resign and do that, it's okay. But do not politicize your office, because when you're uttering those words, you are being protected by the security of Kenya. If you can say them without being protected, tiaga sikirushwa, sisi wote tunatukimbia, I have no problem. But you are being protected. So Deputy President, stop that conniving character. Thank you.
Thank you so much, lady and gentlemen. Indeed, Stone PK, Penyagaka, Princess Diana, Alex, it was nice us having this discussion here. The Deputy President should listen that Kenyans are brighter than he thought they were. And we have seen everything. We have been able to pay you for the last 8 years while you are campaigning. All you have done is come back within the last 9th year. You are coming in to call us Watu Kurusha Mawe, profiling Kenyans against each other. Haina shida, we are going to take it for now because you have been paid and we are protecting you. But come 9th, Kenyans should go and show the Deputy President where people like him belong. They don't belong anywhere near presidency. The president has to learn to work with other people. He has shown that he cannot. He's not able to. He cannot work with nobody. Even right now, he's busy saying that all the other people are uniting against him. Why are people running away from you? There's a problem. Why are the president ran away from you? Your governors are running away. And you're saying that you are the only one who is trying to do everything by yourself. Also, what has the Deputy President thought about my vote and your vote? He says that he's the one who has made the other people president, as if your vote didn't matter. If the vote didn't matter, why is he going around? He's not the one making president. It is our vote that does that. Even him, his position was because he said he's not resigning because it is the people who voted him in there. So when he says that he's the one who made the other people president, what does he mean? He thinks that Kenyans are stupid. No. Wajinga walisha Kenya. And for that reason, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we want to submit that we want Kenya to be peaceful before, during, and after the election, because Kenya has to remain. Let us learn to respect each other and appreciate that everybody deserves that constitutional right to vote. So for you and I, we need to go and get our votes and vote in wisely. This platform is for you to be able to be educated, share your views. It is up to you to sell your candidate. It's up to the others to interrogate. Let's interrogate our leaders, and much more, interrogate the leaders on the ground, the MCA, the MP, the governors. That is where development meets you. So let's try and look at them. Interrogate those who are coming in for the second time, those who are coming in for the first time. Get to learn what they are going to do for you as a voter. Do not sell your vote. Don't be so cheap that your soul and your vote can be bought. Because if they buy your vote, they are not going to be accountable. They can only be accountable if they don't buy it. So don't allow yourself to be bought. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei channel, and let's meet here again today, Kenyan time. It starts around 8 Kenyan time. Normally for some of us, we join a little bit later, but for those who can join earlier, it starts 8 p.m. Kenyan time. Some of us come in later, maybe midnight. Yeah. But for you, if you can join from 8, you only need 4 things. 1, a working phone or computer, connection to internet, views to share, and a willingness to learn. Let's listen to each other, because when we listen to each other, we learn to live together. But when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. Let's keep talking. Learn that all of us are Kenyans, and Kenyans have to keep talking, because even after 9th, we'll still be in Kenya. Subscribe to Mutembei, share. And as you're doing that, kindly also remember I have a channel. It's called Thembo Ndiege. Kindly go there and subscribe. We drop 3 videos every week. So kindly go there and check it out. And press the notification bell so that every time we have a video, you are able to see it. How do you contribute to the channel? How do you
Have you
contribute to the...
subscribed, Penny?
Penyagaka, go subscribe to my channel, Themba Ondiege TV. Go and subscribe there. How do we contribute to the channel? Contribution to the channel, kindly go to, I think, about the channel, you'll see contribution. But if you want to give your views to this channel, you always see the link. So just click on the link, you join in when we have come on. And you see the link, just join in. My channel, just go there and subscribe for me. Yes, please, just go to my channel, subscribe. Get me at least to 1,000. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Pen Nyagaka, Stone PK, Princess Diana. God bless you. See you later today. God bless you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Penyagaka, subscribe to Themba.
Bye.